Hi, I'm Mia from LA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, who was a famous photographer working for big brands and celebrities. So you'd think, with a photographer parent, I'd have a beautifully documented childhood. Well, you'd be wrong. I hardly had any pictures because mom was always too busy. And I was raised by nannies. Sure, mom gave me everything, but she couldn't make much time for me. She did try by setting up her studio at home, but once when she was in a meeting, I slipped into her darkroom and switched on the lights, and all her photos were destroyed. That nanny was fired, and mom relocated her studio. And then she hired a lady named Susan, who was the coolest. Susan could play hide and seek with me for hours. She'd always let me do her makeup, and she even taught me how to slide down our main staircase. She'd pitch up a tent in our backyard, and then tell me stories around the fire. And what a storyteller she was. She'd just make up magical tales in the moment, and I was hooked. What are you thinking, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied scallywag?
I was thinking you should be my mom.
Susan laughed it off, but I was kinda serious. She even gifted me my first notebook when I turned 8 because she knew I loved writing stories, and that meant more to me than any of the presents mom had sent. Yeah, she couldn't make it to my birthday. Once when I was 9, Susan had taken the day off, and I ended up being stuck with mom at a photo shoot at some historical building.
Mom, I'm bored.
Read your book, Mia.
But I'm also hungry and sleepy.
Think of something fun to do for a little longer, okay?
Okay, but you better come find me soon.
Yeah, soon. So I skipped off to find an amazing hiding place. I thought it was clear to mom that we were playing hide and seek. As I waited for her in my spot, I dozed off. And when I woke up, it was kinda dark. I tried to find my way back to mom's shoot, but I was totally lost. Luckily, a security guard found me and took me to the nearest police station. And the only number I knew by heart was Susan's. Sometime later, both mom and Susan came running in, and I jumped straight into Susan's arms. Sweetie, you really scared your mom. Give her a hug. But I was so mad at her because she didn't come looking for me. Susan would have never let that happen. Soon after, in 5th grade, I came home from school one day to find a girl my age in the kitchen eating my cereal.
Who are you and why are you here? And who eats cereal for lunch? I eat what I want when I want. You're not my boss. Now shoo!
I was about to smack that thief in the face when Susan walked in, and she introduced the girl as Harper, her daughter. I didn't even know Susan had one, and I felt a pang of jealousy. Your mom has to travel out of town more often, so she's requested that I live here now, and I'm moving in with Harper. Isn't that great? I'm sure you two will get along wonderfully. I was certain that we would not. She was a nuisance. She threw away all my markers caps so they dried out, spilled juice all over my bed to make it look like pee, and gave my favorite shoes to a stray dog. But I only had to scream, and Susan would tell her off. Harper would tag along with us everywhere, and she'd glare at me and make comments under her breath when Susan was out of earshot.
If you don't stop annoying me, I'll tell Susan to make you leave. She's my mom. If I leave, she leaves with me.
Well, she likes me better.
As if your mom pays her to spend time with you. You're just a job to her.
I'd never really thought about it that way, but it was true. That didn't mean she loved me any less, did it? Soon enough, mom got Harper into my school. I was the top student in class, but she replaced me quickly. Her mental math was faster, her science projects were more inventive, and her creativity had the English teacher gushing. Usually, the person with the best story would be selected to read theirs out loud every week, and now it was always her. And one day when I walked into the living room, I saw Harper on the sofa with her feet up, watching TV, and the sight boiled my blood. I just didn't want her here. It's time for my show. Please leave.
There's a TV in your mom's room. Watch it there. It's not your place to tell me what to do. What's that supposed to mean? I thought my mom was like family. That makes me family too, so deal with it.
I snapped and dumped her bowl of popcorn on her head. She pounced on me, and as I was pushing her off, I sent her crashing into a table, knocking off a huge vase. Susan came running in at the noise, and she went bonkers on Harper. How could you do this? You know better.
But Mom!
No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper.
Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up.
Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. That sounds fun, right, Harper? No it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia, and they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp? Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also, when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won! Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's going to be published. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter. Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom, she's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat. What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your story? 'Cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch. And I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey, everyone, here's something you should— Harper attacked me, and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid. After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now. It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better, though. I didn't even want to to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door. Hey, sweetie, want to go out for dinner? I don't really feel like it, Mom. Do it for me anyway. I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant. This is where your father and I came on our first date. You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me at all. Your father was a photographer too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of you on my own, but I think I've let you down.
What do you mean?
I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there?
Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, Mia.
But what's happened? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now.
Okay, what is it?
Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did.
I felt like someone had punched me.
It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me?
Oh, please don't cry, Susan.
I just need some time to process this, okay?
I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit.
No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too.
I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you, and I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them.
Me neither. Forget about it.
Can we be friends again?
As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her.
Right back at ya.
Hi, my name is Julie, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now! I have no idea where I was born or who my parents really were. All I ever knew was my orphanage and the kids there. But once when I was 5, I saw a magazine in a trash bin and I fished it out. As I flipped the pages, I came across a picture of a beautiful couple. They looked perfect! I was certain my parents looked like that. I cut out the picture and tucked it under my pillow. The next day, a couple came to the orphanage and the head mother took me to meet them. I looked at their faces and then at the picture in my hand. Nah, I'm not going with them. And with that, I ran off to hide. Basically, after that, I refused to get adopted till I met a couple of my dreams. By the time I was in 1st grade, most of my friends had left. One night, as I was looking out the window at the stars, I spotted some paint cans and brushes by a wall. I climbed down and started painting on the side of the building. I thought it looked really good, but the next morning, I woke up to the head mother's screams.
I want everyone downstairs, now!
As I joined the rest outside, she pointed at my painting.
Which one of you brats made this nonsense? Speak up!
Just then, a car drove up to the orphanage, and I was shook! It was a beautiful couple, exactly like the one in my picture. Okay, not exactly, but close enough. Suddenly the woman said, "Oh, wow! Who painted this wall mural?" "Me! It was me!" The head mother turned purple while the couple told me I was so talented. And then they adopted me. When we reached their house, my jaw dropped. It looked more like a palace. They took me to my beautiful room, and a maid walked in with paints and brushes.
You can paint the walls however you like, sweetheart. Go crazy!
For the next 2 years, I lived my best life. Grand birthdays, party on yachts, exotic vacations. My parents kept me by their side and were always boasting to their friends about how talented I was. I felt truly loved. Then one day, in 3rd grade, I went downstairs to find them crying. Mom? Dad? What's wrong? Oh, darling, these are happy tears. I'm pregnant. After trying for 10 years, I can't believe this is happening. I ran forward and hugged them. It would be awesome to have a sibling. I fell in love with baby Polly at first sight. While she and Mom were resting in the hospital room, I went to the vending machine to get candy. But when I returned, the room was empty. I ran to the reception, and the lady there said that my family had just checked out. Wait, what? I felt panic rise in my chest. Just then, a kind-looking doctor approached me. Sweetheart, is everything okay? I got lost. Can you take me home, please? The lady dropped me home, and I stormed off inside. I found my parents in my room, and all my stuff was outside. Some men were slapping on pink paint all over my wall art. Mom, Dad, I'm here.
Good to know. Why are you announcing it?
Hello? You guys forgot me at the hospital?
No, I didn't.
Did you hit your head somewhere? And can you please pick up your stuff? Turns out my parents had decided to convert my room to Polly's nursery, and I was shifted to the room in the other wing of the house. As Polly grew older, she had my parents wrapped around her little finger. She could do no wrong. Once when she was 2, we were having dinner when she jumped onto the table and pushed my bowl of hot soup onto my lap. Gosh, Polly, what's wrong with you?
Don't talk to her like that. She's just a baby. She doesn't know what she's doing.
As I stormed off to change, I didn't feel too sure about that. By the time Polly was 4, my parents felt worried because she still only spoke in her baby language. One time when I was watching TV, she suddenly climbed onto the couch and brought her face close to my ear.
Julie, I hate you. You're disgusting.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me.
And with that, she smiled and started watching TV. Just then, Mom and Dad walked in and I shouted, "You won't believe this! Polly can talk! Like proper words!"
What?
Oh, my baby, I missed it! What did she say? She said she hates me, and I'm disgusting.
Wow, Julie. Really? She just started talking and she's saying words like disgusting? What rubbish!
I swear! Oh, be quiet. Polly, if you can talk, say, "I love you, Mommy."
Baba Mumuka.
You've got us excited over nothing, Julie. I don't know why you're turning into such a brat. Oh my God! I was convinced my baby sister was a psychopath. One night, I looked at the symptoms of psychopaths online, and they were usually highly intelligent and used big words from a young age. Polly seemed to fit the description perfectly. She started talking properly in front of everyone soon, but that just made things worse. When I was in 11th grade, and Polly was 8, my parents decided to host a grand New Year's party. As I was getting dressed, I looked up in the mirror to see Polly standing behind me, holding a pair of scissors. "Hey, that's dangerous. Give it to me." She gave me a look that sent shivers down my spine.
You didn't say please.
And then she grabbed her long blonde curls and snipped them off. Oh my God, why'd you do that?
Oh, you'll see.
And suddenly, her bottom lip started to quiver and tears welled up in her eyes.
Mom! Dad! Look what Julie did! My beautiful curls! This is such a tragedy!
Mom and Dad came running, and they were beyond furious. They wouldn't even listen to me.
We know you're jealous of Polly, but we never thought you'd go this far.
Sometimes I wonder if we made a mistake adopting you. Sometimes I think I made a mistake too, thinking you were the perfect parents. With that, I ran off to the park across the street. I was sitting on the swings when someone joined me.
Hey, is everything okay? Why are you here by yourself at night?
I live right across the street, and I'm fine. Why are you here?
Oh, I just moved here with my aunt, in the house next to that huge mansion.
I felt myself warming up to his kind face, but just then, my tummy let out a loud growl. God, how embarrassing! But he didn't laugh. He just leapt off the swing and said,
I gotta head home for dinner. Would you like to join me and my aunt?
When I got to his house, I was in for a surprise. His aunt was that doctor who dropped me from the hospital years ago, and she actually recognized me. As Lucas walked me back home, a clock somewhere struck midnight, and fireworks exploded all over the sky. Happy New Year! He suddenly took my hand and my heart raced a little.
Everyone should have someone to kiss on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, Julie.
He pulled me closer, and I leaned in for a kiss. My parents decided to give me the silent treatment for the next few weeks, but I didn't care. I'd spend all my time after school painting in my room or hanging out at Lucas's place. We'd started dating, and I was loving every second of it. One night, I let Lucas in through my window, and we were making out when suddenly we heard the lock on the door click, and someone flung it open. It was Polly. Oh my god, how did you open the door?
I have keys to all the rooms. Duh. I come here all the time. So, why are you keeping your boyfriend a secret from me?
You're seriously asking why? Maybe because you're a complete psycho and you'll find a way to ruin anything good in my life?
Jeez, you're so melodramatic. So, Lucas, how soon can you marry Julie and take her away?
What? I can't marry her right now, but...
Wrong answer!
And with that, she fled the room. 2 minutes later, my parents burst in to find me sleeping peacefully.
Where's the boy?
What? What boy? Polly said you had a boy in your room. Well, I was sleeping, so I don't know what crazy Polly saw. Go ahead and look. My parents searched my room and the servants searched the grounds and found nothing. After they finally left, I lifted the loose floorboard in my room and Lucas crept out from under it. That Polly thought she knew everything, but I'd been here longer than her. But to my horror, the door flung open again, and my parents and Polly were standing there.
See? I told you he was still here.
How did she even know? All hell broke loose as my parents called over Lucas's aunt and threatened to hand him to the police for breaking in. Please, sir, it won't happen again.
You bet it won't. Do you even know who I am? Stay away from my house, or you'll regret it.
As Lucas's aunt dragged him off, Dad turned to me.
You're grounded for eternity. God knows what kind of people your parents were, because you seem like a really bad egg.
Well, by that logic, your parents must have been big jerks.
How dare you talk like that? After everything we've done for you, you're just an orphan no one wanted, and we saved you from that miserable place.
No, you took me because you just wanted a talented child to show off. But since Polly came, you've reminded me every day that I'm not your kid. As I paced around my room furiously, my eyes fell on a stuffed teddy bear on the shelf. It was the only present Polly had given me once. And suddenly, I had a realization why. I pulled out the teddy bear's eyes, and I saw what I'd suspected. There was a tiny camera behind one of them. Polly had been using it to spy on me. I looked straight into the camera. Polly, you're a creep, but this is the last time you'll mess with me. And with that, I ripped it out and smashed it with my foot. That night, I packed my paintings and climbed out the window, leaving that house behind forever. And it felt good. But I didn't go to Lucas. I went back to the orphanage.
Well, I just knew you'd be back one day. You can stay, but you'll have to earn your keep.
I started teaching kids in the orphanage, and I felt happier than I had in ages. One day, as I was going to class, a car drove up, and I was shocked to see Lucas and his aunt. Lucas ran to me and gave me a bear hug. His aunt took my hand next and said, Julie, Lucas and I were wondering, would it be okay if I officially adopted you? Thank you for that, but I don't need a parent. I can take care of myself. I'm just happy to have you as my friend. I kept dating Lucas while I worked my way through college. Soon after my graduation, he went down on one knee with a ring. And of course I said yes. We got married in a small ceremony, but I made sure to invite all the kids from the orphanage. We had the sweetest wedding day ever. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, and my heart soared with joy. I'll work hard to give you the best life possible, and I'll make you always know that you're truly, truly loved.
The morning bell echoes through the halls. 1,000 voices bouncing off the walls. From the quiet corners of the library floor to the laughter leaking through the classroom door, we're walking hallways where the legends grew. But today the ink is fresh and the story's new. Survives.
Hi, I'm Belle from France. Please like and subscribe. I'd lived in an orphanage ever since I could remember, but I was always curious about my parents, and I'd annoy the warden with my questions.
Are you an evil witch who took me from my parents because my hair has magic powers? Tell me now, or else. I heard about a girl whose parents were astronauts and they got stuck on the moon. Do you think my parents are there too?
Are you skipping class again? Why are you such a nuisance? There you are, Belle. So sorry, ma'am. I'll just take her away. Miss Vivian was our teacher and my best friend at the orphanage. She couldn't have children of her own and she was really attached to me. And I adored her. She could always get me to study by promising me to help me with my singing later.
I don't really need school because I'm going to be a famous singer one day.
Yeah, but there's no harm in having some options, right? My life at the orphanage was good, but when I turned 15, things took a wild turn. Miss V had told me about a talent show she'd applied to on my behalf, and I'd gotten an audition next week. But when my chance came, my nerves took over and I messed it up completely. Miss V tried consoling me, but I was just really disappointed with myself. As we were walking back home, I suddenly saw a masked guy running my way, with a lady yelling behind him. He took my bag. Please, stop him. Without another thought, I grabbed a trash can and threw it in the thief's way, making him trip over it. I snatched the bag from him before he managed to run away. As the woman came closer, my jaw dropped. She was a singer named Madeline, and I was a huge fan. OMG, Madeline, is it really you? I just love— No, don't touch me. You touched trash just now. Then she took her bag from me and walked off to her car without even saying thank you. Hey, you're so rude. Just because you're a celebrity, you think you can treat people like garbage? Some of the people watching us had started recording on their phones and booing Madeline. No, wait, I wasn't going to drive away. Sweetie, I'm sorry. I was just shaken because of that thief. Please, come in. I'll drop you wherever you want. I knew she was just being nice because of the angry mob, but she kept insisting. So I agreed, and she took us back to the orphanage. But the next morning when I went downstairs, I was surprised to see some kids gathered around Madeline. And she said she needed to talk to me privately. Hey, Belle, I have something to tell you. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just can't shake off my gut feeling. You see, 15 years ago, I had a daughter, but my career was just kicking off. So after birth, I left her at the hospital. What? I regretted the decision and tried looking for my baby, but I couldn't find her. And when I saw you yesterday, I noticed your green eyes, and we have the same hair color. I think you're my daughter. I know it sounds crazy, but would you agree to a DNA test? I was stunned, and I didn't believe it, but I gave Madeline a hair sample, and the next day, she returned with the DNA forms that confirmed we were a 100% match. Madeline, the famous singer, was my mom, and she wanted to readopt me. My head was just spinning, and Miss V made things worse. Belle, are you seriously thinking about going with that woman? She was so rude to you the day before, and now suddenly she's your loving mom? Something about her is off. I can feel it. Come on, she was stressed that day, and the DNA test shows she's my mom. I've always wondered who my parents are, and now I get the chance to know one of them, to have a family. I'm just supposed to let that go? I thought I was your family, and I can't let you go with her. I won't. You can't stop me, Miss V. This is hard for me too, but you're just being paranoid. Miss Vivian's eyes teared up, and she just walked off. Well, if she couldn't be happy for me, then fine. And I left with Madeline soon after. I couldn't help overhearing that woman, and she was being so weird and possessive about you. It's not normal. It's also not normal for a mom to abandon her child for her career. I may have agreed to come with you, but I haven't forgiven you yet. And Miss V loves me. Sweetie, I understand your anger, and I have a lot of making up to do. You want to be a singer, right? I will start by making that happen. Also, if Miss Vivian loves you, she should be happy you're getting a better life. I felt troubled, but then forgot everything when we reached Madeline's mansion. It was bigger than a mall. My assistant Juliet will show you to your room, and then I have an amazing spa day planned for us.
Juliet wouldn't make eye contact with me, and after taking me to my room, she walked off without a word. Rude. But I couldn't help being excited that I was gonna live like royalty. I was hoping to get to know Madeline more, but the spa day was more of a makeover day. And the next thing I knew, I was being whisked off to a TV interview. Madeline, I'm not ready for this. I've never been on camera and I need time to process everything. What's there to process, love? You're the daughter of a star, and you need to believe it. And I just can't wait for the world to see my angel. Also, could you please call me Mom? The next few weeks were a blur of interviews and events, and we were constantly surrounded by paparazzi. Madeline would always get so emotional, and people just loved the story of how we'd been reunited after all these years. But I still didn't know much about my mom. We hardly got the chance to be alone, and she hadn't even heard me sing yet. Late one night, I went down to the kitchen when I heard loud voices from Madeline's studio in the basement. Juliet, you don't sound good on this song at all. Well, I'm sorry, but I had a cold that day. We're just gonna have to record it again. And when I heard Juliet singing, I nearly had a stroke. That was Madeline's voice. Just then, Madeline spotted me, and she asked me to come in. I guess there's no point in trying to hide anything now. Belle, you've discovered the family secret. Wait, Juliet's been the voice behind all your songs? Yes. She wanted a steady job, and I wanted to be famous, but wasn't as talented. So we struck a deal at the start of my career. It worked out splendidly. So you've been taking the credit for her talent and fooling all your fans? That's just wrong. Excuse me. I didn't ask for your opinion. Okay, so I'm not completely honest with my fans, but either way, I still entertain millions. You're too naive to understand all this, and you're certainly not allowed to tell anyone. Do you hear me? Maybe Miss V was right about her. If she could lie about such a big thing, who knew what else she was lying about? Honey, I want to apologize for the way I spoke to you, and I got you the latest iPhone. This doesn't make up for it. I've always admired you as a singer, and now I find out it's all fake, and no one will ever know it's Juliet. Belle, do you know what it's like to really want something, but everyone tells you you can't have it? I always dreamed of being a singer, but my family said I wasn't good enough, and I just wanted to show them. Juliet willingly signed the contract, and I've always paid her generously. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I guess, as long as you're paying Juliet well and treating her nicely, I can keep your secret. That's my girl, and no interviews tomorrow. We'll have a movie night. Just you and me. The next evening, while we were watching a movie, I turned to Madeline. Do you have some skin cream? My birthmark is really itchy. Madeline pulled out a jar from her drawer, but when I asked her to put it on, she looked confused. Why can't you put it on yourself? Because I can't reach it? You do know my birthmark is on my back, right? Of course I know. It's just been a long time, honey. But yes, it's on your back. Lift your shirt, please. Actually, it's on my thigh, and it's the size of Africa. The only way you'd forget that is if you never knew it in the first place. What's gotten into you? Madeline, I know you're not my mom. You've lied about everything. So I really don't have to believe that DNA test either. Okay, I'm not your mom. You caught me. But listen, you did all this for publicity, didn't you? Just so you could tell the world about your long-lost daughter and capture everyone's interest and sell albums? You're a monster. Please, let me explain. I did do it for publicity because it's so hard to stay on top in this industry. But I do love you and I want to have you around. If I did something that helps me and also gives an orphan an amazing life, why is that a bad thing? I'm not your charity case to show off and use to make money. It's late now, but tomorrow morning, I'm going back to the orphanage. I won't lie to anyone about being your daughter. I stormed off to my room before Madeline could say more. She was unbelievable. But the next morning, when I went down with my bags, I saw a doctor leaving Madeline's room, and I found out that she had a high fever. I was sure she was faking that too, but the doctor confirmed that she was down with a bad infection. Belle, please come here. Listen, I'm sorry. Please, don't go. Not like this. Madeline, just get some rest, okay? I'm here. I didn't want to stay, but I just couldn't leave her when she was so sick. The paparazzi were gonna find out when I went back to the orphanage, so I'd let her deal with all that media frenzy once she was better. But I couldn't help calling Miss Vivian, and hearing her voice, I broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry. You were right about Madeline. Her whole life is a lie, and she pulled me into it. And maybe I never really believed she was my mom, but I wanted to. I don't blame you, Belle. And I was being selfish too, because it was hard to let you go. I can't wait to see you soon. I stayed by Madeline's side till she recovered completely. But as I was packing my stuff again, Madeline walked into my room. Belle, don't leave me, please. You're only saying that because you're worried about your reputation once the truth comes out. Sorry, I can't help you anymore. Then let me make you an offer you can't refuse. I want to feature a duet by you and Juliet on my album releasing next week. And then I'll launch your solo career. The publicity we've received helps us both. With me, you can become a pop star overnight. You'll never get a chance like this again. Trust me. Here Madeline was, handing me my dreams on a silver platter. And it was true. Once I got back to the orphanage, people would forget me soon, and I'd struggle to be a singer. I couldn't really trust her. But Madeline called me and Juliet to the studio the very next day to record a song together. It was the most thrilling experience, and she was blown away by my talent. You have the voice of an angel, darling. You're really gonna go places. The album was released, and it exploded. The duet people thought Madeline and I sang together shot straight to #1 on the charts, and it was all you could hear everywhere. One day, when Madeline and I were at an album signing event, I spotted Miss V in the line and ran to her. Miss V, how've you been? I've been meaning to call. But you got busy becoming a star, right? I'm happy that your dreams are coming true, but are you sure this is how you want it? What do you mean? You said Madeline's whole life was a lie, and now yours is too. You're part of her secret, and you're faking being her daughter. This lie will just grow deeper, and then you'll have to give it up forever. Are you okay doing that? I stood there speechless. I just came to tell you that I got a job in another city, and I'm leaving next month. I wanted to wish you luck and say goodbye. I hope you'll do the right thing, Belle. I know you have that in you. I was bummed out for days after that meeting, and I just couldn't shake off her words. Soon after, Juliet came down with a bad throat infection. It turned out to be laryngitis, and she recovered in a couple of weeks. But the doctor said she could no longer sing, and Madeline went ballistic. What? No, you're fine now. You can speak, right? Why can't you sing? The doctor said straining her vocal cords could damage them forever. But she has to try. I'll take you anywhere to get you treated. Madeline, I've served you for 15 years. I think I'm done, okay? Done? You're done? Have you forgotten our deal and what I can do? What are you talking about? My mother worked as a maid in Madeline's family home, and my brother stole all their precious heirlooms. He'd already sold them by the time he got caught, and he was gonna end up in prison for years. But Madeline kept him out, as long as I agreed to be her singing voice. I've been repaying her debt all this time, but I'm just tired now. Juliet, if the robbery happened 15 years ago, she can't charge your brother for that crime anymore. You don't know what you're talking about. And why are you complaining, Juliet? You were just a maid, and I've done so much for you. Just stop. You're a terrible person who'll always find a way to justify every selfish act. Juliet is done with you, and so am I. And so is your career, because you have no talent. And the family you wanted to impress so badly, well, I don't see them around either. Enjoy the rest of your sad, lonely life with your money, because that's what you did everything for. Juliet and I left Madeline for good, and I couldn't get fast enough to the orphanage. Miss V was leaving that day, and I hoped I wasn't too late. I caught her just as she was putting her bags in a cab. Belle? What are you... I did the right thing, Miss V. And wherever you're going, I'm coming with you. I won't take no for an answer. I would like nothing more, love, but what about your career? I'll tell everyone the truth, and then we'll figure it out. I actually have talent, remember? I want to do things the right way, even if it's harder.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's your girl, Giselle. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And rock on! My baby sister, Alora, and I were raised by our single mother, who got sick and went into a coma when I was 12 and Alora was 8. Our lives flipped upside down. Even more so when we found out we'd have to live with our Aunt Mona. She was Mom's careless older sister, whom she didn't like, and we'd never even met her. But she was our only relative, so it was probably a better deal than foster care. Aunt Mona was a free-spirited, adventurous young woman who was backpacking solo around the world when we interrupted her life. In a blink of an eye, she went from one of the youngest people to have ever climbed Mount Everest to a single mom of 2 girls she didn't give birth to. And she didn't have a clue about how to take care of children. Like knowing that kids run away when you aren't paying attention? Yeah, she once lost Alora at the mall and found her hours later, and they were both traumatized by that incident. But sometimes, it also made her the coolest guardian any kid could ask for. She didn't force us to eat broccoli. She allowed candy before dinner, and we stayed up as late as we wanted, binge-watching MSA on school nights. My sister Alora would sometimes use that to her advantage, despite being an overall easygoing kid. And as the younger one, she required more care from Mona, who would try to force that responsibility on me. I don't know what to do, Giselle. Help me out here. I've never had to deal with children before you guys came along. No, Mona, she obviously cannot adopt this wild snake as a pet. I don't want her to resent me for refusing her that. Can you please tell her yourself? In these situations, I always ended up being the party pooper, while those two got closer. Mona remained an irresponsible adult, spoiling my sister, and Alora definitely preferred her cool aunt over her protective older sister. On top of everything else, Alora was an A-grade student, so Mona was always proud of her. Maybe you should be more like Alora, because if you keep up with those grades, you won't be able to get into college, Giselle. Who said I want to go to college? I want to be a guitarist in a metal band. Well, you have to graduate from college first, then do whatever you want. Your mom wouldn't want it any other way. Also, this is just a phase. It's not a phase, Mona. It's who I am. And don't bring my mom into this. She always supported my talents, and she was chill. I'm sure she would support my music too. I grew up with her, so I know her better than you. Do you though? The last time I checked, Mom never liked you because you always put yourself first. Also, did you ever go to college? Why are you suddenly acting like some responsible adult? Don't talk back to me like that. I'm the one who takes care of you, so you need to obey me. I obey no one. Sorry you're stuck with us, but I'm old enough to know what's best for me, and I definitely don't need you to take care of me. Our endless ego duel started with that fight and lasted for a long time. If Mona didn't understand how important music was to me, I couldn't be bothered to convince her. I was a misfit in school because I dressed like a goth and was into metal music, but I'd formed a band with some kids I'd met in the park, and being with them was the only time I felt I belonged somewhere. School was a waste of time for me, so when Mona dropped us off every morning, I waited for her to go, and then went to practice in an abandoned warehouse with my friends. Life was good, and we were even working on our first album. My bandmates and I decided to play at a very famous local metal festival the coming weekend. But of course, Mona had to overreact massively. What do you mean a metal festival? That's no place for a child. Are you trying to send me into a coma with my sister? Chillax, man. Why are you being so melodramatic?
Maybe because she's worried about you and the company you're keeping? Your friends are a bad influence on you.
Shut up, Mini Raccoon. Keep your nose out of my business. You're just Mona's butt wipe. Despite all her efforts, Mona couldn't keep me away from the festival. We had practiced so hard, and I wasn't letting this opportunity slide. The festival was massive, and I was loving the energy of the crowd and getting to see the other bands perform. But just before it was our turn, the police crashed the event and dispersed the crowds because apparently the festival didn't have a permit. My bandmates and I ran faster than Roadrunner until we ended up near the town's historical municipal building. As an act of protest against the way the metalheads were treated, we decided to write messages and spray paint all over the building's old walls. Anarchy was in town, and before we knew it, the police caught up to us and took us to the station. The humiliation I felt when Mona arrived to bail me out was unmatched. I just knew that she would use this card against me for the rest of my life.
See? I told you they're a bad influence. You're hardly ever in school because of them.
What? Young lady, your behavior is out of control. It's about time you learn some discipline. No, No more metal music, and you're forbidden from hanging out with those punks. Forbidden? You can't force me. Challenge accepted. She was very serious. She started dropping into school unannounced to check up on me and chat with my teachers. All this time I'd been skipping school, I was forging her signature for made-up appointments. And now that cat was out of the bag. But even worse, one day when Mona had dropped in, she witnessed a bunch of mean girls bullying me.
Hey, freak, I heard that music festival was a flop and you ended up in jail. I'm sure you deserve that. Your music is as bad as your taste in clothes. Yeah, you're practically a crime against fashion, weirdo.
This wasn't new for me, but when it happened in front of Mona, I felt like my ego was crushed. I just knew she'd give me some insensitive lecture that I didn't want to hear right now. Don't listen to them. Only people who are insecure about themselves feel the need to put others down. You're unique and special. You know what you like, and you know how to express yourself. Don't allow their words to hurt you.
I was really surprised, but just acted indifferent. I don't care about them, or anyone.
But I was really glad that she didn't tell me to change my appearance, or even gave me some lecture about not standing up for myself that would just make me feel bad. Since that day, something shifted in our dynamics. I started appreciating her as someone who had always done things her own way, and wasn't afraid to be herself. I started wondering why Mom disliked her so much. She wasn't all that bad. So one day, when Mona was at her yoga class, I decided to look through her photo albums to see when exactly they stopped talking. As I was digging through some boxes, I found Mona's old diaries. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help reading them, and I felt like I was getting to know a very relatable and real person with whom I had a lot in common. But then I came upon the entry that made everything clear. Grandpa was a single parent, and he was sick for years when Mona and Mom were teenagers, and their financial situation wasn't the best. So instead of staying with Mom to help her, Mona stole a bunch of Grandma's jewelry and Grandpa's cash, then ran away from home at 18 to go backpacking around the world. Mona's confessions in her diary were her true thoughts, so it wasn't just Mom's opinion of her. She was an irresponsible, selfish older sister who had left Mom to struggle. Mom never had the opportunity to do things she liked because she had responsibilities bigger than her ever since she was 15. Mona had stolen Mom's youth. I was so distracted and angry in the following days that I couldn't even focus on band practice, which wasn't good for us because our album was launching soon. We also had a tour planned, and I needed Mona's permission to skip school for 2 weeks and travel around the country. I was already hating that idea, and the conversation didn't go well. I just want to know where you get your audacity from, Giselle. You get to be your own person, but not before you finish high school. I thought I made that clear. Also, I still don't like your irresponsible bandmates, and I can't let you travel around with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which is important for my future career. And you know what? I can't even take you seriously when I know how irresponsible and selfish you are. Excuse me? You heard me. Your lack of responsibility ruined Mom's life. She had to become an adult too soon because her older sister decided to bail on her. And don't try to deny it. I read your own confession in your diary. You read my diary? This is such an invasion of privacy. I don't want to see your face right now. You're grounded. Gladly. Plan B it was. That night, I wrote her a letter and snuck out my window. Not so dear Mona. When I'm famous and successful, don't come knocking at my door. I want you to remember how terrible you were to me and my mom. Selfish witch. Rock on, Giselle. The adrenaline rush I felt as I left the house in the middle of the night was unmatched. I rushed down our street as fast as I could to my friends who were waiting for me in their van. And so, my new life as a rebellious musician began. The next morning, I woke up to 20 missed calls from Mona and 70 voice notes. Alora also left me tons of texts saying Mona was furious and I had to come back home. So I decided to turn off my phone and enjoy the decision I had made. Night after night, we played in different cities across several states, and the crowds loved us everywhere. It felt good being cheered by unknown people, meeting potential connections in the music industry, and getting paid. But after 3 weeks on the road with my bandmates, I started noticing how tiring living in a van with them was. They didn't clean up after themselves and often had the pettiest arguments. They also became lazy and stopped taking this tour seriously. We even missed a couple of shows because they didn't feel like it. I missed hot showers and delicious homemade food. I even felt Mona and Alora's absence. But I couldn't bear to hear Mona's "I told you so" and admit she was kinda right about my friends. I knew I would have some big punishment waiting for me back home. One night after our concert, it was raining heavily, so we decided to stay in a hotel to rest and and wait for the rain to stop. But we couldn't afford a good hotel, so the 5 of us had to share a shabby room. And being the youngest, they made me sleep on the floor. And the next morning, we realized that our dream tour had turned into a real nightmare. Is that our van floating down the street? It had rained so much that there was flash flooding in town. Unless we managed to get a boat or build an ark, we couldn't get out. The electricity and internet connection was down too, so we were basically stuck with no contact with the outside world. The next 2 nights, things got worse as we waited for some help to come. Everyone was scared and hungry. And to top that, my bandmates managed to push all my buttons when they suggested we swim for it. They were morons. I spent all my time regretting the way I'd left. I realized that I'd left Alora with our selfish aunt to pursue my dreams, kind of what Mona had done to Mom. Now, in this grave danger, I wondered if I'd ever get to see my sister again. But the next morning, we woke up to the loud sound of helicopters. We rushed to the rooftop to see the rescue teams had finally reached our area. And just then, I heard a familiar, high-pitched, distinct voice screaming from a megaphone. "That's her over there! That's my niece!" I couldn't believe my eyes. Mona was here to save me. At that moment, I forgot everything else. And when we were rescued, I hugged her as tight as I could. How did you even find me? I'd find you even if you were on Mars, Giselle. You're my little girl, and I would never let anything harm you. I was able to track you from your phone's location, and I know people working in some rescue agencies, so I pulled a few strings. I'm so sorry for how I left things. You were right about my bandmates, and I regret everything I wrote in that letter. There's nothing to forgive. You know, I came to your room that night to tell you everything, but you'd already run away. I guess you didn't read my diary entries long enough to know how much I regretted my selfish actions later. I spent years reaching out to your mom and trying to make it up to her, but she refused to forgive me, and now she never will. But I promised that I'd do my best to take care of you girls. I'm sure she'd forgive you if she saw the person you are now, Aunt Mona. Alora was waiting for us at home, and she was so happy to see me safe and sound. I had betrayed my sister, and she still received me with open arms.
Don't scare me like that again, and don't leave me.
Never, I promise.
Hi, I'm Sunny, and I have a curse to live with. I'm too nice, and I can't say no. Whenever I try, I'm hit by a tsunami of guilt. I feel nauseous, my butt starts sweating, and I have to fix the situation. I just can't stand someone being displeased with me. I know what you're thinking. She's a people pleaser, a pushover. And of course, you're right, but it took me some time to realize that. But before I continue, like and subscribe. Sorry, it's not an order, it's just a request. Please, I never disobeyed my mother. I always shared my lunch at school. I always gave up the swing at the park, and I could never turn down a poor person's request. Like this one time in 10th grade, I was running back home after school when the homeless guy around the corner asked me for a favor.
Hey, Sonny, could you hold this shovel for a few minutes? It's really heavy, and I need to run to the soup kitchen before it closes.
Sure, no problem. I kept standing there for 2 hours, and he didn't return. Finally, I left the shovel in the homeless guy's corner with an apology note, but later that night, the police turned up at my door to arrest me. Apparently, they'd found my fingerprints all over a murder weapon, a frickin' shovel. It took a while to get my name cleared. Or this one time, I had to go to the bathroom in the mall when I accidentally went into the disabled people stall. When I came out, I was met by a furious woman in a wheelchair. I've been holding my pee for 10 minutes. People like you are what's wrong with society. What? Oh no, this was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I followed her all over the mall begging for forgiveness till she called security and told them I was harassing her. Well, naturally, I followed her home and started showing up at her door every day. Her servants wouldn't let me in, so one day I broke into her house through a window. Please, please, just say you'll forgive me. I can't live like this anymore. She filed a restraining order that day. I still pay for a plane to go over her house every week and skywrite my apology. In addition to being nice, I'm also a teen model. I know, I'm breaking stereotypes. I've been on the cover of a dozen fashion magazines, and I've walked on many big runways. My career was amazing, till my mom convinced me to fire my agent and hire her instead. Trust me, honey, I'll make you a star. That's nice, Mom, but you have no experience. What does that matter? I'm your mother, and no one will ever have your interests at heart like I do. I was in labor with you for the worst 23 minutes of my life, remember? Right, of course.
What? You can be my agent. I already knew it was a horrible idea. Mom hated people and rubbed everyone the wrong way. She screamed at the photographers and made a makeup artist cry. She even yelled at a famous designer and started mopping the floor with his dress to show him what she really thought of it. Soon, Mom started complaining about our small house in our dingy neighborhood and started making trouble with the loud, ugly neighbors. Her words, not mine. So, I bought a chic new apartment in a posh area. But then, Mom started complaining about her privacy. Sonny, you really are getting in the way. My new boyfriend and I need our space. But you're standing in my room. Maybe you should move. Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. I bought the place. I was bringing in the money. I shouldn't be the one to move out. But as always, I gave in. After buying the apartment, money was a bit tight. Luckily, I found a room in a beautiful beach house that I had to share with 3 other models, Sasha, Tracy, and Mika. And I soon discovered that living with models, the drama was always out of control. I mean, what would you expect from girls who eat a cube of cheese, 1 grape, and 2 almonds a day? They're always hangry. That's my seat, you stupid cow. Is your name written on this seat? OMG. Are you wearing my shirt? Is your name written on the shirt? Show me where it is. Can you idiots shut up? If I don't get enough sleep, I look like a raccoon, and then I'll bite like one too. I had to break up almost a dozen cat fights. One day, I cooked us all dinner so we could try to get to know each other. Sasha dreamed of being a pop star. Tracy loved to work out, and Mika was insanely pretty and loved rubbing that in everyone's face. I asked Sasha to sing us one of her songs, and I'd never heard something so horrible in my life. Of course, I still clapped for her, but Mika and Tracy fell off their seats laughing. What's so funny? You sound like a constipated pig. I'd rather put my head up a cow's butt than listen to you. Yeah, stick to modeling. As long as you can. I mean, you're already showing signs of aging. Sasha got so mad that she threw her plate of pasta at Tracy. Tracy ducked and the food landed on Mika's dress, and they started shouting and pulling at each other's hair. I tried to break up the fight, but I slipped on some sauce and fell. Then someone tossed a hair extension onto the stove, and the kitchen caught fire. When the landlord found out, he was furious and banned us from the kitchen. I put up an ad online for a chef, and a ridiculously good-looking candidate named Lance showed up the next day. So Lance, you can cook, huh? Yeah, that's why I applied for the job. Lance, your cologne is to die for. I'm not wearing any cologne. Lance, did you just fix our sink? You're such a genius. It wasn't broken, you just left the faucet on. Your biceps look like boulders. Can I touch them? I'd prefer it if you didn't. Lance was an amazing chef, a handyman, and even a gardener. One day, all of us were drooling at his abs as he pulled out weeds, when suddenly, some crazy paparazzi climbed over our garden wall. Lance ran towards them like Tom Cruise, broke their cameras, kicked their butts, and sent them running. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. I have to ask him out. No, he's mine. What? I saw him first. I don't think he's interested in dating any of us. Shut up. Who asked you? The girls cornered Lance in the hallway to get his attention. Sasha sang Lance an awful love song. Tracy did a cheerleading routine. Then Mika walked up in a bathing suit. Hey, Lance, you want to go for a swim? No thanks. I gotta get back to work. But the girls' constant flirting and fawning over Lance got so out of hand that he couldn't do his job properly since he was always trying to hide from them. One of the toilets got clogged, the shower stopped working, and the front yard was starting to look like a jungle. I can't live like this! How are we supposed to share one bathroom? I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I proposed a solution. Okay then, from here on out, Lance is off limits. No one is dating Lance. They reluctantly agreed, and we made a pact. We all left Lance alone, and soon the house started getting back to normal. A couple of months later, I threw a party and invited a bunch of rich models. Sasha, Tracy, and Mika seemed to forget about their crush on Lance in about 2 minutes. Just then, the doorbell rang and Mom walked in. Hey, honey, did you miss me? Clearly not, or you would have sent me a proper invite. Mom, actually, yes. You're right. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here now. Just for 10 minutes. I don't want to overstay where I'm not wanted. I just need to borrow a couple of dresses from you and about, $20,000. But I let you borrow $10,000 last week. Don't be cheap, honey. It's unattractive. Don't you want Mommy to buy something nice for her birthday? Your birthday isn't for another 11 months. But Mom was being pushy, and I knew she'd make a scene. So I gave her my credit card and told her to return it in 2 weeks. Just then, I noticed Lance shaking his head at me, and then he walked away. After the party, the house was a mess. So I asked the girls to help me clean up. Sorry, I have plans with my new boyfriend.
I'm allergic to dirt. I twisted my ankle. I'm gonna rest.
Okay, no problem. Sleep tight. I was up well into the night still cleaning when Lance joined me and started to help. Why are you still here? You don't need to do this. I stayed back in case you girls needed me. I don't mind. As we were cleaning, I kept catching him looking at me strangely. Okay, I can't take it any longer. Why are you staring at me like I have two heads? You're not like the others. You're a misfit. Well, that's rude. No, it's a good thing. You're beautiful, but not self-absorbed. You're smart and you seem like a really kind person. You think I'm beautiful? That's all you got from what I said? Lance gave me that strange look and went back to work. You're doing that thing with your face again. Did I do something to make you mad? Are you disappointed? Why do you care what I think? I don't know why, I just do. It's how I'm built. Want some advice? Just stop caring what others think and stop letting people push you around and use you. You deserve better. Excuse me? I am not so naive that... Really? Then how come you're the only one who's cleaning up after the party? And has your mom ever returned the money she keeps borrowing? That's none of your business. Okay. That was kinda rude. I'm sorry. Why are you always sorry? Also, would you like to go out with me sometime? What? After you just insulted me? No. I mean, I'm sorry to crush your feelings, and it feels nice to be asked out by someone like you, but no, sorry. I spent the rest of the night replaying my conversation with Lance, feeling angry. But as I cooled off, I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was right. I did a lot for Mom and the girls, and I couldn't remember the last time they did anything nice for me. The next day, I was watching my favorite MSA videos on the TV when the girls walked in and Tracy just snatched the remote from me and changed the channel. I want to watch a movie. Sunny, please sit on the other sofa.
No, Sunny, don't sit anywhere. You've got to drive me to the nail salon. Sunny, all my clothes are wrinkled. Iron them when you're back.
Lance was right. I was a pushover, and I didn't like it. No!
What do you mean, no?
I won't take you to the beauty salon. I won't iron your clothes, and I was watching TV. All you do is use me, and you don't respect me, and that's not cool. Oh, also, I'm gonna go out with Lance, and you all have boyfriends, so I don't care if you're mad. I am breaking the pact. They were shocked, and so was I. I'd never yelled at anyone in my life, and it felt good. Later that day, the girls apologized for treating me badly and promised not to take advantage of me anymore. They even gave me their blessing to date Lance, and of course, I forgave them. Lance and I started dating soon, and we had such a good time together. He helped me stand up for myself more often and gain confidence. I even booked some modeling gigs without involving Mom, and I was doing great. One evening, Mom invited me to dinner at a fancy restaurant, and I decided to introduce Lance to her there. Break up with him, honey. That boy's a waste of time. I'm sitting right here. Mom, Lance is a nice guy, and he makes me happy. He's a loser. By the way, Lance, are you gonna finish that cheesecake? Before I forget, Sonny, I need to borrow your credit card again to book a flight to Hawaii. So just give it to me after you've paid for this meal, okay? I felt a wave of rage sweep through me. No! What's that sound you just made? I've never heard it from your mouth before. Hear it now, loud and clear. No, 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 and sayonara. Oh, one last thing, you're fired. I snapped my credit card in half, grabbed Lance's hand, and stormed out of there. I'm sorry about my mom. She shouldn't have treated you that way. Don't worry about it. I'm so proud of you for standing up to her. Lance was such a supportive boyfriend, but Mom got more conniving by the minute. She started sending me dozens of texts begging me for money, and it got harder to ignore her each day. One night, Lance caught me sneaking out of the house. Where are you going? For a jog? At midnight? Fine, I admit it. I can't help myself. It's a curse. I know my mom's using me, but I can't sleep at night since I refused her money. There's no hope for me. I'm doomed. Leave now and save yourself. I started crying like a baby, and Lance pulled me into a hug. Maybe you should try giving money to a good cause, Sonny, to people who really need your help. I thought that was a great idea. The next day, Lance introduced me to his cousin Nancy, who owned a nonprofit to feed hungry kids. I was so excited to help that I wrote Nancy a big fat check. Sonny, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should think about this. No, I insist. A couple of weeks later, I donated double the amount, and the month after, I tripled it. It felt amazing! But one morning, Lance didn't show up to work and didn't answer any of my calls either. When 2 days passed by, I started getting really worried and filed a missing person report. I even called up Nancy, but her phone was off too. And then I found pictures of Lance and Nancy on social media living their best life on some beach. Lance wasn't even his real name. Their whole charity was a big scam. And duh, Nancy wasn't his cousin. I was so devastated I couldn't get out of bed, take a shower, or comb my hair for days. What is up with you, girl? You smell like a gym sock soaked in spoiled milk. Is there something living in your hair? I burst into tears and told them everything.
I knew Lance was trouble with his perfect eyes and hair. He was way too good to be true. Of course he was evil. We'll make him pay.
First, we went to the police, who put out a warrant for the pair's arrest, but they were smart and couldn't easily be found. Next, the girls and I went online and told our followers about Nancy and Lance's scam and asked for help to find them. Within minutes, we got a dozen leads. Nancy and Lance were arrested at an airport trying to leave the country. Sasha threw a party at the house to celebrate, but for some reason, I still wasn't happy. I took a walk to get some air, and I saw these kids waiting in line outside a soup kitchen. Suddenly, it turned on a light bulb in my head. Before I knew it was a fraud, it had made me really happy thinking my money was going to needy kids. I could start my own charity. Being nice didn't have to be my weakness. It could be my superpower. And now, 5 years later, I'm running soup kitchens all over the country. My model friends volunteer sometimes too. How about I perform for these kids after they've all eaten? No.
You two are just jealous.
You like my music, right, Sonny? Sasha, I love you, but I really, really, really hate your music. Sorry, I'm not that nice anymore. Look, Dad. Look at that bright, shiny star. Do you think it's Mom watching us from heaven?
Don't be ridiculous, Amara. It's just the North Star. Stars are just giant balls of hot air and matter. Come, it's time for bed.
I felt so disappointed as I walked away from the telescope. I really wanted to believe it was Mom. Dad always got so weird whenever I brought her up. It seemed like he never wanted to talk about her. My name is Amara, and people say I'm a child prodigy. My dad is a scientist, and ever since I was a kid, I've heard him say that science is the most important thing in life. And I decided that I would become a physicist like him one day. But that day came sooner than anyone had expected. You see, my teachers in school soon discovered that I was a genius, and I was bumped up quite a few grades. I was done with high school by the time I was 10 years old. By 13, I'd graduated from college, and by 16, I'd gotten my PhD in astrophysics. Soon enough, I was hired as a professor at a university where all the students were older than me. Once I entered the lecture room, and one of my students looked at me pitifully.
Are you lost, kiddo? You want some help?
Yeah, I want you to sit there and be quiet.
What?
Just take a seat. I'm your professor.
Hey, don't lie, you idiot. That's not funny. It's disrespectful.
Shut up and get lost before I make you regret the moment you saw me. The guy's face turned red and he started yelling at me.
Don't you have some respect for adults, kid? Your mama didn't raise you well, did she?
When he mentioned my mom, I got mad. Don't mention her. Don't talk like this about her, you good-for-nothing moron. And I left the room. Minutes later, I returned with the head of the department, and he introduced me to the students. Their jaws dropped open and the room was awkwardly silent. That guy looked shocked. He left and I never saw him again. I started teaching, and students really liked me and my teaching style. Even though I was really proud of everything I'd achieved so young, I sometimes envied other kids who seemed to be having fun with their family and friends. Dad was always too busy, and so was I. And I had no friends my age, except Tanya, my next-door neighbor. She was into fashion, and I never understood what she was talking about. Once, she came and said, "Amara, I feel down. I just broke up with my boyfriend." "But you broke up with him last week, no?" "Oh no, not Mike. Today I broke up with James, and tomorrow I'll dump Marcos. But after he brings me dinner. You know, food is every girl's weakness." Oh God, this girl. But speaking about weakness, one day as I was getting ready to get to work, I saw the most awful tweet on my phone that changed my life forever. Joan Feynman had died. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I knew she was 93 years old, but she was a pioneer in astrophysics and my personal heroine. I was so devastated that I could barely focus on my lessons that day. That evening, Dad asked me what was wrong. I told him I was really shaken by my idol's death.
Oh, that's so pathetic, Amara. To feel sad about someone's death? That's just so silly. I thought you were more mature than this.
Dad, she's my role model.
I can't believe you're like this. You're too emotional to be a real scientist. So disappointing.
I bit my tongue and didn't tell him that NASA had offered me a position on the International Space Station. I just went into my room. I decided to watch a documentary instead. It was about how single women who don't have boyfriends live shorter lives than those who get married. It seemed silly at first, but then they presented hard scientific evidence, and I was convinced I did not want to die young. And then I got a brilliant idea. I should have a boyfriend. It's not like I was dying to have a boyfriend. I just really needed to test out this theory. When I walked downstairs for breakfast, I made an announcement. Dad, what do you think about me having a boyfriend? My dad almost dropped his fork into the food he was eating.
A boyfriend? Why?
I'm just a human with emotions, Dad. I deserve to love and be loved.
What does that even mean? You're too young to have a boyfriend.
Oh? Weren't I young when you made me work as a professor?
That's something else. It's because you're the smartest kid I've ever seen.
Oh, so I'm smart to teach and not smart enough to have a boyfriend.
Romance is for dumb people only.
Oh, Dad, I made my decision. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just letting you know.
I can't believe you're doing this. You're like animals now, like a monkey.
Oh, I don't mind being a monkey. I just want to live longer.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, Dad. You won't get it. Dad didn't look pleased at all, but he didn't say anything else. We ate in silence and I left for work. I had to meet lots of guys. I reached home and called my friend Tanya. I want to have a boyfriend.
What? Is this a prank?
Oh, come on, Tanya. I'm just a girl like you.
You are?
Tanya, I'm serious. I need your help.
Okay. You want one?
One what?
One boyfriend or more?
Oh, no. I would just like to start with one, please.
But what did your dad say about this?
Oh, him? He's evil. Trust me. He doesn't want me to have a life, but I'm done listening to him. Tanya then downloaded a bunch of dating apps on my phone. I worked on my profile and put up my best picture that showed me winning the government grant last year for special research. I didn't have a single request in days. What's wrong, Tanya? Don't guys like smart girls? Oh, poor Amara. Just come with me. I had no idea about the torture waiting for me there. I hated shopping, and she dragged me through stores, picking out short pink skirts and Hello Kitty tops. But Tanya, no one would take me seriously at work if I wore this stuff. And no one is going to send you a request on the app if you have a picture of yourself in a lab coat. Just try it on. It's a really cute look. She took me to the salon next for some extremely painful procedures. I was being attacked by thread and wax and hair tongs, after which those women proceeded to slap makeup onto my face. Next, Tanya took some pictures for me and uploaded them onto the app. When I looked at the dating profile, I couldn't recognize the face I saw. I shook my head and went along with it. Apparently, Tanya was onto something because soon enough my phone was buzzing with notifications. It had worked. The next day, I went dressed exactly as Tanya had taught me. As I was walking out the door, Dad looked like he was about to have a fit. The first boy said I didn't look anything like the picture on my profile, and I needed to learn how to apply makeup better. The second one didn't even let me get a word in. He just kept talking about his bodybuilding and kept asking me to touch his biceps. Boy number 3 was just really angry about everything and shouted at the waiter for not giving him ketchup with his fries. The fourth one just sat silently for 30 minutes before he said he had a session with his therapist, and he just left me to pay the bill. In 3 days, I had 14 dates, and it was clear something wasn't working. I needed to meet people who I had something in common with. I decided to make a list of all my favorite science and cultural clubs and museums. And from the next day, I attended every meeting and party. I went to classical concerts and painting exhibitions and tried to talk to every boy I could find. I finally met a guy who seemed really interesting. Sam. We spent 3 evenings discussing books, physics, and our favorite insects. Then on the 4th date, I noticed his phone ringing when he was in the bathroom. We were in a quiet cafe and the loud trilling made everyone glare in my direction. I quickly picked up the phone and said, "Sam's phone, who's calling?" The answer on the other end made me almost drop the phone. His girlfriend. Who are you? I was shocked and threw it to Sam, who had just come back to the table. When he saw who it was, he looked at me speechlessly, and I just walked out. I was devastated. I went back home and clutched onto my NASA acceptance letter and sobbed. I sobbed because all boys seemed like jerks, but after a day of staying in bed, I decided I needed to continue with my experiment. I had to find someone single. I booked an appointment with the internet's finest matchmaker and set off to meet them. When I told them all my details, they said my IQ was too high and they didn't have anyone who could be matched with me. Fed up and angry, I stomped home. My dad, who had been watching all these changes silently, stopped me that day.
Amara, what has gotten into you? Why are you behaving like such a stupid person?
Something inside me snapped, and I yelled at him. "You never talk about Mom and her death. You never once asked me how I felt when she left us. You mocked me when I told you I felt sad over my idol's death. I'm really scared, and I'm just doing all of this because I don't want to end up alone." And with that, I just stormed off to my room in tears, and Dad didn't follow. When I came down the next day, my father had made my favorite pancakes. That surprised me. He gave me some coffee and sat me down. I was shocked to see him clutching a picture of Mom.
Your mom was the love of my life. Her death devastated me, and no science or logic can explain that pain, so I don't talk about it. I don't know how to.
I stared at my father. I couldn't believe he was talking about his feelings.
I'm sorry that I was selfish and never let you express or process your emotions. You were only a kid, and it's your loss too. And the only reason to be with someone is because they're your soulmate, not some stupid study.
A tear slid down my cheek. I told Dad about the NASA mission, and he hugged me in delight. I emailed NASA back the next day and accepted their offer. I flew to the training session and finished my lessons. In 3 months, I was on the International Space Station. I couldn't believe I was in space. I looked at the stars around me and felt closer to my mother than ever before. It was beautiful. I stared at Earth in the distance and felt a surge of happiness. I felt free. 2 months later, I was back on Earth, and I got into the plane to go back home. The seat next to me was empty, and then I heard a voice.
"Hey, Amara."
I turned and saw a man with spectacles and a kind smile. Peter? It was my old school friend Peter, who had left school early. We laughed and talked about old memories. At the end of the flight, he asked me for my number.
"Amara, would it be okay if I asked you out sometime? I always had a crush on you."
I smiled and said yes. Hi, I'm Maria from Mexico. Everyone called me the Crystal Girl because I was so delicate and always at risk of getting hurt. In fact, my whole life was caught inside a bubble. But before continuing, don't forget to like and subscribe to My Story Animated. Once when I was little, I hurt my 2 little arms and cried so much. When Mom saw me cry and suffer as a newborn baby, she went crazy and grew crazier since then. "Maria, don't get on there!" "No, Maria, you know you can't play on the swings. You can't ride a bike. No, no, no!" When I was 7, Mom made a protective shield around me, so I literally grew up in a bubble. Life was not easy living like that. I never had friends. I never went to birthday parties, movies, the sea, or shopping. My whole world was those 4 walls inside my house. I was even educated at home. Mom played at being my classmate. Is there anything more creepy than that? "Maria, do you want us to go to recess together?" "Mom, you're not a girl. You're my mother. I want to go to school. Please, I beg you." "Oh, Maria, how funny you are. Let's play in the yard. The one that arrives last loses." I hate my life. The years went by. Mom decided to change the bubble models, and I got them air-conditioned. My life was boring, very boring. and Mom was becoming crazier and crazier. One day when I was 9, Mom left the front door open. I tried to get through it, but my bubble got caught in the middle of the door frame and I was trapped there for 3 hours. All my neighbors saw me and made fun of me, but something that I had never seen in real life approached. A little puppy. I managed to get my hand out of the bubble and touched it. The puppy drooled at me, and it was the grossest and most exciting thing so far. Of course, Mom punished me. No TV for a whole week! But when I was 12, something unbelievable just happened. Maria, come here. I want to introduce you. Meet Mario, your new friend. We said hello, and Mom gave us a list of things that are forbidden and another list of things that are allowed. But Mom only let us play chess and put together puzzles and watch documentaries of wild animals? Take it or leave. It's okay, Mrs. Lopez. We will be fine. And I was looking at him like an alien. The only person I had ever seen up close was Mom, and she wasn't very pretty. Mario had dark skin and green eyes, and when he spoke, he moved his hands exaggeratedly. He almost spoke with his hands. Mario hadn't seen many people either. Maybe yes, but definitely not one like me. Mario became my best friend. With my mom looking at us all the time, we invented a secret language through chess. Maria, I have to talk with you. Tell me, Mario. I'm in love with you. And I'm in love with you. Are we a couple? We are. Mario and I became inseparable. We communicate telepathically. One day, Mom had a very bad cold. She sneezed, coughed constantly, but thanks to the cough syrup, she fell asleep. Yep, it was my time to get closer to Mario. Psst, Mario, come here. Are you sure? Yes. And this is how I got my first kiss. What do you two think you're doing? Mario Pinto Fresias, get out of here right now. Do you want to spread a plague to my daughter? No, Mom, please. Mrs. Lopez, please, don't hurt me. And so I was locked behind Mom's bars again, and I never saw Mario again. My heart was broken, but Mom didn't care. I became a very quiet teenager. I read the books that Mom bought me. With not many options, I made up a parallel world within mine. When I looked at an illustration in a book, I managed to get inside it with my mind. I was in the jungle. I stroked elephants. I fought with lions. Another day, I flew to the moon. I was an astronaut, and I nailed a flag on Mars. One not-so-fun day, I got into a scary story, and I quickly fled from there. Another 2 years passed, and no one came to rescue me. When I turned 16, I managed to convince my mother that I wasn't going to break into 1,000 pieces. My method was not very conventional. Maria Lopez, get down from the top of that table right now. You will get your hand broken. You already know that you are very delicate. I'm not getting off, Mom. I am not made of glass. Enough, Maria. You are punished. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm 16 years old. You can't have me in a bubble anymore. Well, no bubble, but you will take these pills. What pills are those? No questions. You take them. It sounded better than the suffocating bubble, so I agreed to take those remedies. But strangely, I started to feel weak, practically unable to get out of bed. Those days passed me like a nightmare. I was totally scared. I didn't know what would happen to me, and my mom was getting crazier every day. I turned 17 and decided not to take my pills anymore. When Mom brought them, I was lucid enough to start pushing them aside in my mouth. When Mom left, I spit them out and hid them in a jar. I was better without the pills, but I didn't want to hold on anymore. One night, I decided to flee. At the train station, I made a list of all the dreams that I had been waiting to fulfill and that I had only imagined. To travel, parachute, go to a water park, learn to swim, and swim in open water, run a karting race, try an exotic food, make friends, take revenge on Mom, fall in love, write a book. All these dreams looked impossible, as I had nothing but myself and my bag. To travel, I needed money. I started singing on a corner, and with the money I raised, I was able to get away from there. I danced in the rain, I made friends, I could feel what it feels like to be alive. At last, the jail was over. One day I climbed a cliff, and when I was there, so high up, feeling that I could breathe freely, I thought of Mom and all that she made me miss by not leaving her house. I told myself I was never gonna let anyone lock me up again. And of course, I fell in love. Jose, the guitarist, had olive skin and the most beautiful honey-colored eyes. We spent a month together and he was a great traveling companion. I didn't want to tie myself to anything or anyone, but Jose couldn't understand, and he left. I had my list of dreams to fulfill, and that was all I had in mind. I traveled and traveled, did things that thrilled me. When I ran a go-kart race, sadly, I had an accident, and I broke down. That's not because I am made of glass. It just happens when one lives. It strikes. But while I was unconscious, they called my mother. When I opened my eyes for the first time after the accident, I saw her huge, on top of me. I felt totally collapsed. It was like the freedom and happiness I had never existed. Easy, Maria, my little one. Here I am to take care of you. Look how you ended up. No, Mom. I don't want you to take care of me anymore. You make me sick. Sorry, Maria. Here's the rule. I have your custody because you can't take care of yourself. You won't get away with it. I think the medication is confusing you a bit. Mom is going to take care of you. Stay calm. And just like that, this doctor was whom I could talk to telepathically because, coincidentally, it was Mario. Mario, thank God it's you. You have to save me. Of course, Maria. I'm never leaving you again. Ma'am, are you responsible for this young lady? Yes, I am the only one responsible. She is very sick and she cannot take care of herself. Mario, tell this to Mom. Exactly everything I tell you. Very well. What a good mother. So devoted. As you know, your daughter has a very serious fracture. We're going to operate on her. No, I will not be separated from my daughter again. I'm going into the surgery room with her. Please, have a glass of water. We put Mom to sleep with a powerful sedative. We left her at the hospital. Mario left a very clear indication. This patient must start psychological therapy. And because of that, I took revenge on my mother. And at the same time, I fell in love. And so, I checked my wish numbers 8 and 9 off the list. Mario asked me to marry him, but I said no. I didn't want to get married yet. We have all the time in the world. And so, we wrote a new wish list, but this time together. Wondering what happened to my last wish? Write a book? Right now, I am writing the last sentence of my book. And this is my story, how the crystal girl turned to steel.
Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday.
Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle.
I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her. Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty.
If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous.
I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark. And even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok?
What do I do with this?
Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics. But why? Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment.
The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my god, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue?
Look, I lost. 'Cause of you.
Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game. And let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long, and... Oh, no. Okay, how about a bubble making competition? Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance... Here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna. Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever? How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe, if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. She's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I like, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me? No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed, and Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room, and then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in, but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no.
I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate.
Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself.
You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this.
But she likes you.
You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again.
Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone. No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one. I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone? Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies, gave her notes telling her how sorry I was, even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories, but nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay. I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped, together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore, but I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go, tell him how you really feel. Really? I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive, and you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere.
I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I pounded on the first door I saw. Open the door, please.
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
He's after me.
What? Who?
Help me! No, don't go outside! Okay, hold on. Let's get some context here. I'm Luna, and I was born in a small town in Switzerland. Before we go any further, like and subscribe to hear my story. Thank you! It took my mom hours to give birth to me. So much so that doctors and nurses figured it would be okay to take a lunch break since they'd be there forever. Maybe it's cause I was scared with everyone there, but as soon as the room was empty and my dad took a bite of a sandwich, I decided to come through. My mom gave birth to me pretty much by herself. What a hero. We should name her Heidi. Really? The most ridiculous Swiss name you could think of? We might as well have named her Cheese Fondue or Swiss Army Knife. After arguing over it, they agreed on Luna. Luna means moon in Italian. It's no wonder that I grew up to be a dreamer. When my parents split, I was a little upset. Pack your suitcase. We're leaving. In order to keep me from destroying our house, Mom decided to take me on a trip and explore the world. Life was amazing. Why don't we travel the world for the rest of our lives? Mom was skeptical. I just graduated high school. It's the perfect time to take a break. And how will we afford that if I don't work? Ugh, see, the Lunas of this world, the dreamers, we aren't made for sitting in classrooms for hours. So we're not gonna travel the world? I'm not saying we won't. I'm saying I won't. And with that, she just gave me a wink that could have meant two things. Either she was giving me the green light to go on this trip alone, or she had something in her eye. Either way, I was left feeling confused and a little nervous. I had never traveled without her before. I mean, she was the one who packed my bags and reminded me to put on clean undies. But there was no turning back now. I ran out of things to break in the house, and Mom was starting to look at me like a caged animal. I needed to get out of there before I started gnawing on the furniture. When I told my mom I planned to go to Australia, she looked at me like I had announced I was joining the circus. Australia? That's on the other side of the world. Yes, because I got the best deal. I used my student card to get the cheapest package to Australia during peak season, and there were no other countries available. So I had to act fast since there was only one spot left. Do you know how big the spiders are in Australia? Of course I knew, but I had refused to Google anything about Australia out of fear I'd get too afraid to go. I had to do this. It was now or never. Obviously, she wasn't thrilled, but I went to grab my suitcase from the attic, feeling excited for my trip until I saw
saw a spider. It wasn't a horror movie spider, just a tiny one that I could easily crush with a tissue. But my phobia of spiders caused me to panic, and that tiny one looked like a giant 8-legged beast. I wanted to scream and run, but my legs were frozen in place. I swear, I could hear the Jaws theme playing in my head as I slowly reached for the door, trying not to alert the spider that I was there. I managed to shut the door without letting out a scream, but as soon as I was back downstairs, all hell broke loose. I started hyperventilating, my arms flailing around like some sort of demented windmill. The next day, Mom dropped me at the airport. I'm gonna miss you. You can still change your mind and come with me. You know I can't. The trip to Sydney took forever, like at least 40 hours. I was daydreaming about my future. What if I fell in love with a handsome, sun-tanned Australian? What if the universe had this planned for me all along? As I made my way toward the airport exit, I realized I had no idea where my ride was supposed to pick me up. Frantically checking my phone, I noticed that my battery was almost dead.
Luna, Miss Luna.
He looked like a driver, but what if he was a stranger trying to trick me? My heart was racing as I hesitantly made my way towards him. As I got closer, I realized he was indeed my ride. I let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. As soon as we got into the car, the driver started blasting music that was way too loud. I tried to ask him to turn it down, but he couldn't hear me over the noise. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I realized I'd forgotten to convert my currency. How was I supposed to pay for anything without any Australian dollars? I started to panic when we pulled up to my apartment. As I made my way out of the car, I heard a loud crash behind me. Turning around, I saw that my massive suitcase had fallen out of the trunk and was now spilling its contents all over the pavement.
Oh no, let me help you. Here, let me get that for you. Don't worry about it. This ride is on me.
He drove away, and I was stunned by how nice Australians were. As I reached for my wallet to check my funds, I realized with horror that it was missing. That sneaky driver must have swiped it while I was distracted by the chaos of my spilled suitcase. I couldn't believe it. I had just been robbed by the same guy who pretended to help me. I had only a little food left and chump change in my bag. I had to find my thief immediately, or I would starve. That day had been a total dumpster fire. But then I saw something that caught my eye outside my apartment window. There was the driver, standing by the beach with a surfboard. I immediately ran downstairs and headed towards the beach. I looked around frantically, trying to spot my driver. After a few moments, I saw him in the water riding a wave. Without a second thought, I decided to steal a surfboard and join him in the water. As I made my way into the ocean, ready to catch my thief, wham! What the heck just happened?
Is she okay?
That must have hurt. As I opened my eyes, I saw a bunch of people surrounding me. Ouch! My face was hurting. So after I got up, the lifeguards told me that you should never enter the water holding your surfboard in front of you. Waves will hit the board and slam it right into your face. But I didn't care about any of that. My thief was gone, and I still had this board that I had borrowed and wasn't sure where to return it. That's Adam's board.
Huh? Adam?
He lives in that building. The girl was pointing at my apartment complex. Great. I grabbed the surfboard and headed back to my building. If I mentioned that my apartment was located on the 40th floor, the surfboard didn't even fit in the elevator. So I walked up 40 floors with the heavy board to make it back home. The next day, I woke up sore, but ready to find my thief and, well, give this Adam guy his surfboard back. I grabbed the board and headed for the elevator. I wasn't going near those stairs again. The surfboard would most certainly survive the fall, right? I shoved the board through the window and let it fall. I mean, who was gonna notice? Ouch! I scanned the beach like a hawk trying to spot my thief, but I couldn't see beyond the waves. I needed to get everyone out of the water to identify the culprit. Shark! Shark! Everyone came running out of the water in a frenzy, but as soon as they realized there was no danger, they looked at me like I was the crazy one. And the worst part, the thief was nowhere to be seen. That night, I decided to make myself a fondue. Yeah, kinda gross to have melted cheese in the summer, but I was missing home. As I was about to finish melting the cheese on the stove, my fire alarm started screaming at me. I immediately grabbed a towel and hurriedly waved it under the fire alarm. It was useless. This thing wouldn't stop. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Was someone here with me? I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I opened the first door I saw.
Hey, who are you and what are you doing in my apartment?
He's after me.
What? Who?
Help me! No, don't go outside. Wow, he was so cute that I almost forgot about my fire alarm that was blasting in the background and the fact that someone was after me. Fire. Alarm. Stranger. Apartment. My neighbor was kind enough to check every closet and corner. No one was there. He also fixed my fire alarm. And by helping me fix it, I mean that he literally tore it off my ceiling. I just hoped that the building wouldn't catch on fire while I was asleep because I no longer had a fire alarm. Thank you so much. You saved me.
Happy to help. I'm here for anything you need. I'm Adam, by the way.
Luna, like the...
Moo, I love it.
Wait, are you the Adam?
Oh, wow, you're the thief.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it to go after my thief. He smiled and winked. Was he not believing me, or was he flirting? Well, I didn't have time for this. I had a thief to catch. I called the driver's company, but they were as helpful as a chocolate teapot. I walked out of my apartment, hoping I'd find him at the beach again, and almost stepped on something, a small box of chocolate. It had a note on it. When I opened it, it said, "Welcome, Luna." Aw, obviously this was from Adam. And Celia? So, my handsome neighbor had a girlfriend. Clearly, he wasn't flirting with me and thought my thief story was a lie. I laid in bed that night, exhausted and annoyed, wishing for a good night's sleep. But that didn't happen. I woke up around 3 a.m. that night. Something felt off. I was sure I wasn't alone, but with a quick look around my small studio, I saw no one. Then why did it feel like I was being watched? As I looked at my ceiling, I saw it. The spider. I'm talking a big, hairy, 8-legged nightmare that could have easily passed for a small dog. How did it end up in my apartment on the 40th floor? I won't admit it, but I was tearing up. I needed help, but who could I call at 3 a.m.? Mom. With the time difference, it was daytime for her. I immediately FaceTimed her. Hey, honey. Mom, there's a monster in my apartment. As I looked up at my ceiling, it was gone. Without thinking for a second, I jumped up and looked around. Where was it? Was I dreaming? Are you okay, honey? Mom, there's a huge spider. Remember what I always tell you. The spider is probably more afraid of you than you are of it. Behind you! It must have fallen behind my bed somehow. I swear that at that moment, the spider gave me a judgmental look.
Don't you dust behind your bed?
Mom, what do? I aimed the phone toward the spider to show my mom. Stop zooming in! I'm not! This thing is huge! I felt a wave of panic wash over me. My heart started racing, and my palms began to sweat. Mom, I can't do anything by myself. I'm useless alone. Someone stole my wallet, and now there's a huge spider, and I can't achieve anything without you.
That's not true, Luna. When Dad left, I thought I was never going to be able to do anything alone, but I was able to. I survived. You can make it through anything.
And just then, the screen went black. My phone died at the worst time. The spider was still there, and I was alone. I grabbed the nearest object I could find, which happened to be a travel guide. But as I raised it up to strike the spider, I started to have second thoughts. What if I missed and it crawled on me? Or worse, what if I missed and it called for all its spider friends to come and get me? There was no one to save me. I considered calling the police, but I was afraid they'd lock me up for disturbing them over a spider. I stood still watching the spider. It was looking back at me like we were in some Western movie scene. Eventually, I made a move toward it, hoping I could scare it away, but it wasn't scared. It lifted its legs, ready to attack. Okay, the spider wasn't going anywhere, so I did what anyone would have done. I slept on my doormat. A few hours later, I was woken up by my neighbor Adam.
Luna, what are you doing?
Spider, huge.
Oh, you must have met a huntsman spider. They're great. They eat mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes? I'm surprised this thing doesn't eat cows. It's huge. Adam was laughing. He helped me up and looked me in my eyes.
You could have knocked at my door.
So I wasn't wrong. He was hitting on me. I didn't want to wake up your girlfriend.
My girlfriend? Oh, Celia? That's my sister and current roommate.
Oh, and just then, he pulled out my wallet from his back pocket. How?
My dad owns the building. I told him about what happened with your driver, and he mentioned that a tenant found a wallet on the floor outside. It must have fallen when you walked out of the car.
I suddenly felt terribly embarrassed. I was running after my driver, thinking he stole my wallet, when in reality, he truly was a kind local who gave me a ride for free and helped me with my suitcase. Adam gave me one of his perfect smiles.
Want to go surfing?
As the universe was handing me my wallet back and a handsome Australian, I felt compelled to decline. I think I'm good. I'm gonna pack my stuff and go home. He was surprised, but nodded respectfully. I packed in record speed to avoid another encounter with Dracula Spider and headed for the airport. As much as I appreciated Adam's gesture of returning my wallet, going surfing with him sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, the guy lived in his dad's building. Talk about dependent behavior. It was like looking in a mirror and realizing I needed to stop relying on my mom so much. The truth is that ever since Dad left, I was running away from my problems by traveling. feeling, but if I ever wanted to grow up to be an independent adult, I needed to confront my fears head on, even if it meant facing spiders the size of cars. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was able to weave my way out of this tangled web of fear, and it felt good. I was going back home, and I'm not running away from my problems ever again. Hey, I'm Iris from Atlanta, and I'm a triplet. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. While Mom was pregnant, she was told by the doctor that she was having twins, but I popped out right after my brother, making 3 of us: Ileana, Isaac, and me. Dad wasn't around for most of our childhood. He was the assistant vice president at a huge music production company and was always busy with some meeting or event. But Mom showered us with love and attention. She would sing upbeat songs in the morning and hum soothing lullabies each night. Plus, she bought us whatever we wanted with Dad's money. One of my earliest memories was when she gifted us with a karaoke machine as kids. The 3 of us sang all the time, and Mom never got annoyed. Encore! Encore! Sometimes she would join in too. She had a great voice. By 8, my siblings and I were called the Turner Threes, and we had some serious musical talents. Ileana could sing just like Mom. Isaac played great riffs on the guitar, and I rocked out on the drums. One day, the live band that was hired to play at our parents' anniversary party canceled at the last minute. Mom suggested we play, and we did. It was awesome. Soon, the Turner Threes were playing at all the family events. Things stayed pretty entertaining throughout middle school, but then life took an unexpected turn during our freshman year of high school. One day, Ileana, Isaac, and I were relaxing by the pool when we heard a loud thud inside the house. We found Mom unconscious on the floor. It turned out that she had a stroke and would need at least 3 months to recover. Then, Dad lost his job shortly after. The company he worked for lost a massive copyright infringement lawsuit. Dad needed to find work soon to pay for Mom's medical bills and keep the roof over our heads. He took up the first job he could find, freelancing as an agent for local musicians. One evening, Dad invited a client over for a business meeting who overheard the 3 of us practicing our music. I heard him ask Dad about the music coming from down the hall.
My kids have a band thing, just for family events.
The client requested to hear more of our songs and suggested Dad help us book bigger shows.
They're pretty good. If you set up their career now, they'll have some real financial independence in the future.
For the first time, Dad took interest in our music and took his client's advice. And soon we were playing at cafes, restaurants, and private events. We weren't making much, but it was a start. Dad didn't have the same positive attitude though, especially as Mom's recovery was taking a while. The bills were never ending and his savings were running low. He was always in a sour mood and fell into a deep depression. But despite her health issues, Mom kept cheering us on. Keep playing, keep sharing your talent. So we stayed consistent. Thankfully, by our junior year of high school, the Turner Threes got more popular. We had enough gigs to keep the house and help Mom medically. But Dad was so depressed that he stopped work altogether. He barely left his man cave. Halfway through the school year, extracurricular activities began taking up a lot of time. Ileana excelled in her studies and joined the AP Physics Club to get a head start on college credit. Isaac was naturally gifted at baseball and became co-captain. And I was one of the best actresses in the theater class. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. It was getting harder trying to balance school, shows, and home finances, and it seemed like the Turner Threes' differences were splitting us apart.
I think you should sing at a higher pitch.
Baseball puns? Seriously? I don't need advice from you. This band would be nothing without me. You're not that special, Ileana. I have Mom's voice. What do you have? The arguments were getting ridiculous. Then one day, we got invited to a music competition. First place would get $10,000. I was over the moon, but Ileana, I have a test to study for, and I can't afford to mess up my 4.0 streak for some songs. Some songs? Our music has been keeping the bills paid. But Ileana was adamant. Isaac and I went to the competition anyway and tried to make do with what we had. We were practicing in our room backstage and trying to sing together, but we just couldn't hit the right key. Just then, we heard a voice behind us. I could sing, if you want. I turned around, and a girl with a blue afro and a turtleneck was leaning against the door. And you are Kat. Kat was apparently the only child of the venue owner. I never get to perform, but it sounds like you two could use some extra help.
You can't just barge in here and join our band.
Maybe she can help, Isaac. Why don't you sing something for us, Kat? Kat opened her mouth to sing, and the voice that came out was horrible.
Is this girl serious?
I couldn't believe such a hideous voice came from such a gorgeous girl. Let's just say nails on a chalkboard sound better. We're on in 10 minutes, and this is what we've got? I need some air. Frantic, I left the room. The view from the balcony was relaxing. I remembered the melody Mom hummed to us as kids and started to sing along to it to calm down faster. Your voice is good. I turned around and saw Kat walking toward me. You know, you could just sing and this entire problem could be fixed, right? And you don't need to sing with Isaac. He's holding you back. And I could play a simple beat on the drums. I promise. I'm better at drums than singing. I mean, I had trouble trusting her after her horrible audition, but maybe it was the only option we had right now. So we decided to follow Kat's plan. Isaac stayed on the guitar, Kat got on the drums, which she was surprisingly not bad at, and I stepped up in front of the mic. To our surprise, the crowd loved our performance. We got second place with a cash reward of $5,000, which was great. And we were invited back in 3 months for the next showcase. Later, on my way to our backstage room, I found Ileana waiting in the hall. I was so mad to see her there. You're bold to show up here, considering you were willing to let us fail. We're the Turner 2s now, Ileana. I wanted to make her feel bad, but what she said shocked me. Good, you've got that sorted out because I'm leaving the band permanently. What? She explained she wanted to dedicate herself to her studies and the band was taking too much of her time. This pays the bills. What about Mom? A real job with a real degree also pays the bills. I need to focus on college so I can have a better future and also take care of our parents. Both Mom and Dad didn't graduate from college and look where they are now. That's not fair, Ileana. Mom is sick. Education won't stop you from getting sick. Plus, Dad had a good job. Life happens. Well, I'd rather have my education to fall back on when accidents happen. Plus, education will give me the job I need to pay for medical expenses if I get sick. And with that, she stormed out. At the music showcase after party, I found myself sitting alone outside. I hadn't even broken the bad news to Isaac yet. Soon after, Kat joined me, asking why I looked so worried. And I ended up spilling everything about our family problems and Ileana's selfishness. Sorry you're going through all that. Why don't you take your mind off of it for a bit and enjoy your win for a few hours? So we went back inside, and I was glad for the distraction. There were CEOs, music producers, and of course, super attractive celebrities. One woman came up to me and introduced herself as Riza, and then she pulled out a contact card and shoved it into my hand. You've got some raw talent. The world needs to see it. Sounds like something my mom would say. Your mom sounds like a smart woman. Since there was no changing Ileana's mind, we recruited Kat as a permanent member of our band. With practice, she got better on the drums, and we quickly fell into sync. We continued participating in competitions Riza signed us up for, and making money. And Kat and I grew super close. We painted each other's nails. I love this color. Shared clothes. Wow, do you only wear turtlenecks? Did each other's hair. A high puff looks so good on you. And I love the middle part on you. Plus, Kat and Mom hit it off. She even met Dad one time and didn't judge how scruffy he looked or acted. But Ileana didn't like her at all. Anytime she saw Kat, she would glare at her from across the room and then go off in the opposite direction. I'd become so annoyed with Ileana that I tried to get Kat to help me prank her. I typed up a fake acceptance letter to a prestigious university and slipped it under her door. Kat didn't approve, but I did it anyway. Ileana was so excited when she saw the letter, it was comical. When I told her it was fake, her happy bubble popped. Honestly, it felt good seeing her get humbled, but Kat was clearly disappointed in me. We were hanging in the kitchen before practice one night when Ileana walked in. Hey, how was it at the library? But Ileana just made her way to her room without even acknowledging Kat, and she kept behaving like that all the time. One day, Kat and I were keeping Mom company at the hospital for her checkup when Ileana randomly showed up. Oh, I didn't expect to see her here. Hey, Ileana. Of course, Ileana Ileana pushed past Kat and went straight to Mom. It made things so awkward. Even the nurse looked uncomfortable. Mom, how are you doing? Honey, I think Kat said hi to you. Ileana looked Kat up and down, rolled her eyes, and continued talking to Mom. I was so fed up with her. I couldn't take it anymore. What is wrong with you? Kat has helped this family stay afloat by joining the band, and that's how you treat her? I was so angry I could feel my face burning. Calm down, Iris. Yeah, Iris, this isn't the time or place. Let's get some air. What is this turtleneck-wearing weirdo even doing here? And I don't owe her anything. She didn't join the band to help our family. She just did it because she was some friendless loser. I lunged at Ileana, but the nurses came between us. Kat grabbed me by my arm quickly and dragged me out of the room. We went for a walk and then sat down on some swings so I could breathe. You're still fuming. She's just so rude. And since she's my sister, I'll yell back unapologetically. Kat stopped swinging and turned to me with a serious look. She lowered her turtleneck and held up a dainty necklace with a locket. This is my brother Austin. I thought you were an only child. Now I am. Austin got into a car accident with my mom when he was 10. Mom made it, he didn't. What? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you ever say anything? I don't like to talk about it because I feel guilty. Why? She explained how much she and her brother argued a lot growing up. They would fight over who would use the bathroom first, who would get the biggest slice of cake. Yeah, but that's normal sibling stuff. Before he left the house the morning of the accident, we got into a screaming fest over some video game. The last thing I said to him was that life would be better if he just didn't exist. Kat's eyes started watering. I felt horrible for everything she'd experienced, including the drama with me and Ileana. I've been so focused on being angry and making money, I've let it ruin my relationship with Ileana. The good thing is that you realized arguments aren't always worth it. A few weeks passed, and Mom was recovering well at home. I also asked Risa to help find Dad a job, and she actually got him an interview. Things were looking up, but even though I made an effort to stop arguing with Ileana, we still weren't talking. One evening, Kat, Isaac, and I were heading to a gig when Ileana got home. She walked past us silently, but I told Kat and Isaac to go sit in the car, and I followed her. Wait, can we talk, please? Like normal people? I miss you. Ileana turned around. Tears were streaming down her face. I miss you too, Iris. If singing isn't your passion anymore, it's totally okay. It was wrong of me to be mad at you for that, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I was overwhelmed with school, and then I got really jealous of Kat. Yeah, I don't want to do music anymore, but I felt like I got replaced really quickly. You're my sister. No one can come in the middle of that. Now how about you drop studying for one night and come see us perform? I'd love that. Hi, I'm Katie from San Francisco. Before I tell you more, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad is a rich business investor, and Mom was a world-famous fashion model, and I was just like her, only prettier. With my silver locks, blue eyes, and the bone structure of a goddess, people would trip over their shoelaces to see me, and I was insanely popular in school. But at home, my twin brother Robert took the cake. Unlike me, who liked to go out with friends and parties, Robert spent his time at home getting straight A's in school and helping Dad in business, and he never forgot to rub his achievements in my face. It seems dear Dad was so pleased with my assistance in that lucrative deal that he decided to give me the world on a silver platter. And by world, I mean private jet. What are you babbling about? Talk like a normal person. Dad's gifting me a jet. Good, now use it to find someone who can tolerate you for more than 30 seconds. Oh wait, that's impossible. Say what you want. I know you're jealous. In your dreams, loser. That weekend, I bawled my eyes out in front of Dad to buy me the most expensive pair of shoes, and Robert hated it. He couldn't stop complaining about how I was a good-for-nothing spoiled brat. But it wasn't my fault that I had more sparkling personality than he did. But despite being the definition of perfection, there was one thing I wasn't so good at, being smart. Like this one time, my ex told me that his dad was an indie author, and I agreed to date him because I thought he was half Indian. But later I found out he was fully white. Such a liar. I hate liars, so I broke up with him. I later knew the meaning of the word indie, but whatever. Also, I was really gullible, and people were always taking advantage of me. And this one time, I got a zit a week before my Sweet 16 party, and this girl in my school sold me some kind of magic potion. A
Apply it twice a day using peacock feathers only. The secret ingredient is sourced from the purest water of River Ganges in India. So always say a big namaste before applying this. Got it. Say namaste and apply it with peacock feathers. Wait, where am I gonna find a peacock? Try the zoo?
Of course that girl was lying, and I ended up breaking out worse than ever. I swore never to fall for another trick like this again, but a week later, I was shopping online and ended up falling for a credit card fraud scam. When Dad found out, he was not happy.
You take everything for granted, Katie. Look at Robert. He's your age and already helping me with business. Why can't you be more like him?
Because then I'll have to be boring like he is.
I'm not boring. I just don't like blowing up money on useless things like you do.
It's called experiencing life. You should try it. It's fun.
And you should try to become more responsible instead of being so spoiled and selfish.
Blah, blah, blah. You're such a snooze fest.
Okay, I've had enough. Robert is right. You need to understand the value of money. That's why I'm taking your credit card away.
How am I supposed to pay for things then?
Just come to the office tomorrow and I'll find you a job. Earn your money and the card is yours.
I did what Dad said and went to the office, but I was bad at everything. I jacked up the printer, spilled coffee on expensive documents, and mailed the wrong file to the wrong client, which cost us a huge deal. I tried apologizing, but Dad blasted me in front of the whole office, cut me off for 3 months, and it was super embarrassing. I was sobbing in the lift lobby when Robert walked up to me.
Can you stop hyperventilating? It's not the end of the world.
Of course it is. I need money for clothes, makeup, shopping. I cannot be seen in the same outfit twice. Oh my God, this is a mess.
Your materialism is nauseating. But if you want, I'll talk to Dad to reinstate your privileges.
Really? You would do that for me?
Only if you do something for me. There's this guy in my school, Jason, who's constantly knocking me off the top spot. Your job is to make him fall in love with you and keep him distracted.
You want me to impress a guy? I can do it in my sleep, with a face mask on while getting a pedicure.
Let me finish. If Jason knows you're my sister, he'll never entertain you. You need to get a makeover. You're dyeing your silver hair and wearing lenses. You'll still be pretty, but not I descended from the heavens pretty. Now, do we have a deal?
How do I know you won't back out?
I won't. I'm a man of my word.
Yeah. Not gonna cut it. I'm shedding my beautiful personality to help you, so I need reassurance.
I'm surprised you know that word. But fine, I'll draw a proper contract.
The next day, Robert signed the contract and enrolled me in his school under a different name. He told Dad I was going for a yoga retreat to India, and the same night, I moved to the beach house. I changed my hair, wore lenses, did some makeup, and a week later, I was ready to step into my new life as Masha. On my first day, I walked into school feeling confident, but my stupid fake glasses kept sliding off my face. I was just adjusting them when I missed a step, flew right into someone, and fell on my butt. I'm sorry, but are you blind or a complete moron? Before I could finish, I looked up and saw a very handsome guy staring at me. Jason. Robert had shown me his pictures, but that was nothing compared to how he actually looked. He was like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt had a love child, only taller, cuter, and way more hotter. I was literally speechless.
You were saying something?
Me? Oh, well, I'm always saying something. Why don't you say something?
What?
You're absolutely sorry. I'm sorry. And new, Masha. I'm new to the school and my name's Masha.
Good for you. Now can you move? You're in my way.
Aren't we all in each other's way? You meet someone and you get to know them and find out that they're the one you've been waiting for all your life. It's destiny, or luck, or just how the world works. You see where I'm going with this? But Jason just turned around and left without even answering me. That was kind of rude. Since my first interaction with Jason pretty much blew up in my face, I decided to up my game and sign up for all the same classes Jason was in. I guess luck was on my side because we got paired up as partners in biology class. We meet again. I'm starting to think this is destiny.
And I'm starting to think you're stalking me.
What? No! The teacher thought it would be a good idea to pair the new girl with the smartest guy in class. I'm guessing that's you. You know, biology is in fact one of my favorite subjects. It's just amazing how we can explore so much about nature with... pardon me for asking, but is that a dead cockroach?
Yeah, you have a problem?
Nope, none at all. I love cockroaches. Excuse me. And with that, I just rushed out of the class and barfed all over the washroom floor. The janitor gave me the stinkiest eye that day, but I slipped in an extra 100 and I guess he was okay. That night, I stalked Jason on social media and found out that apart from being a genius, he was also a big football fan. So I booked 2 very expensive front row tickets to the latest game, and the next day when I saw Jason, I walked up to him.
Can I help you?
You tell me, can you be helped?
Are you done being weird? 'Cause I don't like talking to people while I eat.
We don't have to talk. I'll just sit here and stare at this, rotten sandwich. What's even in this thing? I can smell cucumbers and maybe that's cheese. Why are you eating this?
Can you stop touching my food?
Sure. So, I was wondering, what are you doing this Friday? I have 2 front row tickets to tonight's football game, in case you're interested, just as a thank you for helping me in biology class.
Oh, wow. These seats have the best view.
That's what I'm talking about. And these were so hard to get.
My little brother would be thrilled.
Sorry, what? I think there's some confusion.
Thank you, Masha. I hope to see you in biology today.
And Jason again got up and left, leaving me completely dumbfounded. What the heck just happened? This was the 3rd time in a row I had made a complete fool of myself in front of Jason, but I wasn't gonna let go that easily. So I swallowed my pride and went to the game anyway. I wore my best outfit and walked straight to Jason's seats. When I saw him sitting there with a girl, I felt a pang of jealousy as I marched up to him. Jason looked at me and jumped in shock.
Masha, what are you doing here?
I came to see if you're having fun with your little brother, but I guess you're having more fun than I'd expected. You lied to me so you could come here to spend time with this pathetic blonde twig? What did you just call me? A pathetic blonde twig. Are you deaf too? Should I call you a deaf blonde twig instead? I'll show you what a blonde twig can do. Saying that, the girl jumped on me, kicked my shin, and bit my arm. I tried to free myself and flapped my hands around like a rabid chicken, but it was useless. She was too strong. It took Jason and 2 security guards to throw that girl off me, and we both got kicked out of the stadium. The whole thing was televised, and the whole world saw me lose my mind. If that wasn't humiliating enough, Robert came to the beach house that evening and tore me apart.
What the heck is wrong with you?
I was just trying to get Jason's attention like you asked me to.
By behaving like an animal? I thought you could impress a guy in your sleep. Did you lose your brain while getting your hair changed or something?
It's not like that, okay? I got the date. I was just not on it.
Yeah? And whose fault is that? Figure something out fast, Katie, or you can kiss your allowance goodbye.
I wanted to punch Robert in the face with a chair, but I decided to focus on the bigger picture. Jason was a different kind of guy, so if I needed his attention, I had to think out of the box. And I got my chance when a few days later, I was coming from the salon and saw Jason's bike parked outside the cafe. I got down to say hello when I saw him going into a dark alley. I followed him and saw him exchanging an envelope. I wanted to see more, so I tiptoed my way to get closer when this homeless guy popped out of nowhere and my soul left my body.
Hey, honey, what's a pretty girl like you doing here at this time of the hour?
That's none of your business.
Oh, but it is. You look fancy.
Hi, my name is Brandy, and I'm from North Carolina. Please like and subscribe before I continue my story. The night I was born, there was a huge storm in my town, which led to a complete power blackout. My mom kinda gave birth to me in the dark. The next morning when she saw me, Mom was shocked. I had bright red hair, unlike anyone in our family. But the doctor said it was possible some ancestors had red hair and they'd been passed on to me. Mom adored my hair, but my older brothers, Sam and Alan, were always jerks about it. Once when I was 5, they came to me with a ghost chili pepper and said that eating it gave special powers to redheads. So I instantly popped it in my mouth. Seconds later, Mom was rushing me to the hospital. Growing up with those 2, I'd heard every stupid thing. Mom found you in a dumpster when you were a baby. Your real parents are tomato farmers. Someone left you at our doorstep with money and this note. $10,000 for keeping our ugly baby. Thank you. My brothers were a pain in the butt. When I was in 10th grade, my sweet grandma died. After the funeral, I snuck off to her room. Moments later,
Sam opened the door and spat at me.
Stop crying, loser. She wasn't even your grandma, 'cause you aren't related to us.
I leapt forward and attacked him. Just then, Alan came running and pulled me away as I screamed, "I am your sister! Say I am, or I'll knock your teeth out! Say it, jerk!"
Brandy, I don't think you are. Look what I found in Grandma's study.
I was about to bite Alan too, but when I saw what he gave me, I was shocked. They were my adoption papers. I ran out immediately and burst into the living room. "You're not my real mom?" Everyone looked stunned, including Mom. "Sweetheart, let's talk about this later." "No, I want to talk about it right now." When she saw the papers, she looked mad. "Oh God, did your stupid brothers just play a prank on you?" "Brandy, these papers aren't real because I never adopted you. But one thing is true, I'm not your biological mom." "What?" Mom then told me the most whack story ever. She said the night I was born, a woman had switched me with another baby at the hospital. The power came back on and she was caught on camera. But the hospital staff saw the footage months later. The woman was identified, but I didn't press charges. Why? Because, darling, I was completely in love with you by then. I couldn't give you up. You were my daughter now, even if you weren't the one I gave birth to. My whole world had suddenly turned upside down, and my jerk brothers had been right. Mom told me her name was Olivia, and we discovered that she was the CEO of a huge makeup company, Cinderella's Secret, and she had red hair, like me. To my shock, Mom gave me all her savings to go look for her. "You deserve to meet her, love, but I'll be waiting for you when you come back to me." And just like that, I was on a flight to New York, and the minute I got there, I landed into disaster. Just as I'd hailed a cab at the airport, I turned around to pick up my bags, and they were gone. My money, passport, clothes, everything. All I had was my cell phone. So the first place I visited in New York was the police station. After filing my report, I asked an officer if he could drop me at the makeup company's headquarters. My heart was pounding. I was about to meet my real mom. I walked to the receptionist and told her I wanted to see the CEO. She stared at me, then burst out laughing. "You think the CEO has time to meet some poor, ugly girl? Where are you even from? Your outfit is hideous. Go away, I'm working." "Listen, I think the CEO will want to see me because, well, I'm her daughter." "That's impossible, you idiot. I'm her daughter." I couldn't believe I was looking at the girl I'd been swapped with. I tried telling her the whole story, but she just kicked me out. I felt lost about what to do next. I didn't want to call Mom for more money. As I was walking down the street, I saw a salesperson wanted sign outside a makeup store, and suddenly I had a great idea. I applied for the job and got hired immediately. At the end of my first shift, I stuffed a bunch of makeup from my mom's brand in my pockets. Then I went to the police station, and luckily, the same officer who'd helped me before was there. "Officer, I stole all this makeup. Arrest me." He looked so confused, so I whispered that I desperately needed a place to stay. He agreed to keep me in jail, but only for 3 days. That night, I started recording a makeup tutorial on my phone. I knew I had to do something crazy to get attention. So I put on all the rainbow-colored eyeshadow and a crazy winged liner. I thought it actually looked uber cool. I posted the video online, tagging the makeup company's page, and went to sleep. The next morning, I saw that my video had gone freaking viral. People loved the rainbow eye. And more surprisingly, they thought I was really pretty. Also, lots of people noticed I was in jail and were demanding my release. A few hours later, the police officer told me I had a visitor, and my heart almost stopped when I saw who it was. Olivia, my birth mom. She introduced herself and said she loved what I'd done with her makeup, and she wanted me to be the face of her new campaign. Of course, I agreed. And when she found out I didn't have a place to stay, she took me to her gorgeous mansion. I couldn't have planned this any better. Suddenly, I bumped into the receptionist I'd met the day before, and she looked furious to see me. "You? Do I have to call security again to throw you out?" "Sylvia, what do you mean, again?" "This creep came by the office yesterday." "And you threw her out? You can be such a fool sometimes. Do you know she's the genius behind the rainbow eye?" No, I just copied it from a friend. Ew, now I want to poke my eyes out. Why is this beggar even here, Mom? She's my guest, so behave yourself. I could feel Sylvia's death glare as I walked off to my room. Wow, Mom's real daughter was a witch. Later that night, I woke up to some strange sound, and when I turned around, I screamed. Freaking Sylvia was standing by my bed. Tell me who you are and why you're really here. Well, I told her the whole story, and I was certain she wouldn't believe a word. But what she said next shocked me. I sometimes wondered who my birth mom was, and now I know. She's a poor weirdo like you, and the woman I live with is a millionaire. So I guess I really hit the jackpot when she stole me. Wait, you know Olivia isn't your mom? Oh yeah, I know. A stupid maid once said I looked adopted, so I got a DNA test done. Now you listen to me. I don't want you telling Olivia you're her daughter. If you try to take over my life or my money, I will destroy you. Of course, I wasn't afraid of that witch. I had to tell Olivia at some point because I wanted answers. But I kept delaying it because I was having such a good time. Over the next few weeks, Olivia took me everywhere with her, and we were doing photo shoots and filming commercials. I was being pampered by a team of people and wearing amazing clothes. I was loving it. Olivia was holding a launch party for the new makeup range, and she'd bought me a gorgeous new dress for it. I went to her room to show her how it looked, and she couldn't stop gushing. You look exquisite, my darling. I'm so glad I found you. I decided this was the moment of truth. Yeah, me too. Olivia, there's something I need to... And just then, my eyes fell on the dressing table and all her makeup. None of it was her own brand. You don't use Cinderella's Secret? Good God, no. That stuff will ruin your skin. But isn't it supposed to be all natural ingredients? Well, since you're such a sweetie, I'll let you in on a little secret. No, it's all chemicals. It's way too expensive to use the natural stuff. But Olivia, that's dishonest. You're lying to all your customers. Suddenly, she looked livid. I don't remember asking your opinion. I know how to make money and be successful, and that's all that matters. And let me remind you, your contract doesn't allow you to talk about my products, so I'd keep my mouth shut if I were you. I left the room in shock. My birth mom was a monster. The next evening, everyone at the party was coming over and giving me compliments, but I just felt unhappy now. Just then, someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned around to see a sleazy-looking guy. I've been watching you from across the room, and I can't seem to stop. You're a hottie, and I'm a hottie, so we should get to know each other, babe. Sorry, I think Olivia's calling me. But as I started to walk away, he grabbed me by the waist and kissed me. I pushed him away, but just then Sylvia attacked me. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? You think you can take everything? I'm gonna kill you, witch! As I fought her off, Olivia came to my rescue and pulled her away. She screamed at Sylvia in front of everybody, who burst into angry tears and stormed off. That night, I decided I was leaving this madhouse. I was gonna tell Olivia everything, get my answers, and take the first flight home. I marched to her room, but as I got closer, I heard Sylvia shouting inside. You don't love me anymore, do you? It's because she told you she's your real daughter, isn't it? OMG, Sylvia had told her before I could. Yes, I know she's my daughter, but she didn't tell me. I just knew the moment I first saw her. Wait, what? But why did you steal me at birth and leave her? I just picked the prettiest baby from the nursery, and that was you. She was a really ugly newborn. Listen, my darling, you're my daughter. This girl is just good for business because she's a different face. Once people are bored of her, I'll send her packing. I turned around and fled to my room. I'd heard all I needed to know. I packed my bags and climbed out the window. Before heading for the airport the next day, I stopped at the office of a journalist I'd met once. I dropped off all the makeup I had with an anonymous note. Get Cinderella's Secret products tested in the lab, and you'll find out what a scam it is. Thank me later. When I got home, Mom opened the door and let out a cry of joy. As I hugged her, I realized how much I'd missed her. My mom, the only one. Well, long story short, the The journalist did follow up on my lead and published an article that brought down Olivia's company. She was sued for billions and went bankrupt, and even had to serve some jail time.
Once when I was 5, I was at the grocery store when suddenly I heard loud voices behind me. A mean-looking woman was screaming at my sister Nancy for taking the last toilet roll. Oh no, I knew what was coming next.
Don't you shout at her, you witch! She's gonna faint!
I caught Nancy just before she hit the ground. The woman looked shocked and someone started calling an ambulance.
Don't worry, I can take care of this.
And with that, I started rocking Nancy and singing in a calm voice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're a dummy, yes you are.
Everyone was looking at me like I was crazy, but Nancy opened her eyes soon. I helped her get up, and as we were leaving, I stomped on the woman's foot. Hi, my name is Mira, and I was born 15 years after my sister Nancy. And ever since I can remember, Nancy's had this crazy problem called cataplexy. Every time she's really angry or stressed, she faints. One time, a bully in the park pushed me off the swing, and as Nancy stepped forward to yell at her, she just fainted on top of her. I couldn't stop laughing as the girl screamed till her parents came to her rescue. Mom worked as a maid, and we were poor, but we were happy together. I was especially close to Nancy because she always had my back, and I had hers. Soon after I'd passed 8th grade, Nancy came home with some great news one day. She'd been hired as a teacher in a private school, and I could attend it for free. I was awestruck on my first day there. Everything and everyone was so fancy. When the bell rang for recess, a girl named Lexi shrieked,
OMG, let's go outside. My parents must be here with my birthday present.
And she and her minions rudely pushed me aside on their way out. I followed them out of curiosity, and my jaw dropped when I saw a pink sports car drive up and her parents jumped out. But suddenly, Lexi went ballistic.
Are you kidding me, Daddy? A Mercedes? My name is freaking Lexi, and I wanted a freaking Lexus with a number plate saying Lexi. Are you guys morons? You're ruining my life.
And then she started pulling her dad's hair, and he started crying and apologizing. Gosh, what planet were these people from? Well, now I was on the planet of jerks too, and Lexi was the president. One day in class, the teacher was testing out our mental math skills and asked, "What's the probability of rolling an even number on a dice?" Lexi's hand instantly shot up.
I don't know, but it's definitely higher than the probability of you ever finding a boyfriend. Loser.
As the teacher's face turned red, I felt terrible. Hey, that's really rude. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? The class fell silent, and Lexi stared at me like I'd killed her cat.
You think I can't tell how poor you are? Someone like you shouldn't be messing with someone like me. That was stupid times infinity.
After that, she made it her life's mission to make me miserable. I'd find stinky tuna in my locker, orange juice all over my notebooks, my bag in the toilet. And even though I was doing great at school and the teachers loved me, no one dared say anything to Lexi because her parents were big donors. But then she went too far. One day, I was having lunch when Lexi came over, and she climbed onto the table and kicked my plate away.
Kiss my shoes, loser, and I'll make you part of my gang. We could use a nerd to do our homework.
I'd had enough. I got up to kick her butt when suddenly Nancy walked in and pulled her down. "What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my sister."
Sister? Wow, I do see the resemblance actually. You both look like some homeless people let you borrow their clothes.
Nancy looked furious, and next thing I knew, she'd fainted smack onto Lexi with her food tray. Lexi went mental and stormed off straight to the principal.
That teacher attacked me, and she ruined my limited edition Gucci dress. I'll report her to the police.
She has a health issue, you psycho. She didn't do it on purpose.
I want her fired.
Even though the principal was sympathetic, she said she had to let Nancy go. But since I was a good student, she'd let me stay on scholarship. I was so furious.
I decided I was gonna leave anyway, but Nancy wouldn't hear it. You have a chance to get a great college scholarship if you study here, Mira. I'm sorry I made things worse for you, but you have to go. With Nancy losing her job, I knew money would be tight again, and I didn't want her and Mom worrying. So I found a tutor's job and started teaching math to a couple of super spoiled brats. One evening when I was leaving their house, their snooty mom handed me a bag of trash and a large painting. Someone gave me this butt-ugly painting as a gift. Be a dear and throw this on your way out. God, why were rich people so awful? She didn't even say please. I shoved the stuff in the garbage dump, but then I turned around and picked up the painting. Nancy would probably like it, but I wasn't expecting her reaction when she saw it. This artist is really famous, and it looks like an original. She asked you to throw it away? We took it to an art gallery the next day, and the owner confirmed that it was an original. He told us to sell it at an upcoming auction, and we did. As the number went higher and higher, Nancy fainted. It was finally sold to the highest bidder for freaking $2 million. What? We went into complete shock for a minute, and then we started hugging and dancing for joy. We were rich from some rich idiot's trash. And just like that, our lives changed. We moved into a better apartment immediately and decided to spoil ourselves a little. The three of us went on a shopping spree, got spa treatments and makeovers, had a few fancy dinners. We had a blast. And when I walked into school after the weekend, I could instantly feel all eyes on me. As I put my stuff away in the locker, I closed the door to find Lexi standing behind it like a creep. And then I saw we were wearing the exact same outfit.
You have to take your clothes off. What? How can you even afford this? And no one is allowed to wear the same clothes to school as me. Now, just take these gym clothes and go change.
Lexi, you can bully your friends and parents and teachers to get your way, but it's never going to happen with me. Like, ever. To make things even better, someone posted a picture of us and started an Instagram poll of who wore it better, and the majority voted for me. When Lexi saw that, she snatched all of her friends' phones and smashed them into the wall one by one. And just like that, a war had started between us. I already had better grades, and now I had just as many friends and boys around me. One time at a big football match, Lexi was busy flirting with all the jocks, but the minute I sat down on the bleachers, the whole team came running towards me. I'll be playing for you today, Mira. Don't miss my moves out there, babe. That was weird, but it seemed to be making Lexi livid. So I blew them all kisses and said I'd be cheering them on. And when they won, they literally carried me off on their shoulders to the celebration party. But the final straw was when the student council elections came around. Usually, no one even bothered to stand against Lexi as president, but I decided to run, and I won by a freaking landslide. This is not possible. I want to recount. I smell foul play. Lexi, it's about time you understood that people might fear you, but they'd rather vote for someone they actually like, and that's not you. I won fair and square, so deal with it. Well, she did deal with it. In a way, I didn't see coming. I'd been working for months with my teacher on a math research paper for a university competition. Winning it could get me a full scholarship after high school. So when my teacher called me one evening to say that I'd won first prize, I fell off my chair at the dining table. Mom and Nancy were so proud of me. But when I went to the principal's office to meet the university dean, I was shocked to find Lexi there with her parents. What are you doing here, Lexi?
What are you doing here, Mira? I'm here to talk more about the prize and scholarship I just won.
I looked around at everyone in shock, and then I just snapped. Oh my God, you mean the scholarship you just bought with mommy and daddy's money? Because you sure as heck aren't smart enough to win anything. Lexi snarled and attacked me, pushed me straight onto the principal's desk. I grabbed a bottle of ink and flung it into her eyes. As the principal screamed and Lexi's parents tried to stop her, she just kicked them. When the grown-ups finally managed to pull us apart, the principal was furious. That's it. I don't care how much you donate, sir. One more incident like this and Lexi will be expelled.
And with that, she pushed us all out. As I was about to storm off angrily, I turned to Lexi's parents. You guys have raised a monster. Can't you see she has no respect for anything or anyone? Not even you? You can buy her everything she wants, and she's never going to love you or thank you for it. For the next few days, I pretended like Lexi didn't even exist. And then she didn't come to school for a week. No one was happier than me. But one night, Nancy and I were driving through her neighborhood when we crossed her house, and it seemed pitch dark. Had she left town? I asked Nancy to stop for a minute, and I walked up to the house to look through a window. I found Lexi sitting with her parents on the floor, eating with candles on. There was no furniture. What was going on? I can't even see what garbage I'm eating. How can we not have any electricity?
This is what it means to be broke, Lexi. We can't pay for things.
Ugh, I hate you, Dad. I can't live like this. I wish I'd never been born to a loser like you.
It's not my fault the market crashed. You want me to put you up for adoption? That girl Mira was right. You're awful.
I sneaked away from her house, feeling super weird. Lexi was poor now? The next day at school, I saw Lexi was back, but she was cornered by the other girls from class. Is it true, Lexi? The paper said your dad is totally broke. Are you too poor to afford shampoo now? Your hair looks like it hasn't been washed in a week. Gross. I was about to walk away, but something about Lexi's tear-stained face made me stop, and I pushed through them. Can everyone please, for once, stop being a big jerk around here? You don't have to punch somebody when they're already down. With that, I took Lexi's hand and led her away from the rest. She wiped away her tears and stared at me in shock. Why did you do that? Why would you help me? You certainly don't deserve it, but it was the right thing to do. I don't think someone as heartless as you would really understand that. That was the last I ever spoke to Lexi. Her locker was cleared up soon after, and she and her parents left town for good. But I got a call the very next day from the university dean, offering me the scholarship again. No thank you, sir. I've lost all respect for you and your university, because anyone could buy you if they had enough money. And 2 years later, I'm graduating high school with honors and going off to my dream university. Hi, I'm Danielle from New Hampshire. Please like and subscribe. My sister Ivy and I are twins. Dad left before we were even born, so I never knew him. And Mom raised us alone. And she was just something else. When we were babies, Mom forced us to wear helmets every day, except for when we slept. We even wore helmets in the bath when she wasn't washing our hair. Mommy needs you to wear these so you don't bump your heads and die. She also covered the entire house with mats when Ivy and I were learning to crawl. Our house was like one big giant pillow. Worst of all, Mom never allowed us to go outside, except the nearby grocery store sometimes. And she took us to the park once a year on our birthday, but only when it was all empty at night. And we were stuck being homeschooled online. The world is full of kidnappers, disease, and horrible things that can hurt you girls. Neither me or Ivy knew why Mom was so crazy, but I was always causing trouble for Mom. I banged and kicked walls, or I threw and broke things.
I hate this house, Mommy. I want to live outside like a panda.
Pandas do not get brand new iPads.
Yay! I get to play Candy Crush.
Ivy never understood that Mom only bought us fancy stuff to distract us, so we wouldn't break out of the house. The only fun thing about being inside was when Mom played music on the radio. My favorite was the rock station. But one time, I turned up the volume so loud that it felt like the house was shaking.
Ow, my ears!
I'm taking away this radio. You're lucky you didn't make us all deaf. I hated Mom, and I was pretty sure she hated me. One day when I was 8 years old, I woke up to Mom standing on my bed, drilling something into the wall.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm putting in alarms that detect people going out your window. That way, no kidnappers can get in, and you and Ivy can never get out. Anyway, look, darling, I bought you a giant Barbie funhouse for you. At that moment, something inside me snapped. I grabbed the Barbie funhouse and threw it hard at the window, smashing the glass. And then I jumped outside. Mom screamed. She leapt outside to catch me, but I was running like a lunatic.
When I was sure I was far enough away, I stopped to catch my breath. And then I started doing a happy dance. I was free. Suddenly, I heard noise and stomping in the background. A bunch of guys with drums and guitars came marching down the street, and I was so thrilled. I never thought I'd hear music again. As they came closer, one of the guys called out to me.
Why are you hiding behind that tree, little girl?
I don't know, because you might kidnap or kill me? Mom told me about people like you.
What are you talking about? This is a music parade. Come, sing with us.
Before I knew it, I was marching with the parade and singing songs. It turned out I was a good singer too. But all of a sudden, I saw Mom and Ivy running to me with about 10 cops. Mom took me straight to the doctor to make sure I didn't catch any diseases from being outdoors. For the next 4 years, that was the last time I ever got to be alone. From now on, I'm never letting you or Ivy out of my sight. I'll work at home from now on. You girls will move into my bedroom. Ivy and I couldn't even go to the bathroom without Mom standing outside the door. But one night, when I was 14, I saw Mom asleep and snuck upstairs to the attic. I needed a moment to myself. But when I got there,
Danielle, what are you doing up here? What are you doing up here?
are you having a date? No duh, we're having a date. I had to climb with a ladder to escape all your mom's crazy alarm systems. Wow, Ivy. I thought you were Mom's good little girl. But don't worry, I'll keep your little secret. But just then, Mom came running upstairs. What on earth is going on here? Who on earth are you? Get out of my house this instant! Mom, stop! You're embarrassing me! Do you know what embarrasses me? That one of my daughters was on a cozy date with a kidnapper or a robber. I jumped in and said, he's neither of those things. He's my boyfriend. Mom grabbed a baseball bat in the corner as she swung it towards Ivy's date. He ran down the attic as fast as he could. That's when Mom burst into tears and started to pull her hair and yell like a toddler. That boy in the house could have kidnapped you both. I've done everything to keep danger out of this house, but I failed. I have to send you girls to a strict boarding school with security cameras in every room. Good. Send us to boarding school. I'm tired of living with all your crazy rules. But I don't want to go to boarding school. This is so unfair. But 2 weeks later, Mom sent us away to boarding school. Ivy refused to talk to me there, and I couldn't take the tension between us. Please don't be mad at me. I even tried to keep your secret. I can't help it that Mom's a psycho. Just leave me alone. I grabbed Ivy's arm, but she pulled away. At that moment, Ivy tripped and fell straight to the floor. She started to cry, and tons of teachers came running. I'm sorry, it was a total accident. I think I broke a bone. You sound just like Mom. Just because you fell down doesn't mean you broke a bone. But it turned out Ivy broke her leg, and an ambulance took Ivy to the hospital immediately. I probably should have gone with Ivy to the hospital, but something in the hallway made me forget all about Ivy's accident. There were all these photos of famous musicians. In the center was a musician that looked just like my mom when she was a teenager, and the name under it was also Mom's. Hey, fancy bumping into you again. I turned around to see the guy from our attic. Aren't you my sister's boyfriend? Nah, your sister and I just had that one disastrous date. Why were you staring at that picture? I think this is my mom. She looks exactly like her and has the same name, Jen Zelda. No, that's Jen Zelda, a teen rock star, but she stopped making music a long time ago. That psycho lady who tried to hit me with a bat is definitely not her. It's not funny. You don't know what it's like to live with a crazy mom who hates you and spoils you at the same time. Why do you think I'm in boarding school? My parents sent me here because they don't want me around. Wow, I'm glad someone else's parents hate them too. I mean, not glad, you know what I mean. Listen, I need your help. I know it's impossible, but I need to find out if that girl in the photo is my mom. Logan and I spent days researching Jen Zelda, but we couldn't find a picture of her that wasn't old. And no matter what, we couldn't find the reason why she quit her career. And Mom was nowhere on the internet. She was always worried about creeps and kidnappers finding out where she lived. I don't get it. Just ask your mom about it. She wouldn't tell me anything. She's crazy. She doesn't even let me listen to music, even though I love singing. You like singing? Me too. Before I could answer, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around to see Ivy with crutches. Danielle, where have you been? You never visited me in the hospital. Ivy, I'm so sorry. I meant to visit you, but I found something crazy about Mom. Wait, what's Logan doing here? I meant to tell you I transferred here. And that your sister and I like each other. Wait, what? What do you mean, like each other? You never visited me because you were hitting on a guy I dated, Danielle? What? No, that's not it at all. Get off me, Logan. Ivy could barely walk, but she limped away as fast as she could. I went after her to apologize, but her door was locked. And Logan followed me around all week. Come on, I really like you. Ivy will get over it. I wanted Logan to leave me alone, even though he was cute and interesting. But when we both auditioned for the school band and got in, it was impossible to avoid him. I really wished Ivy would talk to me so I could tell her what I discovered about Mom, but she just wouldn't. And it was all I could think about. Could it really be that Mom had just been a completely different person before? And what happened to her? 2 weeks later, the day of our show arrived, and just as I stepped onto stage to perform, I froze in my spot. Mom was in the audience. Suddenly, I couldn't remember any of the lyrics to my song. I stood there completely blank as the band played on. Get on with the song, you freak! Boo! Loser! All of a sudden, all the kids started throwing food at me. I wanted to disappear. But then, I had an idea. Hey, who wants to hear a former rock star sing? I want to welcome Jen Zelda to the stage. I wanted to see how Mom would react. Jen Zelda isn't here, idiot. Her career ended 30 years ago. Everyone continued booing and throwing things at me. That's when Mom walked on stage and grabbed my microphone. I knew this school wasn't strict enough. Hey, it is Jen Zelda. Mom, is it true? You were a rock star? Never mind that. They let students be in a band. Bands go out at night with gang members and crazy people. Mom, just sing with me. Me and Jen Zelda, everybody. Oh no, I know everything you girls have been up to. I downloaded apps on your phones that let me read your messages. This school is stupid and unsafe, and I came here tonight to take you both home. Mom grabbed my arm and tried to drag me off stage. Kids were laughing like crazy. It'll be fun. I bought a horse for you and Ivy. I'll go bring them. What are we going to do with a horse? Why can't you just act normal for once and just sing with me?
Who knew Jen Zelda was a psycho?
I had never felt more humiliated. Before I knew it, I screamed, "Security!" My yell made my mic screech across the auditorium, and to my shock, security guards came running on stage to take my mom away. She cried and kicked her legs in the air. I need to take them home. I even brought them their own horse. I felt awful seeing the security guards take Mom away, but she was acting crazier than ever. I thought I'd call her the next morning to see how she was, but just then, Ivy came to my room and said the principal wanted to see us. Ivy and I walked into his office to find him sitting with 2 other men.
Girls, you won't be seeing your mother for a while. She's in the hospital.
In the hospital? Is she hurt?
Not that kind of hospital. After what we saw on stage, we did an investigation. Your mother has a condition.
A condition?
It's called schizophrenia. Her brain works a little differently. She worries about things that other people don't worry about.
But she was a singer, wasn't she?
She was an incredible musician. Her condition is why she had to stop. But don't worry, girls. Your mother is in the hospital getting help, and you'll be able to see her soon.
Ivy and I were totally silent walking out of the principal's office. For the first time in my life, Mom's weirdness sort of made sense. I wonder if that's why Dad left Mom. Because of her condition. Dad should have taken care of her and inspired her to sing again. A few weeks later, Ivy and I visited Mom in her treatment center. She was so happy to see us.
I'm so sorry about everything that's happened.
And Danielle, I'm so proud of your talent. Music runs in our blood, honey. In a couple of months, Mom was out of treatment and back home. It took a while for Mom to let go of her crazy rules. She never became completely normal, but she was so much happier. She told Ivy and me all about her life as a rock star. It turned out she and I were more alike than I ever thought. I showed Logan tons of old photos of Mom that I'd never seen before.
Jen Zelda really is your mom. And even though she's a little different, she gave you a killer singing voice. You're really going places, Danielle.
Logan and I ended up dating all throughout high school. At the end of my senior year, we got a job at a production company. We had the opportunity that year to perform in a world tour. One day, I came into work with a present I'd bought to surprise Logan.
You bought me a baby bib? Is this your way of telling me I drool?
No, it's my way of telling you I'm pregnant. I know we only finished high school, but I love you, and I want to start a family with you.
What do you mean, you're pregnant? We're going on a world tour. It's even in the contract. Don't get pregnant.
I thought you'd be happy.
Happy that you'd want to throw all our dreams away? Happy that we have to pay thousands of dollars to this company?
Maybe this is a sign we shouldn't go on this tour. Then we can raise our baby without anything holding us back.
I love you, and I don't want anything to hold us back. But I'm not ready to be a dad, Danielle, and I'm not gonna raise this kid with you.
Logan, are you leaving me?
I'm sorry.
My life only consisted of two things the next 9 months: pregnancy and debt from all the money I owed the company. I even had to move back in with Mom temporarily. Don't worry about anything, sweetie. You can raise the baby right here. Thanks, Mom. Just as long as you don't make him wear a helmet. Ivy and Mom were right next to me in the hospital when I gave birth to my perfect baby boy, Miles. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Is it cool if I hold him?
Logan, what are you doing here?
I came to meet the mother of my son and to tell her that I made the biggest mistake of my life leaving her. I know you're not going to forgive me, but I want you to know that I've paid off all the debt to the music studio. I love you, Danielle, and I love our son too. I always will.
So come back here and hold him then. Miles wants to meet his dad.
You can tell him I'm not going anywhere.
I packed my bag and I ran out of the house. I'm running away, Mom, and I'm never coming back. Literally, no one cared. No one in my family even came out. And my family wasn't small. I had my mom, my dad, and 11 sisters. That's right. Hi, I'm June, and I live in a madhouse. It's impossible to get your parents' attention when you have so much competition. When I wanted a hug, my baby sister December needed it more. When I wanted a snack, I literally had to wrestle a wall of girls for it. Every charging port in our house was a war zone. I want to charge my phone. No, my phone. Ah! There were 14 people in my family, and we had one car. Every night, my sisters would battle it out in the front yard over who drives where. The entire street called us that crazy family, and honestly, we deserved it. With my elder sister's dates and my younger sister's after-school classes, I never got to go anywhere. I was so sick of always missing out on stuff. One day, I decided enough. There was a concert tonight, and I was gonna be there. I stole my mom's keys and silently got into the car. I turned it on and just started driving. I was enjoying the thrill of it when I heard a scream. June, what are you doing? Oh my God, my sister April was in the back seat making out with her boyfriend. Stop this car right now. No, I'm going to this concert and no one can stop me. Mom can. She called Mom. My parents dragged my butt back home and then grounded it. I was so mad at April, I lashed out. I told them April's most treasured secret. April is still dating Matthew. My parents lost it. They absolutely hated Matthew. They'd forced April to break up with him after they found his, poems about April's hot body. April was so in love with this guy and swore us all to secrecy, which I totally broke. She was furious with me. She refused to speak to me for weeks. One day I jumped into her room and locked the door behind me. April, I told you I was sorry. Now we're making up today or you're never leaving. Much to my shock, she didn't fight me. She just started crying. What? June, I'm pregnant. Oh my God. A high holy meeting of all the sisters was called immediately. April told us how she and Matthew had some fun in the car and she was going to have a baby now. She actually wanted to be a mother. I have a job, I can do it, but Mom will end me. I felt so guilty about ratting her out that I jumped to help. We just won't tell Mom.
We can't hide a pregnancy.
Yes, we can. I have a plan. And so began the great lie. Every morning, one of the sisters would lie in April's bed pretending to be her while she puked in the bathroom. I made sure April ate lots of junk food in front of my parents so we could just call her fat as her stomach grew. My eldest sister, January, was a gynecologist, so she checked up on April all the time and made sure she was doing well. We sneaked her away from Mom during the last few months, and with our help, April actually did it. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, and our parents had no clue. Now for the tough part. What do we tell Mom about the baby? I had that all planned out. I ran home in tears one day with the baby in my arms. Mom! Someone abandoned this baby at our door. I gave her a fake note written by the mother who couldn't take care of the baby anymore. April stepped in just like we rehearsed and convinced Mom to keep the baby. I was so proud of my sisters. We really acted like the perfect, loving family. That was until the baby came home.
So, it's time for our reward now.
What?
Well, June, you made us do so much for April. Now it's your turn.
Wash my shoes. Oh, heck no.
Then I'm telling Mom the baby is April's and that you made us hide it.
Oh my God. I wanted to hit her, but she pretended to call for Mom, which totally broke me. Fine. But before I continue, guys, please know that this video is sponsored by FireGuard VPN. With one click on this app, you can prevent anyone from accessing your personal information. Click on the link in the description below to download FireGuard VPN to stay safe on the internet and enjoy watching YouTube videos privately. Okay, so back to my annoying sisters. I washed her shoes, hoping this would end at one favor per sister. Obviously, it didn't. I had to do everyone's chores and keep their secrets so they wouldn't reveal April's. April herself was untouched because she was the new mom and no one wanted to bug her. But I suddenly became the least powerful person in the house. One day, May ran inside screaming her head off. We have a new neighbor and he is hot. We all rushed to our front yard to stare at the newcomer. My sisters literally crowded him. You are so cute. Will you be my boyfriend? Will you be my husband? The boy was so shocked he started choking on his donut. He grabbed his throat to show the international sign of choking, but my sisters were too busy hitting on him to even notice. Get out of the way, you idiots! I grabbed the boy and gave him the Heimlich maneuver. He spat out the food and looked at me with sparkling eyes. You're amazing, ma chérie. Oh, God, he was French? I was melting. I'm Henry. Who are you? I opened my mouth to reply, but my sisters yanked me away. She's just our dumb sister. She's not important. Well, she saved my life. So, I'm going to talk to her. Henry offered me his hand, and I took it. He took me to his house, and his mom made us some hot chocolate. It was so weird to be in a house that had less than 10 people in it. Henry and I had such a fun time hanging out. When I was leaving, he asked me to go on a date with him. He was so cute and dreamy, I said yes right away. When my sisters learned that he asked me out, they started threatening me again. Okay, just because you saved that boy's life doesn't mean you get him. Yeah, back off or we'll tell Mom the secret. Fine, tell Mom everything. I don't care. June, no, you have to keep my secret. I've had enough. April, if they want to out you, it's on them. I'm done. May ran to our parents and ratted us out. The baby is April's. She lied. Dad nearly fainted and Mom just started screaming. April ran out of the room in tears and I was so angry. How could my sisters do this? I lost it. One by one, I unleashed all my sisters' secrets on my parents. January is cheating on her boyfriend. October failed all her exams this year. May steals money from your purse. World War III broke out in our house. This fight was real. It got so bad that January decided to move out and took 8 of my sisters with her. At first, I was so sad. Who wouldn't be after fighting with their family? But suddenly I realized I didn't have to fight over food anymore. I could charge my phone anytime I wanted. When I brought Henry home, there wasn't a gang of girls ready to steal him from me. It was so good. Until it wasn't. Without my sisters, my parents suddenly turned their attention to me. I had to cancel all my weekend plans to do chores with them and give them company. Without the chaos of my sisters, it was so silent. I kept making long, awkward eye contact with my parents. So, how was your weekend? You know how it was. You were with me every second. I couldn't get a moment alone anymore. Mom kept showing up in my room with weird hangout ideas, and Dad would not stop sending me lame jokes on my phone.
Did you see this joke, June? Was it funny, June? Did you see it?
Remember how no one would drive me anywhere when my sisters were here? Now, my parents wanted to take me to every single event. It was so embarrassing. God, I miss taking the bus alone. One day, I was trying to leave for a date with Henry when they stopped me. Where are you going? We can drive you. I'm good. It's just a date. June, about that boy you're seeing. My parents told me about a new set of rules they were launching at home. No more boys, no more dates, and a strict curfew at 5 p.m. You're joking, right?
We don't want you to end up like your sisters. We're going to do things differently now.
No! They were actually serious about this. My mom started following me everywhere I went so I wouldn't see Henry, and she even started checking my texts. She wouldn't even let me put a passcode on my phone. My dad literally built a wall between our houses so Henry and I couldn't make eye contact through our windows. The only time I could see Henry was in school. They're obsessed with me. It's driving me insane.
Hey, we still have prom night, right?
That did make me feel better. I was so looking forward to prom. I'd already borrowed an amazing dress from April, and I was ready to rock it. The night of the prom, my parents stopped me.
Prom? You mean teen pregnancy night? Not happening, June.
They locked me in my room and took away the key. I was in tears as I called Henry and told him I wasn't going to be there. I was so shocked when he didn't give up on me. He rushed right over to my house with a ladder in his hands.
Climb down. We are doing this.
Oh, wow. He was amazing. We sneaked away to prom together and I danced my heart out with him. Thanks for coming for me, Henry.
Anything for you, ma chérie.
I leaned in to kiss him when I heard a scream. June, you sneaked out? Oh my God, Mom, Dad. Get away from that boy. Do you want to get pregnant? The whole school laughed at me as my parents literally tried to drag me away from Henry. This was so humiliating. I pushed them away from me. Enough! You both are crazy. You are the one who is out of control. We were right to transfer you out of this school. You did what? You will be homeschooled from now on. We spoke to your teachers and already gave them the paperwork. No way! They were going to stop me from going to school now? I know it sounds bad, but I will leave my job and stay home with you, June. I'll give you the attention you need. Every single day. I knew what I was looking at. My parents had gone mental. They needed all 12 of us to feel sane, and honestly, I did too. I needed my sisters back. I grabbed Mom's keys and ran to her car. I didn't give a hoot about their screams and just drove out of the school and straight to my sisters. I told them to come back home. Our family needed them. The minute my sister's boyfriend heard me, he started crying hysterically.
Thank you. There's 8 of them. 8. I'm only one human. I'm going crazy.
I know how you feel, buddy. I want to be a crazy family again. Will you come back home, girls? Please? May started weeping and hugged me, and all my sisters followed. I'm so sorry I bullied you. I'll never do it again. I'm sorry I told Mom and Dad your secrets. I missed you so much. When we stopped crying, we made a pact to never betray each other again, and we finally went back home. My parents were so happy to see them that they all started sobbing. There were so many hugs to give and apologies to share that they even forgot I was there. Perfect. I was finally home. So Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me. And everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it, 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 I hate it. Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last. Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke.
poison.
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine. You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two. Well, cheers for that. You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart. Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there, but suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Wanna hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie, I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then, big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Imagine you come home exhausted, and you see a bunch of presents on your bed with a weird letter. Dear Annabelle, I've been watching you for a while now. You're so beautiful and it's so distracting. Love, Anonymous. It's the third such letter you've gotten that month, along with a package of bath salts and chocolate truffles. You live kind of a crazy life. You're a star ballerina from New York with agents and assistants at 16 years old. You don't have the energy to deal with this. You're ready to relax, put on a face mask and watch MSA videos. And like and subscribe to MSA because their videos are awesome. The next day, you're in the school hallway with your childhood BFF, Luca. You guys are walking slowly since he has a new prosthetic leg. You show him the latest letter you've gotten from your secret admirer. This dude is obsessed with you. What does he mean he's been watching you for a while now? You respond that he is probably trying to be romantic. Stalking isn't romantic. I'm worried, Annabelle. You say that you are getting free chocolates and foot scrubs and that you are not complaining. Just then, the school hallway starts emptying and everyone starts whispering. You know exactly why. The new kid Isaac is walking your way. Everyone thinks he's bad news, but you think he's cute. You say that underneath his tattoos and cold, hard shell, he is probably a great kisser. Okay. Unless you want to spend your first date beating people up, I wouldn't ask Isaac out. He's got a bad rep. But your curiosity about Isaac grows each day. And one afternoon, things take a wild turn. Luca goes with you to your first rehearsal for a new show. Guess who your dance partner is? Isaac. He's a ballet dancer and cast as the male lead. He walks over to you and smiles.
Hey, you go to my school. You own about 10 Gucci bags, and you're always staring at me.
You apologize and say that you didn't mean to be that obvious about it.
Nah, I like it. I don't mind a pretty ballerina watching me.
Isaac winks and walks away, and you can't help feeling butterflies. Just then, Luca comes up to you.
How about I take you out to dinner to celebrate your new show?
You say that he is the sweetest and agree to the dinner. But as soon as you get to the restaurant, Luca starts talking about Isaac.
I wonder how many gangs he's part of.
You say that Isaac is a ballet dancer and question whether Luca really thinks Isaac is some gang member. Then you sarcastically suggest that maybe they all wear tutus and walk around on their tiptoes.
Well, that might be useful if you're a thief sneaking around.
You are outraged that Luca considers Isaac a thief and call the accusation ridiculous. Then you ask Luca why he is so obsessed with Isaac. Luca suddenly falls quiet. He puts some money on the table and then leaves without a word. What's going on? You follow him out of the restaurant into the subway. You ask what his deal is and point out that he has been acting weird the whole night.
Annabelle, I'm in love with you. I have been since ages, but I don't think you love me back.
You're completely caught off guard. Luca loves you? You tell Luca that you never knew that and admit that you have never thought of him that way before.
Do you think you ever could?
You don't know what to say, but your heart is racing a bit looking into his eyes.
It's okay. Don't worry. Nothing between us will change.
Luca then gets on the subway and leaves. You're left there with your head spinning. But when you get to rehearsal the next day, you forget everything because Isaac's staring at you the whole time as you do your routine. You get so self-conscious that you trip over something and fall.
Want some help with that routine?
You say that he can help you by dancing with you.
I guess I can't argue with that.
Dancing with Isaac gives you goosebumps. And as rehearsal goes on, you get to know him a little bit. Surprisingly, he's a total nerd. He shows you 5 comic books he's carrying in his bag. He doesn't exactly fit the bad boy image he has, and he's fun to be around. But at the end of rehearsal, Luca shows up looking completely normal. He walks right up to you with 2 tickets.
Ready for a night at the carnival? Just the 2 of us?
You excitedly say that you love the carnival and call them a freaking angel.
Oh, wow. I've been meaning to go too.
You suggest that he should totally come with you and Luca and say that it will be fun. Luca agrees, but doesn't look too happy. And when you get there, things get heated. Luca and Isaac start competing over everything. They both keep taking selfies with you on every ride. Isaac wins you a stuffed unicorn, then Luca wins you a life-size tiger. Luca knows how you love a good chocolate shake, but Isaac accidentally knocks it over and gets you a giant ice cream sundae. You say that you are really tired of walking them and suggest resting for a bit.
Of course. Here, let me give you a foot rub.
You can't help smiling at how sweet Luca always is. But just as you're ready to get up, Isaac literally sweeps you off your feet.
I'll carry you, Anna. We can't have your pretty ballerina feet hurting. Hey, I can carry her too. Dude, with your leg? Probably not. Just chill out. I got her.
Finally, you tell the boys you want to ride the Ferris wheel. You state that it will be a quiet ride with no selfies and ask them if that is understood.
Whatever you say, madame. Yeah, as you wish.
But when you get to the Ferris wheel, you see it's only a 2-person ride, so you have to take turns riding with both. You go with Isaac first, and then you guys get stuck at the top.
Can I tell you a secret? I've never gone out with a girl before. I've always been too shy to talk to girls.
You express surprise, saying that you never would have guessed that he would be shy.
Hey, I'm still human underneath these biceps, tattoos, and amazing hair.
Isaac's face is inches away from yours, and suddenly he's leaning in, and he kisses you, and you forget everything else. But when you get to the bottom, you see Luca with his eyes full of fire. He gets onto the ride, but seconds later bursts out angrily.
So what? You guys are a thing now?
You hesitantly say that you guess he saw you 2 kiss, then clarify that he kissed you, but suddenly, Luca's hands are on your face, and he kisses you. Your stomach is doing backflips.
I said nothing would change, Annabelle, but it has. I need to know if we can be more than friends.
You hesitate and say that you're not sure. Then you admit that you might like Luca, but also like Isaac.
But you barely even know him. You've known me since we were kids.
You point out that it doesn't mean you can't like someone else more.
Oh, so you do like him better.
You clarify that that's not what you said.
Annabelle, I'm going home. I guess I need some space from you right now.
Luca walks away, and things change after that. You start spending more time with Isaac since you rehearse together every day, and you can feel the chemistry growing, but you hardly see Luca over the next few weeks, and you really miss him. Then one night, you're walking to the subway after rehearsal when you see someone with a black mask coming towards you. You freeze for a second, and then swing your purse to smack him with it. He drops what he's holding and runs away. It's a package with your name on it. He's the guy that's been sending you all that anonymous mail. This time, when you open the package, there's no present. Just a single note that reads, "Why don't you love me?" And suddenly, you get a shocking thought. What if the stalker is Luca? He's been in love with you for ages, and he knows where you live. The next day at school, you see Luca in the courtyard. You walk up to him and push him.
You call Luca a creep and accuse him of being your stalker.
What? Are you crazy?
You accuse him of following you to the subway last night and running away after leaving the note.
Annabelle, I can't even run properly. Don't you think you would have noticed my limp? Of course. He was right. You feel so stupid. Suddenly you start crying, and Luca puts his arms around you.
You say that you weren't freaked out before by the letters and presents, but now that Isaac is following you, you feel scared.
Hey, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. You feel so safe in Luca's arms, and you look up into his eyes. He's leaning closer, and you pull away.
You tell Luca to stop and say that you can't kiss.
Because you have a boyfriend now?
You confirm that you do have a boyfriend now.
And I'm just your friend. It's because of my leg, isn't it?
You exclaim in shock and ask how he could even think that.
Luca doesn't answer and storms off. You go looking for Isaac, but he's not at school because he's sick. You spend the next few days alone, and riding home, you're terrified of running into your stalker again. Finally, the night of the show comes, and Isaac comes into your dressing room to wish you good luck. He's leaning in to kiss you, but just then, Luca comes in. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt your makeout. Just wanted to wish you good luck, but I'm guessing Isaac already did that. Then all of a sudden, Isaac turns to him angrily. Dude, just let it go already. Annabelle doesn't want to be your girlfriend. It's time you stop acting like a jerk and be happy for her. And yeah, she and I were in the middle of a kiss. At that second, Isaac pulls you close to kiss you, but you can see the hurt in Luca's eyes, and you just can't do it.
You tell Isaac to stop and say that Luca already gets the point.
He has to get over himself. It's not fair to us. You look over at Luca, but he's already left. You take some time alone after that to do warm-ups. Then suddenly, you feel someone watching you. It's the masked guy from the other night. He runs out of your dressing room and you go after him, but he's disappeared. That's when you see the basement door is open. You go inside, and it's pitch black. Suddenly, the stalker comes up from behind and pushes you to the ground, and you hear the door close and lock. You bang on the door like crazy, calling for help, but no one hears you. You stay locked inside all that night. Finally, the next morning, the door opens and a bunch of cops come in. Your parents are crying and asking if you're okay. Just then, you see a policeman with a boy who looks around 14 years old. This is the young man who's been stalking you, sending you letters and presents for the past month. I've just had a crush on you ever since I saw you perform, so I saved up my allowance to buy you presents. I know I kinda got carried away, but I didn't mean to freak you out.
You ask him if he is kidding, then you accuse him of locking you in a dark basement all night.
No, it wasn't him who locked you in the basement. To your horror, you notice Isaac is in handcuffs with another cop. We did a background check and your friend here has a restraining order from his ex-girlfriend. He's a criminal.
You ask in confusion what he is talking about.
Annabelle, I locked you in that basement because I was angry. You didn't kiss me in front of Luca, and that made me think you had feelings for him. I hated you at that moment. And yeah, I lied. I did have a girlfriend, and she pushed me away, just like you did. You feel like you're gonna throw up as the cops take Isaac away. The next day, you sit at your favorite spot in the park to collect your thoughts when someone sits beside you. Want some company?
You tell Luca that he was right about Isaac and admit that everyone was right about Isaac being bad news. You acknowledge that you were the only one who didn't see it.
I also didn't do a great job looking out for you. I acted like a jealous jerk. Warm breath on your lips.
You say you want to try it again so you can be sure.
I woke up in the middle of the hallway when suddenly I heard kissing noises from my twin brother Mark's room. I took a peek from the door and had the biggest shock of my life. He wasn't kissing his girlfriend or another girl. He was kissing my boyfriend, for the love of God. I was so shocked I started nosebleeding. I barged into the room screaming, "What did I do wrong? Don't you like my long hair anymore?" "My love, Mark shoved him away and defensively said, "Get out of my room, you little perv." He then ran to the window and started pretending to throw up violently. "Oh, and now you're pregnant? La good guy." "Shut up, brat. It's not what you think." My boyfriend immediately jumped out of the window without any explanation and was never seen again, ever. He was a jerk anyway. Mama barged in and asked what happened. "Ma, Mark kissed my boyfriend." "Correction, her stupid boyfriend sneaked into my room and kissed me. Gadidi, it's not my fault that both girls and boys are crazy about me." "OMG, you're just jealous because I'm better than you at almost everything, even soccer." "You wish. I'm the man of the house. I'll do whatever I want whenever I want, and I will make sure to ruin your life." Mama glared at me. "Stop annoying my darling boy. Gay or not, at least his room is clean. Look, it's more organized than your entire life, you useless girl. Go clean your room now." "My room is always clean. It's just organized in a messy way. And did you ever hear him threatening me, like just now?" Mama continued blabbering, which made me sleepy, and I yawned. Moments later, I just dropped on the floor and fell asleep. Again. "Oh, hi there. My name is Trixie. I'm from the Philippines, and I have a condition called narcolepsy, where I sleep literally anytime and anywhere. But that didn't stop me from stealing my brother's girlfriend to get revenge on him. Like and subscribe to hear my story. You see, my annoying brother was in the same class as mine, and he made my life crazier with this condition. One day, our history teacher was talking about how our country was made up of 7,640 beautiful islands when Christian, Mark's best friend, suddenly went down on his knees and asked me to marry him. Was this for real? "Oh, yes, Christian, I do, I will marry you." Suddenly, our teacher kicked my seat and I was wide awake. "Detention for sleeping in class again, Trixie." I looked around and saw that everyone was laughing at me, including Christian himself. My stupid brother teased me. "Oh, yes, Christian, I do. I will marry you." So freaking stupid. Oh no, had I seriously said that? I had been secretly crushing on Christian since forever, but I'd never admit it because he was my jerk brother's best friend. While on my way to the detention room, I bumped into Christian of all people. He was grinning from ear to ear as he helped me up. "So, I heard from a reliable source that you want to marry me." It was just a dream. Like, ew, you're not even my type." My heart instantly raced when he leaned in closer and started playing with my hair. "You're really cute, you know." Huh? He pressed my nose and gave a wink before leaving. OMG, my heart. Just then, Mark and his girlfriend Julia, the most beautiful girl in school, walked by me. They just pushed me away and continued walking. I landed on the ground and fell asleep right away, and when I woke up, girls were looking differently at me. Were they drooling? I got even more confused at what they were saying. "Oh my God, who is he? He's so cute. Have babies with me, new guy. He can ruin my life and I'll thank him." I passed by a locker which had a mirror attached to it and screamed at the top of my lungs when I realized that someone had cut my hair short. I immediately thought of Mark. It was surely him. I stomped over to Julia. Her eyes grew wide upon seeing me. "Did he send you to cut my hair?" "Huh? What are you talking about, and who are you?" "Duh, I'm Trixie." She looked totally shocked and a bit hooked. "Mark was gonna pay for this." "This is a joke, right?" Julia leaned in closer to inspect my face, and our lips almost touched. "You look more handsome than your brother." Mark showed up looking very, very jealous. It gave me an idea for a perfect payback. By stealing his girlfriend. "Babe, what are you doing?" "I was just telling your sister how she got uglier in short hair." "Come on, babe, stop wasting your time on her." He snatched Julia away, and the girl looked back at me and gave me a weird smile. Later that day, I was looking for her and found her watching the soccer practice along with hundreds of other girls. She was surprised when I sat beside her. I tried talking to her, but she was ignoring me. Why couldn't she be like those other girls who were suddenly going crazy over me? Mark turned in our direction, so I grinned and whispered some nonsense in his girlfriend's ear to make it look like we were flirting. "Robot potato." Huh? I so wanted to laugh at Julia's face. The girl looked so confused. I was so loving the look of jealousy on Mark's face. Minutes later, I had fallen asleep in the bleachers. And when I woke up, Christian was kicking the ball and flew it in my direction. Thank God I immediately caught it with one hand. Everyone looked very impressed. I really was good at soccer. Christian ran up to me and said, "I'm so sorry about that, dude. Wait, Trixie? Is that you? Why did you cut your beautiful hair?" His disappointed face made me want to cry. I missed my long hair so much. Because of that, my hatred for my brother grew even more. Somebody cut it while I was sleeping. I bet it was someone insecure. I made sure that Mark heard it. It will grow back again in a month. Don't worry. Anyway, that catch was perfect. You should be our new goalkeeper. The last one is in a coma since he got hit on his head. Mark immediately rejected his idea. Dude, seryoso ka? My sister's a girl and she just messed the game. Try me. Their coach agreed to it, and the next moment I was already standing in the goal box with all the players lined up in front of me, ready to kick the ball. They were all stunned when I caught them all effortlessly. Mark looked like he was about to eat me alive, but Christian was looking very impressed. Oh my God, Trixie, that was so cool. Suddenly, hundreds of girls were running towards me looking like hungry pregnant cats. Oh no, I immediately excused myself and hid inside the janitor's closet. I took out my pillow and instantly fell asleep. When I woke up, I almost screamed upon seeing Julia's face up close. She was on top of me, and she was holding scissors. Panicking, I pushed her away, and she crashed against the janitor's things and knocked them all over, making some loud noise. You stupid girl! Why can't you be ugly? I should have cut everything last time. No one should be prettier than me. What? So it was actually her and not Mark? What a psycho! She was about to pull my hair when the door opened, and I came face to face with a shocked Christian, a furious Mark, and the jealous girls behind them. Apparently, it looked like I had just made out with Julia. I swear, at that moment, I wanted to disappear. Julia immediately went after Mark, while I was left with Christian and the other girls. I was about to explain, but he stopped me. It's okay, Trixie. I understand. I wanted to run after him, but these furious girls were blocking my way. Could this day get any worse? The soccer finals finally came, and I tripped over something out of nervousness. To my surprise, someone picked me up and carried me like we just got married. Christian! What are you doing? Just making your dreams come true. I was blushing hardcore when he gently put me on my seat and sat next to me. I wanted to be clear to him that I wasn't a lesbian, but then Mark suddenly squeezed himself between us and they started talking about girls and Mobile Legends. Ugh, boys. When we reached the stadium, the game immediately started and it was intense. The players of our rival school were really good. One of them was already kicking the ball in my direction. I was so confident that I'd catch it, but to my surprise, I tripped again and missed it. I looked down and noticed that I'd actually forgotten to tie my shoelaces. I caught Mark smirking at me. Oh, that jerk was happy I messed the game. Thankfully, I was able to catch the next ones. Things got really boring in the middle of the game, so I fell asleep in the middle of the goal box. Minutes later, I woke up to my brother pouring water over me and the sound of my teammates and everyone screaming at me. Trixie, wake up! I instantly rose to life and saw the current score. It was now a tie, and we only had 10 seconds left. When I got up, a player was now running my way, and oh boy, those legs were scary. All right, Trixie, you're a girl and you're cool. You can stop this. He kicked the ball real hard, and I jumped to reach it and slapped it away. My teammates in the audience rose to cheer for our victory. Christian picked me up and twirled me around like we were happy lovers. You were amazing. He was about to kiss me when Mark interrupted us. You did great, sis. I couldn't believe my ears. It was the first time he'd ever said a nice thing about me. Thanks, Guya. When we came back to school, everyone was treating me like a hero, and the girls were showering me with gifts and marriage proposals. I turned to Christian and gave him a help me look, but he just gave me a very sad look. Did he really think that I was enjoying these girls' attention? Suddenly, I felt brave. I grabbed his face and finally kissed him in front of those girls. He kissed me back, and I had butterflies flapping around wildly in my stomach. I looked for Mark, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I wondered if he was okay. He didn't go to school the next day, and I got a bit worried. One night, I decided to sneak into his room, only to get another shocker when I saw him staring at Christian's picture in his wallet. Oh my God! I thought he was jealous because of Julia, but no, it was because of Christian, his best friend and my crush. Grabito! Suddenly he spoke. I know you're there, sis. Come and sit with your loser brother. For the first time in my life, I felt sorry for him. I sat beside him, and to my surprise, he hugged me, and his body shook as he cried. You're not a loser, okay? We are not losers. Remember that. Christian has really liked you since day one, you know. Take care of that jerk for me, okay? I promise. The rivalry between my brother and I finally came to an end. And as a bonus, I also became Mama's new favorite when I finally cleaned my room.
Hi everyone, I'm Alana, and I'm one of the smartest people in the world. Please do like and subscribe to MSA. Okay, not in the world, but I am the smartest of my siblings. Straight A's, winning debates, and a pro at piano. I had it all. Well, I should have had it all, but there's a saying, the squeaky wheel gets all the grease. And that's my siblings. My parents only cared about my popular older brother Derek and his college future. Then there was the other squeaky wheel, my little sis Lisa. She was adorable when she was younger, but recently she'd grown into a little grumpy, attention-seeking grouch. My point is, I was the forgotten middle child. Even worse, Derek, aka Mr. Popular, was as dumb as a doorknob, always complaining about his phone not working, even though he didn't know how to use it. Eventually, I lost patience and I decided to mess with him. Maybe the battery is faulty. I read somewhere that you should rub the battery on your head. Apparently, it helps recharge it. That's not a thing. Fine, don't believe me. Why would you trust the nerd anyways? Wait, she is a total nerd. Maybe she's right. Derek walked around the entire day rubbing the battery against his hair. Dad noticed his struggle eventually and bought him a brand new phone. See what I mean? I'd been asking Dad for a new laptop for months because mine was literally hanging by a thread. But all he said was,
I'll get it on the way home from your brother's game. Don't worry. Ah, dear, I forgot. Anyways, I'm busy with your baby sister now, so I'll do it later.
Later never arrived. Eventually, I saved up my own money. Sort of. Technically, I got the rest of it from Mom by pretending that my laptop gave me an electric shock. Sorry, but you gotta be creative when people ignore you. And that's the thing. When you're overlooked as a child, it becomes a full-time job just to get noticed. Like another time when I was 13, I just won a massive science competition. And I mean massive. Every school in the area was there. And I won with my project on how to make animal-friendly leather out of mango skins. When I got home to tell my parents about winning the competition, they were completely fawning over pretty boy Derek. His best friend Steve was there too. God, every time I saw him, I felt my cheeks flush. I hated to admit it, but I had such a crush on him. Elena, honey, did you congratulate your brother? His team won the game, and he's in the running for prom king this year.
My star quarterback. I'm so proud of you.
That's nice. I won the science competition for our entire district.
Wow, congratulations. You're really smart, Alana. Ugh, science. I never understood that subject. It's always about worms somehow.
We knew you'd always win, Alana. No big deal. Since when was entering for prom king or winning a game with your entire team helping you a big deal? But my parents obviously thought so, because they booked a beach resort just to celebrate Derek's achievements, and they invited the entire extended family. Great. Just great. And as usual, things didn't go my way. When we got to the resort, Dad realized he forgot to put my luggage in the car, even though I was done packing 2 days ahead of everyone else. Typical. Aw, honey, let's turn it into a positive. It's been so long since the two of us went out clothes shopping.
Careful with her, Mom. She'll make you buy a jacket made out of mangoes or shoes made out of lemons.
When Mom and I got back, the entire family decided to go out for a fancy dinner. I wore a dress Mom bought me, and secretly, I felt cute. Then everyone started complimenting me, and I knew I really looked good.
Okay, she's looking nice for once, but anyone can look good on vacation. Try doing it every single day of your entire high school career.
He couldn't handle losing the spotlight for a second. While everyone was laughing at my brother's corny jokes, I hit the beach. Grabbing my phone, I opened the piano app to play my favorite song. The music took me away to a special place, but then I noticed someone watching me. It was a boy my age, a really good-looking boy.
Huh, didn't expect to find someone my age who liked older songs. You play really well.
Thanks. It's one of my favorite songs. He introduced himself as Wayne, and we got to talking. We both had a lot in common. We listened to similar music and even had the same favorite movie of all time, The Notebook.
Just don't tell me it's because of Ryan Gosling.
Nah, he's too old, but the movie was awesome. It stayed true to the book, which is what I love the most. Wayne's face went blank, then he totally transformed into the movie's lead character.
I've spent each life before this one searching for you. Not someone like you, but you, for your soul and mine,
must always come together. I couldn't believe I was sitting with a boy alone on the beach and quoting Nicholas Sparks. Finally, someone noticed me. I spent the rest of the trip sneaking away from my family to meet Wayne. I told him all about my family, and he listened. He told me something that really stuck in my mind. Don't hide your true self, Alana. Do whatever you like doing, even if your brother says it's nerdy. I thought playing video games was a waste of time, but now I'm pretty dang good at it, and quite famous too.
On the last night of the vacation, I was sad to say goodbye to Wayne. He squeezed my hand and told me we'd keep in touch, and we did. We texted each other every day, but when I hit school again, things had changed. My shopping trip with Mom had transformed my dress style, and now I felt everyone's eyes on me, even Steve's. It became too much, so I hid in the music room during recess. Then, the most unexpected thing happened.
Elena, how are you?
I'm good. Derek's not here though.
I know. I wanted to talk to you. How's music class going?
I couldn't believe it. I did my best not to act like the other girls who screamed when Derek or Steve walked past them. Steve and I talked for a while. I told him about my vacation and showed him some of the beautiful pictures I took of the place. That's when I noticed how he kept moving closer. And before I knew it, he was holding my hands.
You know, this new look is really cute on you.
Do you seriously think so?
Yeah, I do. And I am the cuteness expert. Hey, listen. Sorry, I gotta take this.
As Steve talked into his phone, I watched him walk away, but all I could think about were his words. This new look is really cute on you. After that day, Steve and I hung out quite a bit, but only at school. The more I got to know Steve, the more I told Wayne about him. But when I got home one day, my numbskull brother Derek was waiting. He turned my closet upside down and ruined my new clothes. He was angry.
Stay away from Steve, nerd. You got it?
Finally, someone takes an interest in me, and you want me to stop? Derek, I'm gonna ask Steve to be my homecoming dance date, whether you like it or not. And if you ruin all of my clothes for the night, I just won't wear any. Derek was shocked. Looks like the boring middle sister wasn't so boring after all.
Alana, please.
As if I was gonna listen to him of all people. The next day, I went to find Steve. I wanted to ask him to the homecoming dance, but as I reached for the gym door, I heard Steve's voice inside. My heart raced when I heard another girl's voice.
Come on, babe. There's no way I like Alana. I just wanted to get close to her so she'd do all my assignments. I can even get her to do your assignments too.
I couldn't believe it. I wanted to yell at him, but I was way too upset. If I confronted him, I'd probably have puked on him. When I got home, I jumped straight into bed and texted Wayne to tell him everything. He cheered me up right away. He sent me a surprise package of brownies and some exotic flowers I'd never seen before. And of course, my parents bombarded me with questions. Did a boy send you this stuff? Yeah, he's just a friend.
Do we know him? Derek, do you know him?
Come on, Dad, it's Alana.
No boys chase her. She's probably sending the stuff to herself.
First of all, the boy exists. And no, he's not one of Derek's stupid football friends. I met him at the beach, actually. And we've been best friends ever since. See for yourself.
The phone battery died, honey.
Dad, you can't trust her with phone batteries. I'm not lying, I promise. Whether you believe me or not isn't important to me. I'm not trying to show off to the world who I'm dating or how cool I am. That's not my priority.
Says the girl who's running for prom queen. Huh.
Yeah, I saw it too. Someone entered your name for that thing. The moment Mom heard those two words, prom queen, she squealed and began planning a whole new dress to buy me. It was nice to get her attention for once, but I wasn't remotely interested in the thing. Take it easy, Mom. Prom night events are so basic and fake. Like, why even bother? All the popular kids just show up to try and prove how cool they are. It's so lame. No way I want to be part of it. That night, Lisa walked into my room without saying a word. I was the one who nominated you for prom queen, Alana. Seriously? But why? Because you're so much smarter and cooler than the other girls. If you win, it'll mean so much for girls like me. What do you mean? Alana, I really look up to you. The prom queen stuff shouldn't just be for the popular crowd. You're so smart, and in my opinion, you're already a queen. Oh God, stop it. My moody little baby sister just said she looked up to me. There's no way I'm letting you go. Lisa's words really got me pumped for the dance now. Not that I was a good dancer. It was actually because all the nominated students were expected to give a speech at the dance. This was my chance to finally tell the popular kids what I thought of them. It took a couple of days to write the speech, and then one more day to delete the really bad words. But finally, my speech was ready. I was gonna give Derek and Steve a major clapback in front of the whole school. But when I told Wayne, he thought it was a bad idea. He tried to convince me that I should take the higher ground, that Derek was my brother after all. But I didn't care. On the day of the speech, I was practicing at home, and suddenly Derek barged in. Did you forget how to knock, or were you rubbing batteries on your head again?
Alana, I heard you're gonna tell the whole school how much you hate me and my friends. Really? Yeah, and? You always get everything on a silver platter. Don't you know how hard the rest of us work compared to you? You sound really stupid right now. Sure, it's not easy for you nerds, but it's not easy for us either. Yeah, right. There you go, acting like you know everything. I fought with Steve today, you know, because he lied to you. Derek lifted his jacket to show me. He had a bloody scratch from a fight. Do you even know how much pressure there is on me every time I run onto the field? It's my whole college dream at stake. You don't even realize how much cooler you are than me in comparison. You'll get into any university no matter what, whereas I'm scared of failing every single day. You think I'm cooler than you? Really? That's all you heard? Wow. Derek's words really made me think. I'd acted like the burden of the entire world was on my shoulders, but here he was, the most popular guy at school, and he was struggling. I found Derek sitting out on the porch later. Derek, I just wanted our parents to notice me as much as you and Lisa. I'm tired of trying hard and still being nothing but a nerd to them. Firstly, Alana, Mom and Dad do notice you. In fact, they're always talking about how good you are all the freaking time. It's just that they don't have to worry about you. And anyways, being a nerd is great. You can do anything. Like I could tutor you. That's it, Derek. How about I help you out by tutoring you? Well, actually, I could really use your help for school, but nobody needs to know, okay? Not even your imaginary boyfriend. He is not imaginary. I was about to punch my brother's arm, but then I saw him smiling. He was joking. He could be pretty clever in his own way sometimes. The next day, I rewrote my entire speech, and on the day of the dance, I gave the school the motivational speech of their lives. I told every kid that whether they were popular or not, they should all just have fun and let go. Don't put crazy pressure on yourself. We're young after all. We should enjoy learning the things that are meaningful to us, and that's how you achieve maximum coolness. I'd like to think I convinced everyone in that hall, or at the very least, I convinced my little sis Lisa and Derek, of course. When the dance finally started, I thought I'd be left standing alone, but my brother swept me in his arms and my sister joined in. As we were having an amazing time, someone tapped on my shoulder. Wayne! He looked better than I'd ever seen him. I was so excited to introduce him to my school friends, but the thing that excited me the most? The look on my brother's face. His jaw dropped to the floor. See, I told you Wayne was real. Yeah, but this is the Wayne you spoke of? This guy's a legend. Turns out, Wayne was a much bigger gamer than I thought, and Derek was a huge fan. The way he behaved, it was like he wanted Wayne to be his date instead of mine. I didn't win anything at the dance, of course, but it's fine. That's not my main thing. I did have an amazing time with Wayne, and I felt more relaxed than I'd ever felt.
Hi, I'm Ellie, and I've got an unbelievable story for you with mystery, suspense, and backstabbing betrayal. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm an only child, and I live with my mom, who is an amazing pizza chef. She has her own cookbook and a popular YouTube channel, and when I was 6, she started a pizzeria with her best friend. The two were inseparable, and Mom's friend also had a daughter my age named Gia. Gia and I couldn't be more opposite. I was shy and quiet, and she was weird and loud, but she was my ride-or-die friend. One time in 3rd grade, I spilled chocolate ice cream on my shirt, and this mean boy in the neighborhood called me Poop Girl.
Hey, you big jerk, pick on someone your own size.
The boy looked at Gia and couldn't stop laughing.
You pint-sized twerp? I'll smash you like a bug.
Then Gia whistled, and a giant stray dog appeared out of nowhere.
Attack, Fluffy, attack!
The dog chased the mean boy down the street, and he never messed with me again. Gia was always there right beside me, for better or for worse, but sometimes she could be a bit much. Since we were little, Gia was different. While I played with Barbies, she played with bugs, which totally creeped everyone out. On our first day of middle school, I wanted to make a good impression, so I spent hours getting ready. But on our ride there, Gia pulled out a huge jar of cockroaches.
Look, Ellie, my little babies are so excited. I think they'll love math class.
Maybe you should leave your bugs at home.
No way! What are they supposed to do? Crawl around in the mud all day?
Isn't that what
what stupid bugs do? Don't be rude. Apologize to my babies now.
And just as I expected, all the kids thought Gia was a freak, and our first day was a total disaster.
Ew, gross! She has a cockroach on her shoulder!
Actually, I have 10. Want to see?
Gia, don't! But of course, Gia didn't listen. She pulled her jar of bugs out of her backpack. I tried to snatch it from her, but it slipped out of my hand and shattered on the floor. Kids started screaming. The bugs scattered everywhere. One jumped on my nose, a few got caught in the cheerleader's hair, and a big one crawled down our math teacher's pants. Gia and I were sent straight to the principal's office and suspended for a week. All the cool kids avoided us after that. As we got older and reached high school, things didn't change much. The bugs stopped making public appearances, but Gia was still odd. She spent most of her time in the science lab working on secret projects, which I thought was cool, but frankly didn't help her social life.
Sniff this, Ellie.
Yuck, it smells like feet.
But how does it make you feel? Do you want to climb a mountain or run a marathon?
No, I want you to get out of my face. Guess it needs work. Gia always spoke her mind, and sometimes it was so cringe. She had no filter. Like this one time, I went shopping with Rachel and her squad, the ultimate popular girls at our school, and I was getting along with them great. But then, Gia appeared just as Rachel had tried on this pink dress and was modeling it for us. Isn't this perf for the homecoming dance? I look stunning.
Not to be a buzzkill, but you kinda resemble Peppa Pig. Oink oink.
Seriously, Gia?
I was just being honest. Is it just me? Or does anyone else suddenly have a taste for bacon?
Ellie, we have to go. Your weird friend is freaking us out. Rachel and her friends couldn't leave fast enough. What's wrong with you? Why did you say that?
Forget about Rachel. She's lame and her perfume stinks. Come on, let's go down to the pizzeria and say hi to our moms.
As much as Gia drove me nuts, I couldn't stay mad at her. She made me laugh, helped me with all my homework, and when our moms were busy working late, Gia always came over to keep me company. She was like an annoying sister. The first day after the shopping disaster, my first period teacher had an announcement.
Class, we have a new student. This is Billy Fiss. He just transferred here. Make him feel welcomed.
He took the empty desk next to mine. Hi, I'm Ellie. If you need to know where your next class is or anything at all, just ask.
Thanks, Ellie. I'll be sure to.
I did end up showing Billy where his next class was, and we hit it off. After school, we had lunch at Mom's Pizzeria and talked for hours. He was super interested in everything about the school and my life. I felt so special with all the attention he was giving me. I told him all about myself, my mom, the pizzeria, and of course about Gia.
I know this is really fast, but I saw the posters for the dance this weekend. Do you want to go with me?
Would I? I was low-key freaking out, but I kept it chill. Well, I was going to go with a group of friends, but I guess I can change my plans. Billy picked me up for the dance in this fancy car that probably cost more than my house. He was dressed like $1,000,000. Then he gave me a corsage and a really expensive diamond necklace. I was so shocked, I was speechless.
Sorry, is the necklace too much? You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. It's just that when I saw it, I thought of you.
Hey guys, you think you can give me a ride to the dance? My bike's busted. I lost my bus pass, and my date, the love of my life, just broke up with me.
Gia pretended to cry, and my blood boiled. Gia didn't even have a boyfriend. Just as I was about to snap, Billy said the sweetest thing.
Forget about him, Gia. I don't know you, but if you're anything like Ellie, then you must be extra special. And you deserve much better than that jerk. Of course you can ride with us.
Aside from Gia being a third wheel, the dance was pretty awesome. Billy was a dancing superstar. After that, Billy and I hung out all the time. We'd stroll in the park, go out for dinner, cute couple stuff. He was the perfect boyfriend, and his father was so nice. They even came to eat at the pizzeria. Billy's dad took one bite of my mom's pizza, and he was so impressed that he wanted to invest in the business.
I tell you, this place really has potential, and I think I can make it a huge success. We can take this pizzeria worldwide. By the time we're finished, you'll be millionaires.
Millionaires? No way, you're joking.
I'd never joke about a thing like that.
Then Billy's dad dropped a wad of cash on the table, then left his business card.
Call me in the morning, and we can talk business.
After Billy and his dad left, me, Gia, and our moms were so excited we danced around the store like maniacs. That night, I dreamed about being a millionaire and traveling to tropical islands with Billy on my yacht. The next few weeks were a blur. Billy's dad brought in these fancy accountants and lawyers to help my mom and Gia's mom with their business plan. I even started helping out at the pizzeria after school so I could do my part. Gia, on the other hand, was named president of the science club, so she wasn't around much. To be honest, it was nice getting a break from all her silly antics. With working after school and all my homework, I didn't get to see much of Billy either. He sent me sweet texts all the time, but I missed hanging out with him. Then one day, I was passing by the science lab and I heard Billy laughing. I went inside outside and found him sitting with Gia. They were doing some kind of experiment with this green goo that exploded everywhere. They were laughing uncontrollably and having the greatest time. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Elle, why didn't you tell me that Gia was so awesome?
Billy went on and on about Gia's stupid science experiment. I barely understood a word he said. I sat down and tried to help, but they totally ignored me. I felt like an idiot, and seeing them together made me jealous. I stormed off, and they didn't even notice that I'd left. A few days later, things got even worse. I texted Billy to see if he wanted to come over and watch MSA videos, but he said he was too busy to hang out tonight.
Sorry, babe. I've got a ton of homework and I'm really tired. Maybe we can hang out next week.
I told Billy that I understood and wished him a good night. It was nice out, so I decided to take a walk and get a chocolate sundae at my favorite ice cream shop. But I stopped short in shock when I looked through the window. Gia and Billy were sitting in a booth, sharing a banana split and laughing like a pair of hyenas. Hot rage coursed through my veins as I marched toward the door, but just as I was about to open it, I got a call from my mom. She was with Gia's mom at the pizzeria, and she was in tears. Mom, what's wrong? Before she could answer, the phone disconnected. I raced to the pizzeria, and what I saw next blew my mind. The sign on the pizzeria had changed to Fitz Pizza, and these huge, scary men were shoving all our things into a huge trash compactor. Gia's mom was trying to make the men stop, while my mom sat on the curb crying like a baby. What happened here?
We lost our business. Billy's dad took everything.
How could this happen?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We can't even afford to hire a lawyer to fight back. All our bank accounts are empty. We're ruined. Our lives are over.
The police showed up and arrested Gia's mom for punching one of the men in the face.
Get your hands off me. This isn't fair. It's not right.
Then, Mom fainted. I called an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The doctor said she'd be okay, but they had to keep her a few days for observation. I was devastated. I couldn't believe that Billy's dad was behind this. I called and texted Billy. There had to be some explanation, but Billy didn't answer. I even went to his house, but no one was home. Mom was right. We were ruined. I was so exhausted that I went home to get some sleep. But guess who I found waiting for me on my front porch? That backstabbing witch, Gia. That rage that coursed through my veins before, well, now it was 20 times stronger. I raced toward Gia like an angry bull and tackled her to the ground. You evil witch! I tried to punch Gia, but she grabbed my arms.
Ellie, you have to calm down. There's something I need to show you. It's about Billy.
I've already seen enough. I knew you were weird, but I never thought you were evil. I saw you with him at the ice cream shop.
Oh, that? It was all part of my plan.
What plan?
To save the pizzeria.
Gia led me to her house and into the basement.
Take a look. I caught a toad.
Billy was tied up to a chair and gagged. He had green slime all over his face, and he smelled like a gym sock. Gia, what the heck?
Listen up. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings with Billy, but you need to know why I did it. When Billy started hanging out with you, I started following you too, and then him.
You did what?
Shut up and listen. Billy's dad is in the mafia and needed a front to hide his shady deals and launder his dirty money. That's where our moms and the pizzeria comes in. He thought snagging the business was the way to go, and the whole thing was totally Billy's idea.
That's why Billy was hanging out with me? I feel so stupid.
Don't, Ellie. Smooth talking runs in that family. Billy's dad tricked our moms into signing over their business. Too bad for Billy and his dad that I'm not so easily played. I recorded them talking about their scheme for weeks, and I even convinced Billy to confess.
How did you get him to spill?
First, I poured my truth serum all over his head, but that didn't work. It just stunk up the place. I really should open a window, huh?
Gia, stay focused.
Oh yeah, so since the serum was a dud, I asked my friends for a little help.
Gia pointed to a tank full of giant winged cockroaches. Billy started to struggle and yelled through his gag.
You should have seen Mr. Tough Guy crumble.
Gia sent Billy's taped confession and the rest of the evidence she found to the police. Billy and his dad had been scheming small businesses for years, but no one could ever prove it until now. The police arrested Billy and his dad. The movers dropped the charges on Gia's mom. Our moms got the pizzeria and all their money back, and things went back to normal. Well, kind of. After the news got out that Gia and I took down a mob boss, our popularity at school went through the roof, and the pizzeria became busier than ever. My friendship with Gia grew as strong as an ox, and eventually I didn't mind her eight-legged friends. But one thing was clear. With Gia around, my life would always be an adventure, and that was fine with me.
They'll tell you I'm a thief, an outlaw, a rebel. All of it's true. But what they miss is the best part. The part when I met her, Maid Marian. Because before her, I was fighting for a cause, sure, taking from the rich, giving to the poor, but it was just a fight. Marion didn't just join my cause, she transformed it to a crusade. Our greatest enemy was the Sheriff of Nottingham, a man whose unfairly high taxes made life unaffordable for all. I was just a boy when he came for us. My father, a proud and honest farmer, couldn't pay the rent after a season of failed crops. His men banged on the door, then dragged us into the street like animals. I was terrified, but my father stood tall.
We've paid our dues every season. A man's worth shouldn't be measured by the gold in his hand, but by his work and his honor.
Honor doesn't pay the sheriff his rent.
My mother begged and pleaded, but they tossed us out and set fire to the fields. I watched everything my family had worked for turn to ash. I swore that night I'd never let anyone feel that powerless again. In my world, the rich lived in their own bubble of luxury and ignored the poor. I never felt guilty robbing them. The noble women were no different, lost in gossip and gowns, and unaware of the struggles beyond their lavish walls. That's just how it was, until I met Marion. Disguised as a beggar in the bustling marketplace, I kept my head down. The sheriff's men had plastered wanted posters of me everywhere. Amid the usual chaos, a desperate cry caught my attention. A frail old man who had been caught stealing bread was pinned to the ground by one of the sheriff's brutes, ready for the usual harsh public punishment. Just as I prepared to intervene, a confident voice interrupted.
Stop that!
The crowd parted, and she stepped forward. At first glance, she seemed like any other noblewoman.
A public beating of an old man for stealing bread? Have you no mercy?
Kindly go about your business, milady.
I am Lady Marion of Beaumont, and I will not let this man go!
Lord Beaumont was a powerful man, the sheriff's top tax collector and the reason the poor starved. But besides being beautiful, his daughter also had a spark and kindness I'd never seen in a noblewoman before. My heart beat faster than a fiddler's strings. The guard, unsure of what to do, let the beggar go. As she turned to leave, I saw her look at one of my wanted posters.
Be warned, he's one of the most dangerous criminals in all of Nottingham. He says he steals from the rich, but the poor pay the price. More guards roam the streets because of him, which means higher taxes and more punishments. He thinks he's helping, but he makes it worse.
I watched her go, assuming I would never see her again. It wasn't my place to think of her, for I was betrothed to a woman I didn't love. It was a match arranged for peace between families that my heart had no part in, nor hers. But still, I couldn't help telling my loyal merry men of my encounter with the compelling Lady Marion.
You're smitten by someone from the Beaumont family? She might have a sweet face, but her heart and loyalty will always be with her family coin.
He's right, my friend. Temptation comes in many forms. She'll lead you to heaven first, and then straight to your doom.
Trust me, Robin. I've seen it before. Her world and ours, a distant shore.
Despite my friend's warnings, I couldn't shake her from my thoughts. That very night, as fate would have it, I would see her again, and everything would change. It was an ideal night for stealing. The sheriff's grand party would keep the nobles busy, the perfect place to show off their riches. I sneaked through the back of a grand estate into the kitchen and quietly took what I could. But upstairs, as I reached for an ornate necklace, I sensed someone else was in the room.
You're Robin Hood, aren't you? The dangerous criminal?
I turned slowly and knew exactly who it was. And there she stood, Lady Marion, bow drawn, an arrow pointed at my chest, the same fire in her eyes that I'd seen in the marketplace. I put my hands up. I mean you no harm, and I am no criminal. I steal back what they've already taken from us.
I knew you'd come. I was waiting for you or one of your merry men. I knew the banquet would be the perfect distraction.
Clever. Well, I hope the reward is worth it.
You think that stealing trinkets and silverware is helping your cause? Maybe in the short term, but you need a better, longer plan if you are to win.
I don't remember asking for your advice, my lady. Go back to your silks and oysters where you belong. This is not your fight.
It's only a matter of time before the sheriff catches you. And then what will the poor do? Ever thought of that?
I couldn't believe her cheek. But deep down, I knew she was right. Well, it looks like I've been caught. So you tell me.
I don't want to turn you in, Robin. I have a plan. You're stealing from the wrong places. The real wealth isn't in these houses. It's in the vault beneath the castle. The taxes collected from the poor.
Now I see it. You're insane. How am I supposed to get into a steel vault?
Why, Robin, it's simple. I'll get the key.
I was shocked. Her plan was bold, yes, and brilliant. But I was hesitant. And why should I trust you?
Because it's my fight, too. I've watched my family grow fat while others starve. I've seen food wasted on dogs while people beg for scraps. I've seen the sheriff's men drag families from their homes, beat them for a few missed coins, and I've had enough.
But if you get caught, you'd be an outlaw, and your betrayal will never be forgiven.
I don't want forgiveness. I want change.
Her words struck me hard, as if she had shot me in the heart with her arrow. I saw my own past flash before my eyes, the night my family was thrown out by the sheriff's men. The fields burned, our home reduced to ash. Marion wasn't just a noblewoman playing rebel. She meant every word. Then so be it. Finally, she lowered her bow, and for the first time, we smiled at each other. I was captivated by her, and knew it wasn't just her plan I was falling for. It was her. Together, we could ignite a change far greater than anything I could ever achieve alone. We arranged to meet the next night that night, and I ran straight to the merry men, eager to explain my plan. But they were less trusting.
She's not here for the people, Robin. This is just her rebelling against her father.
Her heart's burning with anger, not justice. The fire can consume us all if we're not careful.
It's a clever plan, I'll grant you, but don't easily place your trust. When it's her or your head, she'll leave you for dust.
It took me a while to convince them, and even then, I knew they were placing their faith in me, not Marion. And my heart believed in her, but my mind couldn't silence the doubts. What if it was all a setup? But I decided to brush all negative thoughts away and focus on the task ahead. Marion planned to steal the vault keys from her father and leave them in the sheriff's castle library. We'd sneak in at dusk, steal the treasure, and vanish without a trace. But before I set out that night, I wanted to see my betrothed. It didn't feel right committing to her when I couldn't shake Marion from my mind. I'm sorry, but we can no longer wed. I will ensure your family is provided for. You'll never want for anything, I swear it. But she was outraged. This wasn't about love. It was about pride, the humiliation of being cast aside. I thought I'd done the right thing, but I had no idea what her wrath would lead to. Later, the merry men and I arrived at the estate. We crept through the garden toward the library. My heart pounded in my chest, not just from the risk of the mission, but because I was placing all my trust in Marion. But when we reached the library and looked where she told me to, my heart sank. The keys weren't there. Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, we heard footsteps, voices. We ducked behind a heavy curtain just as the door swung open. It was Marion and her father.
I must say, Marion, this is a pleasant surprise. You've never shown much interest in my line of work before.
Yes, Father. I thought it was time to understand more about our holdings. See things through your eyes.
Was this all part of her plan? Did she need more time? But then, the unmistakable sound of clanking armor echoed down the hall. The door burst open. This time, guards flooded the room.
Start the search! We've received word that Robin Hood is in the castle.
My heart dropped. I was desperate to believe Marion hadn't betrayed us. But it wasn't long before they ripped back the curtain and found us. I was dragged out in front of Marion and her father. As the guards bound my wrists, I caught her eyes. I begged her silently. Say something. Do something. But she just stood there.
Marion, you're witnessing history. The most notorious outlaw in all of Nottingham, finally caught. You'll never have to worry about this scum again once you take over from me. Isn't it magnificent?
I held my breath, waiting for Marion to intervene. But she just looked away.
Yes, Father. Justice must be served to criminals. And may I have your coat, please? I'm cold.
Her words hit me like a dagger to the chest, and as they dragged me away, I felt the sting of betrayal burn deeper than any wound I had ever known. They soon threw me and the merry men into a cell.
Well, I warned you. Nobles only look out for themselves. We're gonna be hanged for this. But we'll be together till the end, brother.
We are all tested with betrayal, but it is through forgiveness that we find salvation. Pray for strength and for Marion.
Our mission will live on, no matter our fate. The people will rise one day. They will not hesitate.
I felt like a crushed man in that cold, damp cell. When I heard the sound of footsteps getting closer, I braced myself for the next cruel twist. But there before us stood Marion. Before I could speak, she threw a set of guard uniforms at us and started to let us out.
Put these on, now!
We all dressed, and the merry men soon fled, disappearing free into the night. My heart was pounding as I followed her down a corridor to follow them out the castle. I thought you handed us over.
No, you were followed to the castle. I saw it happening but couldn't warn you. Then I realized you getting caught was the only way to distract them. They'd celebrate your capture and leave the vault unguarded. It's the perfect opportunity.
No, Marion, we need to leave now. You'll be free from all this.
We came here to take back what belongs to the people, and I have the keys.
She lifted the keys she'd taken from her father's coat, the very same she'd asked for warmth in the library.
This is our chance, Robin. We can't let them win.
But if they catch us...
The poor have no one else.
Her words pierced my doubt, and I followed her, deeper into the belly of the castle. We reached the underground chamber, which was unguarded just as Marion had said, and she unlocked the door. We walked over to the vault door at the back, and she unlocked that too. I turned its handle, but it wouldn't budge and kept slipping from my grasp. As I struggled, Marion stepped forward and placed her hands over mine.
Your hands are trembling. Here, let me help you.
Our eyes locked briefly as we pushed down on the handle together, and the door clicked open. We soon filled sacks with coins and gold, our hearts racing. But just as we were about to leave, laughter and voices carried down the hall. And it was none other than Lord Beaumont and the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Let us take what we can before the celebrations end.
The king won't miss what he doesn't know exists. Only you and I know the amount of cash and gold we really have here.
We quickly shoved the bags behind a pillar, but we had nowhere to run. Just then they entered, and Lord Beaumont hastily hid a sack behind his back.
Guards, what are you doing inside? Wait! The vault! It's open!
Lord Beaumont drew out his sword.
Show yourself!
I was thinking about how to tackle him and the sheriff when suddenly, Marion stepped forward calmly. I had no idea what she was doing. Then she lifted her visor, and the color drained from her father's face.
Marion? What in the world is this madness? What are you doing here?
It's obvious, is it not? How dare you steal from the king?
Isn't that what you were both about to do? But father, you have it all wrong. I was stopping the robbery.
My heart plummeted. Would she really do this to me? But when she pushed me down to my knees and handcuffed me, I knew my fate was sealed.
Is that so? But why are you in armor? Looks like a disguise to me.
Father, look at how he doubts my loyalty. I knew all the guards would be drunk and busy in celebration, so I came here in armor to do my duty. And I found this thief here in armor too, which he stole from a guard he attacked earlier. You should be thankful I caught him, because it's none other than Robin Hood.
Marion pulled off my helmet to reveal my face. The sheriff and Lord Beaumont looked shocked, then started laughing.
Marion, I always knew you had the mettle of a true Beaumont. Well done. Excellent work, my girl. You see, Robin Hood, no matter your cunning, you cannot outwit true loyalty.
I desperately tried to make eye contact with her, but she didn't meet my gaze.
Guards! Guards!
Suddenly, Marion kicked my back, and I fell face forward.
No need for them, Father. Look at how pathetic he is. He's in handcuffs and can do no harm. Why don't you check the vault first and reassure yourselves that everything is in there? I hope I've made you proud.
The sheriff and Lord Beaumont walked towards the vault as she quietly unlocked my handcuffs. And the second they were inside, we both rushed to the vault door and pushed all our weight against it, slamming it shut. As As we heard the muffled shouts and cries of the two men inside, Marion quickly locked the vault door, and we walked out of there with the bags of riches and big smiles. That was close. You really had me thinking this might fail.
It was never meant to fail. Not for me.
What do you mean?
The vault was empty days ago. What we loaded into these bags? Fake painted rocks. Tonight wasn't about gold. It was a final farewell to my father and my soon-to-be fiancé.
The sheriff. So this was...
A trap. I knew the sheriff couldn't resist a quiet raid. I hoped my father would follow. He never trusts anyone with the money. Lucky me, caught red-handed in an empty vault, with no one to blame but each other. The royals will handle the rest.
You played them.
I played everyone, but I chose you.
She wasn't just escaping her world. She tore it down, piece by piece.
Oh, and tell Friar Tuck he was wrong. I didn't fall from grace. I burned the palace down first. Hi, my name is Irene, and today I'm going to tell you the crazy story of how I lose control of myself and turn into these exciting characters from the movies I see. Unbelievable, right? When I was 3, my parents first took me to see the movie Tarzan. It was amazing, but soon after we got home, I started howling and beating my chest, just like Tarzan. And then I literally swung from the curtains and pillars, crashing into everything that came in my way. Mom couldn't stop laughing, but Dad got super furious.
What has gotten into this child? This is not funny. Stop her, now.
But that wasn't the end of it. One evening, after we all watched the movie Child's Play on TV, I suddenly got up in the middle of the night and walked to Dad's bedside with googly eyes and a pencil in my hand.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
Dad screamed like a little girl and dived under the bed.
This child is possessed. Take her away from me. She's evil.
Mom calmed me down quickly, but Dad always stayed away from me after that. Then one day, Mom and I came home to find a note from him.
I can't sleep with that devil child in the house. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
And, well, we never saw him again. But unlike Dad, Mom loved me a lot, and life was better with him gone. I also loved going to school and had plenty of friends. That is, until the day everyone found out about my weird quirk. One day in the 6th grade, soon after I'd watched the Lord of the Rings movies at home, a teacher dropped her gold ring on the floor. As I saw it sparkling in the light, I suddenly transformed into Gollum. As I leapt forward to pick up the ring, she got to it first and I went ballistic.
The filthy little thieves. Where is it? They stole it from us. My precious. Curse them. We hates them. It's ours, it is, and we wants it.
And with that, I attacked my teacher. She shrieked as other kids tried to hold me back, and someone called the principal. I almost got expelled, but Mom was called in and she explained my condition. She decided I wasn't watching any movies for a very long time. But the news had already spread like wildfire in school, and everyone started calling me different names. Clown, loser, psycho, and many, many more. And the school queen bee, Olive, was the meanest of them all.
Hold on, psycho. What are you going to turn into today?
Hola, Harry Potteris. Can you fly using the janitor's broom? Cut it out, Olive. Oh, I'm scared. Are you going to turn me into a goblet with your magic? I could smack her with a broom for sure, but I didn't want to upset Mom by causing more trouble, so I kept a low profile, even though the bullying never stopped. In the 9th grade, I decided to join the drama club at school. One afternoon, I was rehearsing alone before auditions for the school play when a handsome guy walked into the drama room.
Hi, my name is Drake, and I'm here for the drama auditions. Am I in the right place?
Oh, yes, you're in the right place at the right time. But before I could say a word, the Wicked Witch entered the room. Oh, there you are, Drake. Are you here for the role of the prince? Take it from me, babe. That role is made for you, and I'm meant to be your princess. But when everyone saw my acting skills, I got the lead role. Olive got selected for the maid's part, and Drake became my prince.
I was loving all the attention I was getting from him, but it was clearly driving Olive crazy. How dare you flirt with Drake? He's mine. Really? I didn't see the owner's name tag on him. Oh, look who finally found her tongue. But hear me loud and clear, freak. You can be his princess in a play, but I'm still his queen in real life. Stay away from Drake or else. Bring it on. Well, she did. During breaks at rehearsals, she was all over him, touching his arm and laughing a little too hard at his jokes. But I wasn't going to just sit back and watch. The next day during costume trials, I walked in wearing a Catwoman costume, and Drake's jaw dropped when he saw me. OMG. Irene, you look meow. How about you curl me closer with that tail of yours? I gave him a wink and sat close to him as Olive turned red with anger and stormed out of the room. But then the next day, that witch came dressed up as Wonder Woman in a costume literally the size of a hanky. Her tactics didn't work though, because one day at rehearsals, Drake asked me out in front of everyone. Of course, I said yes. As I was changing in the dressing room the next day, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I looked up and saw Olive's reflection in the mirror. She was holding up my costume that she'd ripped to shreds. OMG, Olive, you're such a psycho. You just wait and see what I do, Irene. I'm not gonna let a freak like you take away my dream boy. Ugh, she was insane. I pushed her aside and stormed out of the room, wondering what drama would come my way next. I didn't have to wait too long to find out, but it wasn't exactly what I'd expected. It was Drake's birthday on the weekend, and he'd invited half the school to his party. As soon as I arrived there, suddenly the music from the Twilight movie started to play on the speakers. As everyone looked around in surprise, I spotted Drake in the moonlight, and he looked just like Edward Cullen. Hello, Edward. Happy birthday. How old are you now? 104? Who's Edward? What are you talking about? Come on, Edward. I know you're a vampire. Your Bella is here. You can drink blood from my veins, and then we can live together for all eternity, my love. All the kids around us started laughing, while Drake just stared at me in shock, and then abruptly ran inside the house. Just then the music ended, and I realized the scene I'd made. And I'd scared Drake. That was just epic to watch. You acted even weirder than I hoped you would when I played the music. Now Drake's never gonna want to be with you. Freak. She was such a jerk. I started looking for Drake in the house to explain everything to him. Suddenly, I screamed when someone hugged me from behind. Drake, you scared me. Hi, babe. I just came in to get something for you. I didn't know when was the right time to show you, but I think it's now. Why was he being so strange? He was acting like nothing had happened a few minutes ago. But when I saw the thing he gave me, I was shocked. It was a photo album with hundreds of pictures of me. He clicked me going to the washroom, smelling my underarms, and picking my nose. What's wrong with you? Why did you take all these pictures? Because I fell in love with you at first sight, Irene. And after you wore that Catwoman costume, my God, I just can't get you out of my head. Now that I know you think our love is like Edward and Bella's, I wanted to show you that I'm equally obsessed with us. OMG, you're insane. Leave me alone. I don't want to be with you or even see you. And don't you dare follow me. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I couldn't believe I was dating a crazy psycho. The next day at school, I tried to hide from him, but he was following me around everywhere like a mad puppy. I hid out in the girls' bathroom for a while, but when I finally came out, I almost tripped over a body on the floor. It was Drake writhing around like he was in pain. It hurts. It hurts so bad. What hurts? Is it your tummy? Your appendix? No, baby girl. It's my heart. Quit playing games and say you love me too. Oh, shut up. You need therapy. I almost kicked him while shaking his hands off my ankle, and I ran away while everyone around us laughed hysterically. Olive called out to me. Wow, girl, he's as crazy as you. He's all yours. Geez, if he kept this up, I was going to need a restraining order. Later that night, as I was sleeping peacefully in my bed, I heard a faint creaking noise, and I turned around and screamed. Drake was standing by my bed. Are you freaking crazy? How do you even know where I live? Never mind, don't answer that. Just get out. Babe, just give me a chance.
I have an amazing gift for you." And with that, he started unbuttoning his shirt. "Hey, don't! Ew! Stop that! Relax. You're gonna love this." He took out an invitation card tucked inside his shirt. Oh, thank God! I know how crazy you are about acting, princess. And you know I would bring the world to your feet. Please, accept this invitation to a party on a cruise ship with Hollywood stars. Wait, what? Are you serious? Yes, babe. As serious as my love for you. I want you to go with me to the party. But how'd you get those passes? Oh, I just stole them from my uncle's table when he wasn't looking. He knows many people in Hollywood. Okay, he was still a crazy psycho, but I couldn't miss this awesome opportunity, right? Meeting Hollywood celebrities would be like a wild dream come true. And Drake wasn't lying one bit. When we got onto the ship, I could feel my heart beating like crazy. I was at a party full of actors and directors I practically worshipped. Just then, I spotted the world-famous director, freaking James Cameron himself, right at the front of the ship. Here was my chance to get discovered. I turned to Drake. "How much do you love me?" "Oh, as much as the depths of the sea, and the width of the sky, and the height of the—" Okay, I get it. You love me. You'll do anything for me, right? Anything, babe. We ran across the deck to the edge of the ship. I climbed onto the front railing with Drake right behind me, supporting me as I stretched my arms out just like in Titanic. "Look, Jack, I'm flying. I'm flying, Jack." "I'm the king of the world. Woohoo!" "Not now. Just shut up and kiss me, moron." As we kissed at the edge of the ship at sunset, lots of people around us started to cheer and clap. Even though it was Drake I was kissing, I had to admit it was a super romantic, movie-like moment. Just then he whispered in my ear, "Rose?" "Yeah?" "I think I'm gonna be seasick." I jumped onto the deck just in time as he hurled into the sea. Gross! The director I'd put on the show for walked up to me and smiled. "I see you have a flair for acting. You really get into character, don't you?" "Oh, yes, sir. More than you can imagine." "I like your enthusiasm. Here, take my card. Let's get you an audition." I couldn't believe my luck. This was truly amazing. And the next thing I knew, I'd been offered a role in a movie, and my life was flipped upside down. I left the city for good and moved to LA with my mom. Fast forward 10 years, I'm a successful actor in Hollywood and have fans all over the world. I still act out sometimes in the most embarrassing situations, but people just think I'm in character now for some movie role. Hey guys, I'm Joy from Belgium, and my story is all about how one little prank can change your life forever. But before we get started, please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was the only child in a family of artists. My parents were always busy with their creative work, leaving me with plenty of time to play the rogue. I was a little red-headed ball of energy, and from a young age, I loved to joke and prank my parents and their friends, whether it was acting like a zombie or playing dead on the floor. By the time I was 6 years old, I was already pulling the fire alarm for fun, cutting my parents' hair in their sleep, and secretly turning up the thermostat. Although I could be a handful, I was able to get out of trouble with my charming smile and big, pleading eyes. Surprisingly, I didn't have any issues at school either. Many of my classmates found me hilarious, and I had a talent for creating a fun atmosphere wherever I went. Of course, not everyone appreciated my sense of humor, especially the teachers, who were often the target of my pranks. But I never went too far, and they always forgave me in the end. Things were going great for me until we went to high school. Suddenly, my jokes started to seem childish and annoying to my classmates, and I became bored and stopped playing pranks. Around that time, a new student named David showed up at our school. He was a football star whose parents had just moved into our neighborhood. With trainers watching over him, clubs hunting for him, and a personal fan club of cheerleaders, David was the quintessential jock with a perfect reputation. I couldn't resist the opportunity to pull a trick on him. I started with some classic gags like shock pens, sticky notes, and even a snake in a can. But David didn't even seem to notice. Then I got more creative and put baby powder in his helmet, but it turned out that his fan club wanted to try it on, and one of the cheerleaders ended up getting covered in powder. Of course, it was funny, but I wanted to get him, so I decided to break out the heavy artillery. I set up slime buckets above the door of the locker room, and when the football team walked in, they all got covered in slime, except freaking David, who was the last to enter. But to my surprise, he started laughing so hard that I couldn't help joining in, along with the whole team. As expected, my prank got me suspended for a few days, and the principal made me clean up the mess I'd made before leaving. Hey, I see you can use a hand. Why are you helping me clean up the slime? Because I'm a decent human being, or maybe I just wanted to talk to you. What about? Why, you don't stop trying to prank me? Did I do something to upset you? Or are you secretly in love with me and just trying to get my attention? Please, as if you're capable of upsetting me. And ew, in your dreams, you just seemed too good to be true. So I felt like getting to you with a prank. You know, like trying to find out what your kryptonite is. Wow, did you just call me Superman? And my kryptonite is pizza. Really? Ugh, so boring. And beautiful redheaded girls who deny thinking about me. Are there cameras here somewhere? Nope, but I wish there were, so I could relive how you blushed at my words over and over again. I'm getting a call. I gotta take this. I didn't hear anything. It's on silent mode. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, my cat needs CPR. Hold on, Whiskers. I'll be right there. I ran off before things could get more awkward. As I sat at home the next day, thoughts of David filled my mind. Was I really falling for a football star? Ugh, so cliche. Suddenly, I got a text from an unknown number. Hey, look outside, smiley face. David's car was parked near my house, and he was waving at me. Don't you have some cool, masculine-y stuff to do? I thought spending time with a pretty girl might be more fun. You know, I still owe you for helping me clean up that slime. Let's go grab some pizza. Be careful, Joy. I might just fall in love with you after this. I rolled my eyes, but my stomach fluttered. Maybe this cliche wasn't so bad after all. We spent the entire day together, and he opened up as a romantic and attentive guy who had a lot in common with me. Like me, he was hyperactive, which is why his parents enrolled him in football at a young age. Soon, David asked me out on a date, and shortly, we were together. As we walked down the school hallways, I noticed the jealous glares from his cheerleader fan club. The girls tried to spread stupid rumors about me or even prank me, but I just laughed it off. Soon, the cheerleaders even began to imitate me, dyeing their hair red in an attempt to capture his attention. But David only had eyes for me, and he made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. But 3 months into the relationship, I started wondering if David was keeping something from me. I knew he was very busy with his training, but a few times I found out that his football buddies had gone home while he'd disappeared somewhere else. I didn't believe it was about another girl, but something was off, and I started to be cautious. One day, a Tinder notification popped up on his phone. I couldn't read the message, but it made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to confront him about it directly because I knew he would brush it off as nothing, and I would believe him. So, I decided to create a fake Tinder account and play a prank on him. If he had nothing to hide, we would both have a good laugh and move on. I posed on Tinder as a young artist with a red ponytail and soon matched with David. We exchanged messages, and he suggested a date. At that moment, I realized he might actually be cheating on me. It was no longer a joke. Okay, let's find out who you really are, David. I wore makeup, a wig, violet contact lenses, and clothes to look like my fake Tinder profile. We met at the cafe, and he was in his best mood. To avoid revealing my real voice, I pretended to be less talkative. He led the conversation, but sometimes he would stop speaking, gaze admirably into my eyes, and touching my hand. And I was getting angrier by the second. It was time to tell him he'd been caught. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with curly carrot hair rushed to our table, and David turned white. What the heck, David? You said it was a one-time thing. Georgia, listen to me. It's not what it looks like. Then what is it, David? You're with another girl while you're still with me? Before her, it was Francesca from the flower shop. Or are you seeing her too? How could you do this to me? Please, give me a chance to explain. As she stormed out of the cafe, David ran after her. My mind was racing as I tried to process everything. David was a womanizer obsessed with redheads? Me? Fake Tinder artist? Georgia? Francesca? Were there more? I needed more answers, and I decided to track down Francesca. It didn't take long before I found her, surrounded by gorgeous flowers that paled in comparison to her beauty. She was a knockout. By any chance, are you David's girlfriend? Yes. Is everything okay? To tell you the truth, Georgia asked me to check if he's still with you. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. She's David's ex, and she's obsessed with him even now. She can't seem to accept that he's moved on and he's in love with me only. David was an amazing liar, and I felt angry at myself for falling for his stupid lies. I wished there was something like the cheating police and I could call to have him arrested, but it was only me, and I had to do something. So I chose the one thing I was best at. I was gonna prank David. While we were hanging out the next day, I spied his phone password, and when he went off for training, I posted on his Facebook from his phone. Hey bae, if you're seeing this, get ready for a surprise tonight. Winky face heart, 7 p.m. at the fountain.
At 7, the meeting point was crowded with red-haired girls, and I was just as shocked to see the number. I saw some familiar faces, like Georgia and Francesca, who hadn't seen each other yet. Finally, David arrived. The army of girls rushed to him, and then suddenly stopped to look at each other. David stared at them all in horror, realizing he'd been exposed. He panicked and just jumped back into his car, driving away like a maniac. This was you, wasn't it, Georgia? You arranged all of this so I'd break up with him. You're such a crazy ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about? We haven't broken up yet. What nonsense? I'm his girlfriend. They all started fighting like crazy, and I escaped. I felt victorious about exposing the truth, but also heavy-hearted because of David's deceit. The day after was a really big football match. David performed horribly, and our team lost the game. The other team was trash-talking so much today, just got to me and I felt distracted. Also, I think I'm coming down with a stomach bug, and I just didn't sleep much last night. David, please, stop lying. I know why your head wasn't in the game today. It's because your cheating got exposed yesterday. Yeah, I'm the one who called all the redheads there. I described my investigation, and he broke down in tears. Joy, please don't give up on me. I care about all my girls, and I never meant to hurt you. Love just happens, you know? But you're the only one who truly knows the real me, and I feel closer to you than anyone else. Please, let's work this out. David, you should work this out with a therapist, not me. But firstly, they all deserve the truth and an apology. You'll feel better once you're honest. And as for us, it's too late. I can't trust you anymore. Soon, the whole school seemed to know. The cheerleaders were giving me smug grins, and David's football team looked angry at me for making him perform badly at the big match. Suddenly, I found myself at the center of unwanted attention. I began searching for a way to escape it and process everything that had happened. Fortunately, Georgia set up an online club for girls who were hurt by David. We all shared our stories and found out that David had been dating multiple red-haired girls for years, even proposing to some of them. I shared my story too, and it felt good to let it out. The girls even encouraged me to share it on the MSA channel, but I needed some offline support too. So I reached out to Georgia and Francesca. We kept meeting regularly, and slowly, we became good friends. We all went public with our story in a magazine article, and it gained a lot of attention. David was getting plenty of negativity, so he publicly apologized and said he'd get therapy for his issues. Well, clearly it didn't work, because years later, when he'd become a famous footballer and married a beautiful singer, she exposed his cheating publicly, divorced him, and left him almost penniless. Finally, David got what he really deserved. Yeah. Also, you can tell that I had a talent for acting, which I went on to pursue at a prestigious school. You see, Georgia had an older brother, Chase, who had the same curly red hair as her. When I first met him, he pulled a classic prank on us, switching the sugar and salt in our tea. Francesca spat it out and looked mad, but I couldn't help laughing. You better watch out, or you'll wake up the pranking dragon in me. Challenge accepted. From that day on, Chase always found a way to be around us, and we had a blast playing pranks on each other. One day at the premiere of my first feature film, Chase said he had to talk to me about something important. I'm so proud of you, and you fill up my life with joy, Joy. I'm in love with you. Chase, wow, I think I feel the same way. I'm in love with you too. Oh my God, Joy, what? I was just joking. What? Yeah, me too. Duh. Okay, I'm kidding now. The first one wasn't a joke. I do love you. Ugh, I'm gonna kill you.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I grew up in a mansion with my rich aunt Judith, who ran a successful luxury jewelry brand. After having her daughter Riri, she couldn't have any more children, so she adopted me as a baby. My aunt loved to spoil me, but deep down I always wondered if it was because she truly cared or because she felt sorry for me. When I was 5, I won a singing competition, and she gifted me a massive dollhouse. I was happy the entire day, until my cousin Riri ruined it. She was 3 years older than me, taller, prettier, and meaner. She had everything, but somehow my very existence offended her.
Seriously? She gets a castle for singing a stupid song? Meanwhile, I asked for a bathtub filled with melted chocolate, and you said no.
Riri, first you wanted a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments, then a tiara for your dog, and now a chocolate bathtub? And I told you, she's special. Be smart like her and ask for something reasonable.
First of all, a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments is actually a brilliant idea, especially at my age. It helps me build confidence, which is what you need to be successful. But of course you wouldn't see that, just like you somehow think a song from your little charity case is castle-worthy.
The words stung, but I pretended they didn't. My aunt always told me to ignore her, but it was hard when she made it her life's mission to make me feel small. I used to always ask about my mom. I only had one picture of her holding me, and I kept it with me everywhere I went, folded, worn, and almost falling apart. When I got older, things only got worse. By 5th grade, I had stopped growing. At 4'11", I was the shortest kid in school, and people noticed, not in a good way. Sometimes it made me so frustrated that I avoided everyone and spent time alone. My aunt would check on me, but I didn't want to burden her any more than I already did. It was enough that she had Riri as a crazy daughter.
You're like my daughter, Isabel. You can tell me anything.
Like. She said like her daughter. I knew she meant well, but somehow that one little word stuck with me. One time, our school took us to an amusement park. I was sitting alone when the new girl Daphne walked up to me. She was tall, confident, and way too friendly for my liking.
Why are you just sitting here like a statue? Come on, it's a field trip. Act like it.
Thanks for the motivational speech. Now get to the point.
Jeez, someone's cranky. I'm just asking if you want to go on a ride with me. I don't feel like going alone.
We got in line, and I was nervous but excited until the ride attendant stopped us.
Sorry, kid, you don't meet the height requirement. Maybe get your mommy to ride with you.
I wanted to disappear.
She's with me. I'm her older sister, and I'll make sure she's safe.
The attendant gave us a look, then shrugged and let us in. Seriously? This is your brilliant plan?
You're welcome, short stack.
From that day on, Daphne and I grew closer. We became BFFs, and it was amazing having her around, especially with Riri constantly making my life miserable. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, I got accepted into an elite summer camp for free because of my high grades. My aunt was so proud, she bought me a new car.
Why would you buy her a car she can't even drive? And even if she could, she'd never reach the steering wheel.
Aunt bought me the car for the driver to pick me up in it. Not my fault you're only good at failing and bullying.
How dare you! I'll catch you and sit on you.
Riri charged at me, but I spun away effortlessly, landing in a perfect stance on the other side of the room.
Oh dear, how many talents do you have?
Aunt Judith immediately enrolled me in a gymnastics team, and soon I became the best one there. And with every perfect landing, every gold medal, I hoped maybe this would make her love me even more.
Your mom also used to be a gymnast.
Hearing that made me feel closer to her. And from that moment, I loved gymnastics even more. But all this gymnastic thing only made Riri even more jealous. Instead of improving herself, Riri just got worse. She started sneaking out, wasting money on useless things, and hanging out with shallow friends. One night, Aunt Judith got a phone call from the police station. They had arrested Riri after she and her friends vandalized the principal's house and threw eggs at all the neighborhood cars. Aunt had to pay a hefty fine and cover the damages to get Riri out of trouble.
Oh, why can't you be a normal child?
Oh, you mean like Isabel? The perfect little angel who never talks back, never does anything wrong? Why don't you just adopt her and finally get rid of me?
Hey, don't talk to Auntie like that. She loves you. You just refuse to act like a daughter.
Shut up! No one's talking to you. This is between me and my mother, you charity case!
That's enough, Riri. I have given you enough chances, and you've always disappointed me.
And what about you? You got her home and forgot about me. I'm done being a second fiddle in my own house. I'm going to that fancy boarding school in France. Go ahead, let Isabel call you Mommy instead.
Aunt and Riri had a huge fight, and after a few days, Riri left for boarding school in France. I knew Aunt loved me, but I also knew no matter what, she would always love Riri more. And that was okay. Riri was her real daughter after all. Aunt tried to hide her sadness, but it was clear she wasn't happy that Riri left. I guess this is what they mean when they say a parent's love is unconditional, even when their child doesn't deserve it. At least I had Daphne around, but things at her house weren't great. Her dad was unemployed, yet he'd go missing for days and then come back like nothing happened. Her mom worked 2 jobs just to make ends meet.
You know what annoys me? Not just that my dad is a useless human being, but also a liar. He keeps bragging about having another family. We know it's all nonsense, but it still hurts. I just wish Mom would finally stand up to him and leave him for good. She's incredible and doesn't need him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that's all you've got? You're terrible at this, you know that?
Hey, I've told you 100 times already, and here I am saying it for the 101st time. Just come live with me. Aunt Judith already agreed. She likes you and thinks you're a good kid.
She'd think anyone is a good kid compared to the airhead she gave birth to.
One day, when I was in 9th grade, my aunt told me she had to go on a business trip for an entire month. I tried to convince her to stay, but she wouldn't change her mind.
Isabel, this is a huge opportunity for me. I can't miss it. Besides, you're a responsible kid. You can have Daphne stay over, and I'm sure you two will have the best time.
That night, I slept next to Aunt Judith because I knew I was going to miss her a lot. A few days later, Daphne came to stay with me. One afternoon, while we were chilling in the living room, someone knocked on the door. I opened it and saw a beggar standing there. She had a scarf wrapped around her and wore oversized sunglasses. But something about her felt weirdly familiar.
Oh, dear. God gave you a big mansion, not because you necessarily work harder than everyone else, but because luck was given to you. Keep passing on His goodness, and He will give you more. A few coins is all I ask to feed my children.
Yeah, sure. Wait here.
Would you be a dear and let me in? I've been walking since morning. Just a moment of rest, and that's all I ask. I won't forget this favor. I'll keep you in my prayers, always.
I didn't see the harm, so I let her in. Halfway up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I'd left my purse downstairs. I turned back, and there she was, standing by the entryway, grabbing a crystal diamond decoration off the side table and shoving it into her bag. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing my shout, Daphne rushed out from the living room and grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her mid-motion. I ran down and yanked off her sunglasses and scarf.
Mom? I can explain. I didn't know this was your friend's house. I swear.
But still! Mom, you're a thief! How could you do this?
I'm not a thief. I ask rich people for help. And sometimes I take a little. So what? They won't even notice.
Oh my god! Is this your side job? Or is this the whole job? Begging and stealing?
How else am I supposed to feed you? Pay for your bills? You think that useless, worthless father of yours is gonna do it?
They started arguing, Daphne freaking out, her mom making excuses like it wasn't a big deal. Enough! They both turned to me. Just go. I'll talk to my aunt and see how we can help. Daphne's mom scoffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out.
You don't have to do anything for us. I'll leave for now.
Then she was gone. That night she sent me a message. Things at home are chaotic. I'll talk to you in a few days. I didn't see her for days. I understood her though. I would never have judged her. I didn't want to pressure her, so I gave her space. At least I still had my aunt, and I was FaceTiming her almost every night. But one night, no matter how many times I called, she didn't answer. I remembered her assistant's number, so I called. She told me they had been searching for my aunt since that morning when she left on her private jet for a short domestic flight. They had lost all contact with the crew and suspected that something had gone wrong. My heart dropped. I kept praying for her safety, but a familiar fear crept in. The same hollow, aching feeling I barely remembered from when my mom was gone. Except this time, I was old enough to understand the weight of it. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring.
Miss me, cousin?
Riri had just moved back into the mansion like before. But what about your school?
It's my last year, and I wasn't feeling like finishing it. Also, I heard about Mom, so I came to be by your side, cousin.
How did you hear about Aunt Judith?
In case you forgot, I am her daughter. We talk. And her assistant told me the same thing she told you, so I immediately booked a flight and came here. Oh, by the way, I brought a guest. I hope he doesn't bother you. But if he does, well, I don't care. This is my mansion. This is my home.
Just then, her guest stepped inside, and I couldn't help but notice how familiar he looked. Is he your boyfriend?
On trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. He's my classmate, but he's a cutie, right? On a scale of 10, solid 9, yeah?
I looked closer at him. My stomach dropped. The resemblance was unreal. He looked just like Daphne. His name was Nathan. Riri kept insisting that he and I were strictly forbidden from interacting with each other.
Never talk to him.
What if he's, I don't know, coughing and about to die?
If he's dying, you call me. Riri, an emergency! But if he's just coughing and clearly just needs a glass of water, then you call me, Riri, an emergency! See the difference? First one is Riri. Second one is Riri. Got it? Or do I need to write it down for you?
What's it like going through life without a single working brain cell?
Say that again.
Let me simplify it for you. You are stew. Before I could finish, Riri lunged at me. I started kicking her, but she knocked me down and sat on top of me, pinning me in place.
God, I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Jeez, when did you get this fat? No wonder you wanted a bathtub full of chocolate. You were planning to drink it. I shouted for the maids and shoved Riri so hard that she stumbled back, knocking over her boyfriend, who apparently had been about to pull her off me. He winced in pain, then she smacked his neck.
Man up! Instead of defending me, you just stood there like an idiot watching.
No, he didn't just stand there. He tried to help me. He was pulling you off.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He already likes me. Nathan opened his mouth to speak.
Shh! Is that your mouth moving? You don't talk, you don't breathe, you don't blink unless I give you permission.
Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What is she hiding this time? For the next few days, Riri treated Nathan like her personal assistant. He carried her bags, brought her breakfast, and basically followed her around like a lost puppy. I tried to corner him multiple times, but he always ignored me. Until one day he was struggling to balance a ridiculous tower of whipped cream, marshmallows, and a giant stack of pancakes in one hand, while clutching a bunch of papers in the other. He nearly lost his footing. I quickly stepped in, grabbing some of the toppling food just in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nathan. I'm here if you need anything.
And I'm here if you need a punch in the face, cousin.
As Nathan walked away, a piece of paper slipped from his hand and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up. It was a card with his face on it, the words written in big fancy letters. Happy 18, dear. Wait, 18? How could he be in Riri's class if he was already an adult? The place felt suffocating, so I decided to visit Daphne for a change. But as I got closer to the door, I heard shouting and screams. I rang the bell and Daphne opened it without a care in the world.
Oh, cool. Perfect timing. Come, enjoy the show.
Inside, her mom was swinging a kitchen spoon wildly, while her dad sat on the couch, calmly playing on Daphne's iPad, the one she had won in her school's science competition.
You spent my last $20 on a lottery ticket? I was supposed to buy dinner!
It's called investing. You don't get rich without taking risks. And when I do, I'm moving in with my other family.
She swung the spoon at his head, but he ducked just in time. The spoon smacked the lamp instead.
She's always aiming for the head, but his survival instincts are getting too good.
Why don't you go steal some money, woman? Make yourself useful.
I'm gonna steal your kidney in your sleep.
All right, it's getting too graphic. Let's go to the park.
As we walked out, I couldn't help but think about how messed up everything was. Not just Daphne's family, but mine too. And all I wanted was to be hugged, whether by my aunt or my mom. Just someone who felt like home. Days turned into weeks, and I kept trying to contact Aunt Judith, but there was still no sign of her. With each passing day, the silence grew heavier, and hopelessness started to sink in. A few days later, Riri decided to throw a party, despite my constant arguing. Your mom is still missing. How could you even think about throwing a party?
I would throw a party or even run for the presidency if I wanted. That's none of your business, Shorty.
I knew there was no point in arguing with her, so I decided to use this to my advantage. Maybe I could get Daphne to come and meet Nathan. Plus, we could wear costumes. 1, to embarrass Riri, and 2, to get Daphne involved in helping me figure out who Nathan really was without Riri finding out. On the night of the party, Daphne and I walked in dressed as Riri's biggest failed dreams. I wore a bathtub costume, covered head to toe in fake dripping chocolate. On the front, a golden nameplate read, Riri's Royal Spa, where luxury meets chocolate. Daphne, on the other hand, had a giant cardboard mirror strapped to her chest that read, You are beautiful, Riri, every time she pressed a button. The room went silent for a moment. Then, boom, everyone burst out laughing. Riri stormed toward us, eyes flaring.
Isabel, what do you think you're doing? I know this is you from your height. You look like an elf-sized jacuzzi.
Then she turned to Daphne and smacked the button on Daphne's mirror.
Okay, this can stay. Mates! Catch that infant-sized hot tub and throw her away!
Next thing I knew, I was sitting in my room watching the party from the window when I spotted Daphne moving toward Nathan. She stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. Her whole body tensed. Then without hesitation, she whipped around and bolted toward me.
Not so fast.
Before Daphne could make it out, Riri grabbed her by the arm.
We're making a line. Everyone gets a turn to press your button. I want to reinforce the saying that I'm very beautiful until it becomes an absolute truth.
By the time Daphne finally broke free, half an hour had passed. She burst into my room gasping like she had just run a marathon.
He just looks like a lost brother.
Then maybe he is? Didn't your father always say he had another family? We spent the next hour throwing out every possibility, debating whether this was just a coincidence or something bigger. You know, I always thought Riri was just jealous and angry at me. But when Aunt went missing, I really believed, just for a second, that maybe she'd understand what it's like to live without a mom.
And then?
And then she threw a party. We were so caught up in conversation that we lost track of time until we heard voices downstairs. We rushed over and peeked from an angle where they couldn't see us. The party was over, and for the first time, Riri and Nathan were arguing.
How could you spill juice on the most important guest tonight? She's a modeling agent, and I invited her to impress her.
I'm sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to.
Oh, great! And what exactly will your sorry fix now? She's never going to pick me.
She was never going to pick you anyway.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
No. Say that again, you worthless idiot piece of dirt.
Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly shoved her, like even he didn't realize he was going to. She stumbled back, looking stunned.
How dare you!
She lunged at him, running, but tripped on the carpet and passed out. We ran down to her and called 911. Nathan looked shaken, his hands trembling.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I have no. I'm sorry.
We reached the hospital and Riri was immediately taken into the ICU. Nathan and I were waiting outside when this gum-chewing redhead nurse walked over. How is she?
She's stable.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, I didn't think you'd take the news so well. You're tough for such a tiny person.
What do you mean? You said she's stable.
Yes, like not getting any worse.
So she's getting better?
Oh no, not at all. Relax. I just mean she's not worse. She's exactly the same, unmoving, frozen in time like a statue.
God, can we just go in and see her?
Yeah, sure. Especially since it'll be the last time.
What?
The last time she's out cold.
Stop talking riddles and tell me if she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm afraid I've tried everything I could.
Let her continue.
And now the best doctor in the hospital is in the room looking after your sister, so yeah, she'll be okay.
I wanted to rip off the nurse's head, but thankfully Riri woke up and we all rushed inside.
Someone pushed me. Someone wanted to kill me.
Whoa, no one was trying to push her. The annoying nurse was fussing over her, clearly impressed by the wealth and wasting no time kissing up to her.
Well, looking at her injury, it does seem like someone really wanted to hurt her. The shock in her eyes, this is classic post-traumatic stress. She's clearly in distress. The human mind reacts unpredictably to such violent events.
Oh, so now you're a therapist too?
Someone wanted me dead. Catch them!
Riri slowly raised her arm and pointed straight at Nathan. Before I could even think, I stepped in front of him. I did it.
Obviously! Who else would be that pathetic?
Well, that's a surprise confession, and a short one.
Nathan looked relieved, but I also caught him glancing at Daphne, his eyes scanning her carefully. The nurse called the police and they questioned me, but in the end, they just gave me a warning and left. For the next few days, I just avoided Riri and her boyfriend, but things with my aunt were not getting any better. I wanted to do something, so I kept visiting the police station, but they told me there was nothing else to do and that all search attempts had stopped. Then I had enough. I decided to attract media attention and start doing interviews. People began noticing my aunt's case, and some even joined me in peaceful protests. Daphne was right there by my side. But Riri, she never tried to help or even fake being concerned. She continued partying and wasting money left and right. One day, after finishing my TV interview, I went upstairs to lie down when I ran into Nathan on the way. He kept his head down, only glancing up when he got closer.
Psst! I never got the chance to thank you the other day. Why did you cover for me?
I just had a feeling I should. Who even are you?
I just can't say yet.
Are you related to Daphne? He paused, nodded once, then walked away without another word. I thought about contacting Daphne and telling her, but I decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe she would tell her mom, and her mom was always unpredictable. I figured it was time to get back to practicing gymnastics. I had stopped ever since Aunt Judith went missing, and now felt like the right time for a distraction. Sometimes healing comes from doing what you love, especially when I imagined my mom watching me, proud and smiling. I pushed myself a little too hard in practice and ended up hurting my leg. The doctor told me I needed to rest and avoid many activities for the next few weeks. Perfect. Just what I needed. Staying at home was boring, especially having to hear and see Riri's dumb fights.
Did you forget about my nail appointment? Nathan, you've been too distracted lately. I need sharp people around me, fast thinkers, geniuses. If I wanted stupidity, I'd talk to a goldfish or Isabel. So I'm doing you a favor. You're grounded until you learn how to think smarter. Don't ever leave the house.
With Riri always out partying, Nathan finally had the chance to talk to me alone. The idiot had literally given us the perfect opportunity after forbidding us from even looking at each other. How does someone get stupider this fast?
My name isn't Nathan. It's Alan. I was in Riri's class, and that's how I found out that she was from this town. So I figured if I got close to her, it would give me an excuse to come here without looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
Because I come from a really rich family. My mom's side, at least. My dad, though, he's a nobody. A total loser. And you already know who that is.
Daphne's dad?
Yes. I'm Daphne's stepbrother. My mom comes from a really rich background, but she fell in love with the wrong person and had me. Her father, my grandfather, never truly believed that my father existed and always saw me as a stain on the family. He never truly accepted me as his grandson and gave all his inheritance to my cousins instead. The ones with respectable fathers.
Wait, so your grandfather doesn't even know your dad is alive?
No. My mom tried her best to convince him, but without knowing where my dad was, we had no way to prove anything to my grandfather. Mom left a few years ago, and after that, there was no one left to help me uncover the truth. So I had to take matters into my own hands and search for him myself. It was only recently that I got a lead. My dad was in this town, but I couldn't come here alone. My cousins have always seen me as a threat, and if they found out that I was looking for my dad, they'd do everything in their power to stop me. If they found him first, they'd make sure I never did. I couldn't just show up without raising suspicions, so I needed a cover. That's where Riri came in. A rich, spoiled girl who wouldn't question why I was suddenly hanging around. All I had to do was play along, pretend to be interested in her, and make it seem like I was just another rich kid chasing wealth, at least as far as my cousins were concerned. Riri, on the other hand, thinks I'm some desperate, dumb, poor kid trying to break into her world. And honestly, that worked in my favor. So I posed as her boyfriend and came here. But it's been a painful journey.
But I found out you're 18. How are you even in Riri's class?
Well, I had to retake my senior year. All the drama with my family messed me up, and I failed the first time.
I told Nathan I'd talk to Daphne, explain everything, and that we would help his dad confess he's the father. I promised to do everything I could to help him out. When Daphne and Nathan finally met, it was awkward, but eventually things worked out, and her father agreed to go with Nathan to his grandfather and confess that he was his father, on one condition.
I might do it, but maybe you need to pay me $10,000. All right. I meant $20,000. All right.
Daphne's dad started coughing, clutching his chest like a dying man.
Actually, $40,000. All right.
Daphne's dad suddenly collapsed onto the couch, wheezing like he was on his deathbed.
Oh, I see the light. What I meant to say was
$50,000, and it's over. Daphne's dad immediately sat up, miraculously healed.
Pleasure doing business with you, son.
Nathan handed over the money, and just like that, the deal was sealed. Nathan also suggested helping us find Aunt Judith.
I have a feeling Riri is hiding something.
What do you mean? I know she's stupid, but not this evil. We should search her room. That night, we waited for Riri to go out, and the three of us snuck into her room. We searched everywhere, but found nothing.
What do you think you're doing?
We spun around to see Riri standing at the door, calmly licking Nutella off a spoon.
If you're looking for something to help you find Mom, don't bother. I already did. I hired expert investigators, and they found her. Turns out she lost her memory on some island. I've been paying for her treatment. Don't worry, she's in one of the best hospitals. I just didn't feel like seeing her anytime soon.
Are you serious? We've been searching for her for months. The entire town has been helping us. Why didn't you say anything and save us all the effort and the stress? What is wrong with you?
And you were all very cute about it, very passionate. Gold star for effort. Calm down, she's fine. I'll give you the hospital's contact and you can deal with it from now on. I'm done. She never loved me. The only time she ever called was when I was in trouble.
Which is almost every day? She loved you unconditionally.
Shut up, Isabel. And by the way, Nathan, I know you're not poor. I'm not that dumb, but I did enjoy making you my personal servant.
And with that, she grabbed the bag she had already packed and walked out. A few days later, Aunt Judith was finally back with us. Her memory was still recovering, but after some hugs and tears, the first thing she did was pull out a worn-out picture from her pocket. It was of her, Riri, and me.
I remember you. You're Isabel, my daughter, right? Where's your older sister, Riri?
What would you do if one day you found out your dad had a secret wife? Well, I thought it was the worst thing that could ever happen, but I thought wrong. Wait until I reveal how things escalated to a complete disaster that no one expected. I'm Ivy, and it all started one day at school. I was sitting eating lunch alone because my friend Sarah had been avoiding me all week. Every time I looked over at her, she ignored me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to her table and said, "Sarah, seriously, what did I do wrong?" Her face turned bright red, and she said she had to go. But I refused to leave her alone until she told me. Well, soon enough, I regretted ever asking, because what she said freaked me out. You see, Sarah lives just outside the town near a forest. There are only 2 houses out there, and it's super creepy. Anyway, she told me that she'd seen my dad's car parked outside her neighbor's house for the past week. I was shocked. I told her she was lying because my dad was on a business trip in Paris, and he'd even sent me selfies from the Eiffel Tower in the background. But she said it was definitely him, and when I called her a liar, she started crying. That's when I knew she was being serious, and that the only liar around here was my dad. This whole week, I'd been staying at my grandma's, and yet my dad had been in town the whole time? I couldn't believe it. Soon, Sarah stopped crying, and I told her it was okay. I wasn't mad at her. I asked her if I could come over to her place after school to confront my dad. She said that was fine, as long as I didn't get her involved. She was such a goody two-shoes. So after school, Sarah and I took the bus back to her place. But my dad's car was nowhere to be seen. Then Sarah took me into her bedroom and pointed to the back of the house. Oh my God, his car was there! I could feel the anger rising up inside me, and I ran out of Sarah's house towards the neighbors. Sarah tried to get me to stop, but I was very angry. I marched right up to the front door of the house and was about to knock when I noticed a big photo through the glass. It was my dad and some woman, and they were wearing wedding clothes. I almost screamed. Was this some kind of joke? I needed to think. I had to get out of there. What else was my dad hiding from me? I started walking away quickly, but then I tripped on a rock and almost fell. Through the window, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What was that?" I just panicked and started running. I jumped behind a bush and saw my dad open the door and glance outside. "Nothing, honey," he said. "It must have been a bird." I had to literally grip onto the tree to stop myself from running at my dad and shouting. I waited until he'd gone back inside and ran back to my friend's place. I was crying and shaking as I texted my dad saying, "So, how's Paris? When are you back, Dad?" He replied right away, "Not for a month, sweetie, but the time will fly by. Be good for your grandma now." My dad was such a liar. He promised me that after Mom was gone, it would just be me and him forever, and that he would never remarry. Well, now I was going to make him pay. I went home that night and decided to confront him the following day. I was going to embarrass him so much. But when I got to Sarah's house, his car was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? I tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail, and I started to panic, thinking maybe his new wife had done something to him. She did look like the gold digger type. Sarah could see I was worried, so she asked her mom if she'd seen a man next door recently, and Sarah's mom just giggled and said, "Oh, you know what Janelle is like. There's always some man on the go, but it looks like she's finally settled down and gotten married. I saw him leave with a suitcase early this morning, but didn't get a good look at him. He looked handsome, though." Sure enough, later that night, I got a phone call from Dad, and he was actually in Paris. For real. He even put me on video and showed me the view from his hotel room. I was too shocked to actually say anything, though. and just told him I wasn't feeling well and hung up. All I could think about was how I needed to find out who this monster of a woman was that had stolen my dad away from me. And then it hit me. This woman was my stepmother now. I couldn't just go knock on her door though. What if she recognized me? I mean, surely my dad had mentioned me, right? But then, why hadn't I been invited to their wedding? I had so many questions, and I needed to find a way to befriend my new stepmother and get my answers that way. Sarah suggested I break into her house, which was just ridiculous, but I had an idea. The next day was a Saturday, so I gathered up some cleaning supplies from my grandma's place and then dug in my old dresser box, where I found an old blonde wig. Then I took the bus over to Sarah's. Except I didn't go to Sarah's. I went to pay my new stepmother a little visit. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying a giant feather duster and wearing a blonde wig, but I didn't care. I had bigger things to think about. I marched right up to her door, trying to be as confident as possible. I knocked. She ran to the door and was dressed up all fancy. And then when she saw me, her face fell. Oh, I was expecting someone else. Sorry, I'm not interested in buying anything. Have a good day. She was about to close the door, but I said, wait! Then I told her I was from the local school, and we were doing some cleaning jobs to raise funds for a charity to help animals. I could tell she still wasn't interested, so I said, please, those animals need all the help they can get. She said, fine, but make it quick. I have plans today. As soon as I was inside, I started cleaning the photo of her and my dad, and she saw me staring and told me to hurry up. So then I headed upstairs and started cleaning. When I got to her bedroom, I spent longer there, even sneaking a peek inside her closet. What kind of woman had my dad fallen in love with? It looked like she had lots of fancy clothes. And then I saw something familiar. My mom's favorite dress! I thought I was going to be sick. What was it doing there? Without thinking, I took it and shoved it under my sweater. I hoped she wouldn't notice. But it was not okay that she had this. I tried to do the best job possible so that she'd invite me back. And to my complete surprise, she did. She saw that I had actually done a good job cleaning. Thank you, Grandma, for teaching me well! And laughed and asked if I could come again 2 days later. I couldn't believe it. That was too easy. Of course, I gave her a fake name, and as I walked away, I almost laughed. I was officially my stepmother's housekeeper. Oh, this was good. I knew I'd reveal who I really was at some point, but I needed more time. What if she was hiding things from my dad? I mean, had my dad given her my mom's dress? I needed to find out. 2 days later, I was cleaning, and afterwards, she asked me if I wanted to stay for some tea and cake. She seemed kind of lonely, and for a second, I felt sorry for her. I mean, Dad was away a lot, so she must have been missing him, just like I was. That day, she asked me lots of questions about myself, and even complimented me on how pretty I was. Afterwards, I felt kind of guilty for lying to her. I mean, she actually seemed quite nice. I could see why my dad had fallen in love with her. But still, my dad had kept this hidden from me, and that wasn't okay. The following week, when I was cleaning, I heard a car pull up outside. I froze. Was Dad back already? I ran over to the window to take a look, but it wasn't my dad. It was some other man. Suddenly, my stepmother shouted upstairs to me that she had a meeting now and would be in her study and that I wasn't to disturb her. I was very curious, so as soon as I heard her study door close, I crept downstairs and looked through the keyhole. They were sitting opposite each other, and it did look like a business meeting. But then my stepmother put her finger to her lips to say, shh, and pointed up towards the ceiling. And then the next second, she got up and went over and started kissing the man. I couldn't believe it. I almost gasped. I couldn't stop watching. And then the man pushed her away and said, babe, please, you gotta take those pictures of your husband down. I feel like he's watching us. It's creepy. And then my stepmother just told him to ignore the pictures and said her husband was away so much he'd never find out anyway. Well, that's what she thought. I'd just seen and heard more than enough. If my dad knew what she was up to, he'd be heartbroken. I had to tell him. This was sickening. I ran back upstairs, and then the man left. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. This was all too much. A few minutes later, I heard a phone ringing, and then my stepmother answered. It was clearly my dad on the line, because she said, oh, I miss you too, baby. Please hurry home. I felt so angry hearing that. I picked up one of the perfume bottles in her room and threw it on the floor. It smashed and pieces flew everywhere. Of course, my stepmother came running upstairs, and that's when I realized she was on a video call. I threw myself under her bed, pretending to clean up the bits of broken glass. No way could my dad see me here. But then Janelle bent down and said, let me introduce you to my husband. But I just mumbled that I was cleaning up the glass and would meet him later. My God, if my dad saw me, he would freak out. I thought about not returning after I'd seen her having an affair. But I wanted to collect evidence for my dad. So over the next 2 weeks, I kept visiting and cleaning. And that man was there all the time. One night as I was leaving, I asked her who he was, and she blushed and said he was just an important client and that they were signing a business deal. Yeah, right, I thought. Then one day, just before my dad got back, I was at her house cleaning. I'd started to clean the toilet with her toothbrush after I'd caught her cheating, and it gave me so much pleasure to scrape the toilet bowl with it. It served her right. I was polishing the toilet seat with it, when suddenly I heard her running up the stairs. I quickly hid the toothbrush just in time because she came storming into the bathroom and started vomiting. I got such a fright and asked her if she was okay. Then I headed home. The next day, I decided I was going to quit. My dad was coming home and I couldn't risk being caught by him. Plus, I was sick of being around her and her lies. I did one last clean for her because I also needed the cash. And as I was cleaning her bathroom, I noticed something in the trash. My jaw almost hit the floor. It was a pregnancy test and it said 1 to 2 weeks on it. Oh my God. She was pregnant. I did the math and realized there was no way this could be my dad's baby. I was so shocked, I lost all track of time, and the next moment, I heard my dad's voice downstairs. I had to get out of there without him seeing me. I waited until he was in the kitchen, and then I ran as fast as I could down the stairs, out the door, and over to Sarah's. The worst part of it all was knowing that he came to see his wife before coming to see me. Did he love her more than me? I watched as they went out into the garden and started hugging, and I quickly took a photo of them. And then I saw her showing my dad the pregnancy test, and he looked happy. He picked her up and swung her around, and all I could think was how the baby was not his. Later that night, Dad came to pick me up at my grandma's and take me home, but I told him I was fine staying at grandma's and didn't want to come home. He could clearly see that something was up, and just before he left, I decided that was the moment. I showed him the photo I'd taken of him and my stepmother, and he almost dropped my phone in shock. He turned to me and said he could explain, and then he broke down and said he'd been wanting to tell me for so long, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be okay with it, and that he really loved this woman. He so badly wanted me to meet her. I didn't tell him I'd already met her, because I had a plan. This week, my dad kept apologizing, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in meeting his wife that weekend. I told him I'd love to, and he seemed relieved. Then he said he'd chosen a special restaurant and promised that I'd love her as much as he did. When the weekend rolled around, I put on my mom's dress, the one I'd stolen out of my stepmother's closet, and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Obviously, I didn't wear my blonde wig because I didn't want to give myself away. My dad told me to take my sunglasses off, but I refused, saying it was part of my outfit. And then he complimented me on the dress and said it looked as good on me as it had on my mom. So my stepmother had stolen the dress then! At first, things went well. She didn't recognize me and she was acting very sweet towards me. And then she said she and my dad had something to tell me. That I was going to be a big sister! I decided that was the perfect moment. I pulled off my sunglasses, reached into my bag, and pulled out my wig, and said, "Oh yeah? And is this baby definitely my dad's?" Well, you should have seen the look on her face. She literally screamed and pushed herself away from the table. Then she started pointing at me saying, "It's you? But you're my cleaner!" Then she turned to my dad and started shouting at him, saying, "Did you set this up? Were you spying on me? Using your own daughter to keep an eye on me? And she even stole my dress!" The whole time, my dad looked so confused. He clearly had no idea what was going on. So I told him everything, that the baby wasn't his, and that I'd seen his wife cheating on him over the past month. My dad was so furious, he grabbed my hand and we left the restaurant. As we stormed out, I turned to my evil stepmother and said, "By the way, I didn't steal your dress. You stole this dress from our house!" My dad was so disgusted by the whole situation, and I thought he'd be angry. After all, I had pretended to be someone else just to get some info about my stepmother. But he was actually very grateful. He apologized to me about 1,000,000 times and said he'd been such a fool to fall for such a terrible woman. And of course, for lying to me about where he'd been and the fact that they'd gotten married. Well, now they're divorced. Thank God! As soon as the divorce was filed, my dad turned to me and jokingly said, "Next time I meet a woman for a date, I'm going to hire you as a spy to go and clean her house, okay?" At least my dad still had a sense of humor. And thank goodness for Sarah living so close. Otherwise, would we ever have discovered what a liar she was?
Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors...
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you. Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class. If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures. Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math? Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect. It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her. You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top! Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman. These algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her. Her father is actually one of the richest people in town. Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right? Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart. Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal? What do you mean? I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school. I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you. Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition. Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications. Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places? My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous. The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before. I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related? Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend. Why would you come to her party? Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together. What? But she's with my brother. Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now and they're in love. That's what you think. Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back. You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude. Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch. Sasha, why are you making such a commotion? Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine. Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful. Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems. Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha. After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake. Where's Chanel? Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first. Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out. I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job. I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing. But you were never nothing, Damien. Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something. It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic. Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job. I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel? No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother, whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him. You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but right now I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad. I know how you can stop him. Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands. I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined. I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry. But you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha, we have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you weren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay, I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old man.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us.
What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie. That's just her German accent.
Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo?
And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate.
Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street.
Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other.
They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron.
but you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared.
You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy? I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. It seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously, I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil? Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either. Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at? I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute. Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin. Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you. The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years. Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking. You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work? Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think You've fallen head over heels for me, you've been struck by Cupid's arrow, you can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time. I wouldn't say all that. Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too. So, what should we do about it? I have some ideas. Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the hole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms? Don't you think it's too soon? Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom. I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me. That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door. Wow, you look amazing. You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead. I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine. The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked walked in with the roast chicken and saw me. What is that awful girl doing here, Alan? Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead. I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker. I was so shocked and hurt. I couldn't even move or speak. You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police. Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious. I'm not going to let them both get away with this. Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting. No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge. She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop! What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan. I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan. There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it. OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here? Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say, I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything. Wait, please. I know I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up. Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way. You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this. What if we didn't have to hide it? Our moms will never see eye to eye. We need to find a way. If you really care enough. Of course I do. Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush. Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany? Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush. Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other. Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter. Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing, and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city. You know we can't do this forever, Brittany. I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet. I'm not either, but we have to eventually. The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing. Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick. Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother? Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish. Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it? Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we're friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce. Hi, I'm Dora. Please like and subscribe. I lived in New York with my single mom. Dad left us long ago, and ever since, Mom had to work really hard to support us both. I had a happy life, except when I was 4, I fell really sick once, and after I recovered, I'd lost hearing completely in one ear. Luckily, one of Mom's employers was an ear doctor, and she gave me a hearing aid that I could easily hide behind my hair. Mom had to work double shifts for months to pay for it. But when it was time for school, she put me in the best one in town. On the very first day as I walked in, I bumped straight into a girl and we both fell down. So did my hearing aid.
Watch where you're going, loser face.
I quickly picked up my hearing aid and ran off before the girl got up. But soon after, she walked into my classroom. Her name was Claire, and she just kept glaring at me the whole time. Later that day at the cafeteria, she came to my table and banged her tray on it.
This is my seat, Dumbo. Oh, wait. What's that twinkling thing behind your hair? That's just a hearing aid. I have a... Ew! Didn't someone tell you this isn't the right school for kids with problems?
With that, she suddenly pulled my hearing aid and threw it down on the floor. Just as she was about to stomp on it, a girl my age leapt out of nowhere and grabbed her leg.
Don't you dare do that, you bully witch!
Claire just kicked her off and laughed.
Oh, how sweet. A poor girl defending a deaf girl? You two could complete each other. And do you think you scare me, idiot?
As I was picking up my hearing aid, she pounced at me, but just then a boy stepped in and grabbed her hand.
You should be scared, because the three of us can really kick your butt.
They both pushed Claire away and sat near me. How sweet. That's how I first met the twins, Chris and Lisa, who soon became my best friends. Years passed, but since that day, Claire was our sworn enemy. She was such a pain in our butts, bullying us all the time. Luckily, I had Lisa and Chris by my side, and we had the best times together. One evening in 8th grade, I was just hanging out with the twins at their treehouse, and I was the last one to climb down the rope ladder. Just as I had started to, the rope suddenly snapped. I went screaming to the ground, but before I could hit it, Chris caught me.
I got you. You're okay.
Chris, you just saved my life. You're my hero. Just then, my phone started ringing, and it was my mom. She was crying. I told Chris I had to go, and I ran home to find Mom in tears. She'd lost both her jobs, and she hadn't paid rent for months. I had no idea things were that bad. There's only one thing I can think of now. I'll have to call Mom. Mom? You mean I have a grandma? Mom then told me that Grandma had never wanted her to marry Dad, and when she did anyway, Grandma cut all ties with Mom. She probably hates me, and I don't know if she'll help, but I have to try. The next morning, when we took a cab to Grandma's place, I was amazed to see the size of it. It was a huge mansion. Grandma looked like she was a millionaire. We were led inside to an elegant, strict-looking woman who seemed shocked to see us. I thought she was going to start shouting, but instead she pulled me close and gave me a tight hug. Oh, how I've longed to see you. You're so beautiful and all grown up. Mom, I'm sorry I kept her away from you, but Grandma pulled her in too. We've been apart for way too long, darling, and I've been much too lonely. I'm sorry I was so stubborn too. I'm just so glad you're back. Wow, Grandma was cool. And just like that, my life completely changed. We moved into the mansion right away, and Grandma treated me like a princess. She took me and my mom to a fancy salon and then to amazing malls and restaurants. It was the best weekend of my life. The weekend just flew by, and it was time to get back to my own school. No, literally. Yeah, my grandma owned it. When I entered the school, everyone stood for a second to stare at me and the limo. And my classmates, their jaws dropped when they saw the different me. OMG, Dora, what have you done to your face and your hair? You look stunning. Yeah, right? It's all my grandma's doing, but I love it too. What do you think, Chris? Yeah, you look nice, but you always do. But just then, Claire walked past me and threw a whole bottle of ink on my new dress. Ugh, I lost it. I attacked her and pulled her hair really hard. Just then the teacher walked in and pushed Claire away, helping me up. Dora, are you all right? I'm sorry for this misbehavior. I'll have the principal suspend the girl immediately. And class, let this be a warning to everyone. Don't mess with Dora. Her family owns the school. Everyone went, ooh, as the teacher took Claire to the principal. That felt awesome. Of course, the first thing I did was invite Chris and Lisa to my new home, and they were awestruck. We had the most amazing time in the pool and an in-house movie theater. But soon enough, my popularity in school started rising too. I was suddenly being invited to all the cool kids' parties. People wanted to sit next to me at lunch, especially the boys. And I had to admit, I was enjoying it. A few weeks later on a school trip, I got onto the bus and looked around for Lisa, but she wasn't there. Just then, Claire called out to me. Hey girl, I saved you a seat. I reluctantly sat down next to her. Look, I know we haven't always gotten along, but maybe it's time to change that. I've seen you in gym class, and you have some natural cheerleading talents, so just come and audition tomorrow, okay? I knew she was only being nice to me now because I was rich, but I'd always wanted to try out for cheerleading. I told her I'd audition, and just then, Lisa walked onto the bus. Seriously? You're sitting with the witch? You could have saved me a spot. Thanks for nothing. Hey, come on, that's kind of rude. Oh, was I rude to your new friend? Sorry. And with that, Lisa got off to sit in the other bus. It took 2 days for us to make up after that. I was having fun being a cheerleader, but with the practices and the games and after parties, I got less and less time to hang out with Lisa and Chris. One day, I was sitting with them in the cafeteria when the most popular jock in school, Dave, slid right next to me and grinned. Hey, so I've got this awesome party at my place this Saturday. Think you could make it? You'll break my heart if you say no. You can bring your friends too, if you want. I said yes and turned to them excitedly, but Chris muttered he had to go somewhere and left, and Lisa glared at me and stormed off too. I followed her. Hey, what was that? Someone invites you to a party and that makes you mad? No, you make me mad. Flirting with that jerk and going to this stupid party this weekend? I mean, who are you? A few months ago, we were making fun of these rich, spoiled kids, and now you're one of them. Oh, really? What's bothering you, Lisa? That I'm rich or that I'm popular? That you're pretending to be someone you're not, and you can't even see who really cares about you? What is that supposed to mean? And I care about you guys. I want you to go with me. No thanks. You used to be pretty cool, and now I don't know who this pathetic loser is. What did you just call me? I pulled her back by her shirt and she started walking, and she turned around and attacked me. As we wrestled on the ground, Claire came running and pulled her off of me, but Lisa pushed her aside and left. And suddenly, I just felt really bad. Lisa and I had never fought like this before. I kept trying to call both her and Chris on Saturday, but neither of them replied. And then I was mad, so I went to the party that evening anyway. I was having a great time, especially since Dave was being so attentive and dancing with me. I went to use the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Dave with Claire and a few other kids, and they were talking about me. Listen, how long do I have to dance with the deaf girl? I mean, yeah, she's hot, but it's not like I'd ever date someone like her. I'd rather spend time with some other chick. Don't be a moron and ruin everything. I texted you the whole plan this morning. You dance with her, then you take her out for a walk, and then we'll come in masks pretending to attack you both. And we'll blindfold her, take her to the school, and lock her in the janitor's closet. It's not that hard. I don't know, man. Don't you think it's a bit much? No, it'll be fun. We're not hurting her. It's just for the weekend. The janitor will find her first thing on Monday, but her richy rich grandma will go bonkers in the meantime. It'll probably be on the news. Or maybe we should hide her somewhere for longer and ask for reward money. Oh my God, what? Thanks for letting me in on your plan, you psycho. I'll make sure you all pay for this.
Babe, it was all Claire. I was telling her it's wrong. She wouldn't listen.
But I gave him a hard slap across the face as I ran off to my car. I could hardly believe it. But instead of going home, I told the driver to take me to Lisa's. She'd been right. I'd been a fool to think these people could ever be nice. I already had amazing friends, and I couldn't lose them. But when I reached their house, I nearly died when I saw balloons at the gate. Oh my God, it was the twins' birthday today. That's why she was extra mad at me. How could I have forgotten it? I found Chris sitting on the porch outside, and he didn't look happy to see me. Chris, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a fool. I should have never gone to the party. I can't believe I missed your birthday.
Dora, you don't have to be sorry. You're beautiful, rich. You're surrounded by the most popular guys, but I've loved you ever since I met you.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me just fine. I've tried telling you before too, but you just never took the hint. It's okay if you don't like me that way. I'm sure there are better guys out there for you, but you do need to start being a better friend again.
He got up and walked inside, leaving me in tears. He was the best guy. How could I have been so blind? The next day, our school was competing in a big baseball game, but I had something more important to do. Lisa was having some of her amazing photographs displayed in a small gallery, and I had to be there. As I was admiring a photo, I heard her behind me. Wow, didn't expect to see you here. You're so good at missing things. Also, isn't there a big game today? What's the team gonna do without their star cheerleader? I don't care. I'm just sorry for being a terrible friend, Lisa. You were right about everything. Those people are awful, and I was so stupid for not seeing that. I'm sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me. And let me join the cool kids club again? Lisa slowly grinned and then hugged me so hard I nearly fell down. And when I told her all about the party, she was angrier than I was. Oh my God, that witch is so gonna pay for it. The next day during the last lesson, the teacher walked in and said the principal was calling me, Lisa, and Claire into her office. Claire looked shocked as the three of us made our way. And sitting there already was Grandma and Dave. What's going on here? You said my grandma would go bonkers, Claire. And she really did when she found out about your plan to kidnap me. What are you talking about? What plan? Didn't you say you texted the whole plan to Dave? And with that, Lisa whipped out Dave's phone that she'd stolen from his locker earlier. And luckily, the moron hadn't deleted the text. The principal was horrified, and they were both immediately expelled. As Lisa and I jumped around and hugged, I said, "Just got one more thing to take care of now." I ran down the corridor to see Chris walking out of the school building, and I caught up to him. As he turned around, I put my arm around him and gave him a kiss. Whoa, what was that? I was just curious. Listen, can I ask you out for dinner this weekend? Without Lisa, of course. I think I'd really like that, Dora. And we kissed again.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. So an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The three of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and talk as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbor's kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own. On my own, with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers, and that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches, I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. I miss you, Mom, I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. "How long have you been without food?" I asked. She counted with her fingers. 2, she said. Her face was sunken in. "My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets," she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. "Here, I can share my lunch with you," I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, and as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. "You know, you can have the whole meal," I said. Her eyes widened. "No, I can't accept that. It's too much," she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. "Have it. You need it more than I do." As I left, she grabbed my hand. "Thank you. I will pay you back one day," she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meals to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing on the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by, faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough. And just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the three of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. "Your curriculum is amazing," she said. "However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I am so sorry." Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. "I think I can arrange something for her," she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. "I want to know about you," she started. "Tell me, who are you?" she asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. "I knew you wouldn't ever change," she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before I could ask, she continued, "I want to discuss working with you." She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. "I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs." I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. "Thank you," I cried out with a huge smile. "Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back," I said. "You don't have to," she answered. "After all, I told you I would pay you back one day." I looked at her with confusion. "But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for?" She took my hand. "A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful." My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. "Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think?" I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home. But I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference. And that's what I did. Hi, my name is Eliza, and I've always wanted to be a successful author, just like my dad. But I never thought this dream would turn my life upside down and make me question everything. The thing is, my dad hated it when I wrote stories. Every time I wrote something and showed it to him, he'd rip it up and say it was horrible. "Do something else, you idiot! You couldn't write a decent story to save your life," he said to me once. However, my teachers thought my stories were great. So I decided to find out what Dad's agent would say. I snuck onto his computer and secretly emailed my story to his agent. The agent loved it. I was thrilled, but there was one small problem. I had emailed him pretending to be my dad. The agent asked my father to come by and do an official pitch for the story on Monday. I was in trouble now. There was no way I could tell my dad what I'd done without him getting really mad. So I decided to keep it a secret from my dad. I went over to his agent's office and made the pitch. I told them that my dad was ill, and he'd sent me instead. The agent wanted to make a whole series out of my story. But just as I was leaving, he said, "Tell your dad to come sign the contract tomorrow." Then he closed the door in my face. I was terrified. How was I ever going to tell my dad the truth? But I didn't have to. When I got home that day, Dad was already waiting for me in the living room, and he looked mad. "I told you not to try writing," he growled at me. I asked why he thought I was a horrible writer when his agent clearly loved my work. He said he didn't have to explain anything to me and dragged me to my room. He snatched my computer and laptop and walked out of the room. "I never want to see you write again," he said, and locked me inside. I banged and banged at the door, but Dad wouldn't open it. He said he wouldn't let me out until I promised not to write again. After 5 days, I agreed. He made me sign a piece of paper that said I would never write a book, and if I did, he would claim it as his. What? I was furious, but I had no other option. At least I could go back to school now. One day when I was looking for a book in the library, I bumped into someone. Our hands touched, and I felt electricity through my whole body. He said his name was Felix, and from the way he kept looking at me, I thought he liked me too. Within a few weeks, Felix and I were hanging out all the time. I even showed him some of my stories and told him about my horrible dad. He looked like he felt so bad for me and said he'd help me however he could. I was so happy. So what if my dad was a monster? At least one person in my life loved me. A few months passed. I spent all my free time with Felix and avoided Dad as much as I could. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was passing the local bookstore where a new book was being launched. I decided to peek in and was left shocked by the book I saw. It was the same one I had written and pitched, but it had been published under my dad's name. I rushed home to confront my dad, but he wasn't there. I called Felix and he came over immediately. I told him what had happened, and he suggested that we wait for my dad to come home. But he didn't. Not that day, not the day after. Not even after a week. I tried calling him, but no luck. Felix said he thought Dad had run away with my money. I asked him if I should call the police or the agency, but he said that since I was only 17, calling them would be useless. "All they'll do is put you in foster care and call you crazy," he said sadly. I started to cry, and he said that the better thing to do would be to write the next part and pitch to the agent. He said I'd turn 18 soon, so I could publish it under my name. Excitedly, I sat down and began working on my second book. I worked day and night, and a few months later, I told Felix I was close to completing it. He looked so happy and took me out on a date. When we got back, though, what I saw left me in tears. Someone had trashed the house. My computer was gone too. That meant my story was gone. I was devastated. If Felix hadn't been around to help me, I'd have been traumatized. but he told me it was okay and that I could always write other stories. I refused and said I needed a break. Another few months went by, and I saw my second book published under Dad's name. That was it. I was calling the cops now. I called Felix, and he rushed home to me. He tried to convince me not to call the cops, but I was determined. There was no way I was going to let Dad get away with this. Not again. Just as I picked up the phone, Felix snatched it out of my hand. "You stupid, stupid girl!" he yelled. I was horrified and asked him what was wrong, but he didn't answer. Instead, he dragged me to the basement and locked the door. "What the hell, Felix?" I asked angrily. He laughed and said he was working for my dad. He said my dad had hired him to make sure I didn't try publishing any stories in my own name. Once he found the transcript of your first book, he had it published, and my job was to make sure you didn't try anything on your own again, Felix said. He said he was the one who had organized having the house trashed and getting my computer stolen. It was so easy to trick you because you're so stupid. Then he said that I had to write more novels for my dad to sell. And if I don't, I challenged him. He laughed and said he wouldn't give me any food. "It's not like anyone will notice you're missing." He'd stolen my phone and laptop, and I couldn't reach out to anyone. I begged him to let me out, but he drowned out my screams with loud music. Hunger came quickly, and I had no choice but to write the book. This would be the last in the series. For weeks, I lived in the basement, writing for Felix and my dad. Then, I had an idea that was sure to get me out. I had known Dad's agent since I was a kid. I knew if I left the right hints in the manuscript, he could probably find me. Sure enough, a week after I gave Felix the final draft of the novel, the police came banging on the door. Loud music was blasting in the house when 3 officers kicked down the basement door. I rushed out as fast as I could, relieved to be free. Felix, however, was nowhere to be seen. I was furious. I had to catch him, and I yelled at the police officers to work harder, but no luck. He was gone. In fact, he hadn't left any traces of who he was either. The only thing the police had was a sketch I had helped them make. They also couldn't trace my dad anywhere. As upset as I was also glad that they were gone from my life, and I could go back to being normal. But boy, was I wrong. Once they found out what Dad had done, the publishing agency gave me all the money, and since I was still a year from being 18, I was made to go and live with a distant aunt. She seemed very eager to have me. When I went to live with her, I was very nervous at first, but to my surprise, she was very welcoming. She would even make me cookies and soup and whatnot, and was always feeding me. She also kept bad-mouthing my dad. One day, my aunt said, "You know, kiddo, I think you deserve a vacation." And she insisted on taking me to a family lodge in the woods. I had a seemingly endless amount of money now, so I guessed we could go. The minute I said yes, my aunt packed everything and put me in the car. "You really are psyched about this vacation, aren't you?" I joked to her, and she simply smiled as she drove us away. A few hours later, we ended up in a very strange and creepy-looking meadow. It was surrounded by huge trees and had no real trail. I checked my phone and realized there was no signal either. I was so freaked out. I asked her about it, and she said, "It'll be a true nature experience." But I had a feeling something was wrong. Later that day, after dinner, I started to feel woozy. When I woke up, I found myself tied to a chair. "Not again!" I thought angrily. I demanded my aunt let me go, and she began to laugh. She said she wasn't my real aunt. My real aunt was a homeless addict who she had let stay at her place. But my real aunt had tricked her and run away with her husband. This woman had traced my aunt for years and had found me instead. Somebody had to pay for the loss and suffering I faced. She started to cry. I was so mad. Why was I constantly around psychos? I asked her exactly what she wanted from me. She said she just wanted to see me suffer. You do look a bit like her. I rolled my eyes. Gosh, get over it, I thought. That night, when this woman, Linda, as she had told me, was asleep, I began to look around carefully. After what Felix had done, I had a habit of keeping a small blade up my sleeve, and since she had been acting suspiciously this morning, I'd taken care to sharpen it. I carefully slipped it out of my sleeve and cut the rope that bound my hands. To my utter horror, though, as I was trying to free myself, the chair toppled over and Linda woke up. She screamed at me and lunged forward. I managed to run away just in time. Thankfully, the door of the cabin wasn't locked, so I grabbed my bag and rushed out into the darkness. I ran without stopping till I was sure I had lost her. I then realized that I was lost too. I had no idea where I was and no idea where I had to go. I checked to see what I had in my bag and was relieved to see that at least I had some money. But I was so tired, I knew I had to stop. I sat next to a tree and tried to sleep in the cold. The next day, I woke up to someone screaming. Oh no! Had Linda found me? No, it wasn't. There was a man throwing pebbles at me. The guy looked so familiar, but I couldn't place him. He asked me who I was and why I was sleeping next to his tree. His tree? I sighed. Another psycho? I braced myself to run, but he motioned around him, and I realized that somehow I had stumbled into an apple orchard last night. There, some 50 feet away, was even a small house. I tried to come up with a convincing story, but he shook his head and said, "Don't tell me if you can't. For now, come inside and freshen up. You look like you've been to hell." I smiled at him and said, "I've been to hell and back." He took me inside his house, and I realized that I was suddenly, incredibly, wildly attracted to him. He was so sweet. After I had eaten, he offered me his room to sleep in. At first, I was reluctant, but he swore he wasn't a psycho killer. I double-checked the locks and went to sleep. When I finally woke up, I heard him yelling into the phone, "I will never tell you where she is. You're not going to take her away." Immediately, I jumped up. I just knew I had to get out of here, but the room had only one door and no windows. I figured I'd have to trick him. Acting sleepy and normal, I walked out and smiled at him. He smiled back, and for a minute, my heart melted. How could someone with such a beautiful smile be bad? I asked him if I could use his phone, and he said he didn't have one. But I knew what I'd heard. Over the next few days, this guy, Finn, wouldn't leave me alone. He never bothered me and didn't say anything, but he also never let me out of his sight and kept asking me to stay a bit till I was better and he could take me back to where I came from, safely. I still hadn't told him about me, though. There was no getting away from him. So, one day, I went downstairs and found him working in the kitchen. I had to admit, he looked so hot. I stared at him, walked up to him, and kissed him. He kissed me back and held me tight. Then I fainted. Well, basically, I pretended to faint. I hoped he would take me to the hospital or something, but I was wrong. As worried as he was, he didn't take me anywhere. But he did take out his phone to call someone. I was relieved to see him put it on the table. Just as I was about to grab the phone, I heard screaming outside. I jumped up and snuck out. I saw Finn. He was arguing with someone. It was Felix. I knew I had to get out immediately. It suddenly dawned on me that Finn had reminded me of Felix. They had the same eyes and the same smile. How had I not seen it before? Finn was going to hand me over to his psycho brother and my crazy dad. I ran downstairs and out the door. Behind me, I heard screams. They had seen me. I ran recklessly. I saw a car and ran for it, but there was already someone in it. When I saw who it was, I thought I had officially lost it. In the back seat, asleep, was my dad. I turned and tried to run the other way, but Felix jumped into my path. Finn was nowhere to be seen. I tried to grab a rock to hit him, but Felix was faster. In a few seconds, he knocked the stone out of my hand. I ducked to protect myself and hit my head on the car behind me. Everything began to fade. Just before I passed out, I saw Finn run out and he was covered in blood. He pulled Felix off of me and punched him. After that, everything went black. When I woke up, I remembered what had happened. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. Oh no! What had the brothers done? Was I back in the cabin? The basement? Was it Linda? I dared not to open my eyes. Finally, I heard a soft sobbing. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." It was my dad. I opened my eyes and saw him in the bed next to me. He was covered in bandages. Between our beds sat Finn. I gasped and tried to run, but all of a sudden, I realized I was in a hospital. I saw a nurse and finally figured that Finn couldn't hurt me in public. I began to scream. He begged me to stop. The doctors rushed in and asked me to listen. Finally, Finn told me the truth. "Your dad never ran away with your money. Felix had kidnapped him, too," he said. I was shocked. Finn continued that he and Felix were definitely brothers, but Felix was crazy. Felix was a fan of Dad's work. When he found out about Dad stealing my work, he made a crazy plan to make it look like Dad was behind stealing my work so I wouldn't look for him. When I found out, I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, so I moved to the family farm, where I saw you. I just knew I had to keep you safe, he said. He told me that Linda, who knew Felix, was looking for me and had told him I was probably on the farm. Thankfully, they were both sent to jail. Finn testified against them both. It's been 5 years, and Finn and I are set to marry. For our honeymoon, we'll go to a small apple orchard his family owns.
Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves.
Mom, why do you put makeup on people?
Because they want to look pretty, honey.
Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty?
When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it. My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down. I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those, I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people.
Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak!
I am so sorry. I didn't see you.
Oh, save it. You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it?
But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca?
Don't you dare act smart with me. You messed with the wrong girl.
Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me.
Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly.
I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing.
Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city, I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself, but as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat, and in doing so, I dropped the entire bucket of popcorn on someone. A boy. Oh, I am so sorry.
Hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? Someone bothering you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. I got you. Don't worry.
Then I felt him put his cap on my head. I watched the movie peacefully thanks to the stranger who introduced himself as Damien. We exchanged numbers and I found out that we go to the same school. He told me he would wait for me at the school gates on the first day, and I agreed. We were the last ones to leave the cinema hall. I had to be sure Becca was gone. A couple of days later, I started school, and at the gate, I saw Damien waiting for me. He showed me around the school, and as we walked through the halls, I felt all eyes on me, and it made me feel very conscious. Remember, Emma, keep your head down and stay out of trouble.
You know, someone was assigned to show you around the school, actually. My friend Natalie. But I'm so glad she got caught up with some other work and asked me to help her out.
Well, it was nice to have Damien show me around, 'cause the guy sure was handsome. Just as we reached our class, a girl entered and looked so excited. Guys, I have amazing news. Wait for it. The principal has agreed to let students write and direct a play all by themselves. Yay! Oh, who do we have here? Wait, you must be Emma. Sorry I didn't meet you earlier. That's fine. So, drama club. Sounds cool. Yeah, thanks to me. If it were for this nerd, we would have nothing except for the math club.
Oh my god, Natalie. You're the greatest, aren't you? Drama clubs. Well, they are boring.
Oh no, they're not. Even though they seemed like rivals, it turned out that they were buddies. In fact, they had known each other since they were babies because of their families. Natalie and I started becoming good friends. We would talk about everything under the sun, and one day I noticed that she kept scratching her palms, and the skin was peeling off. So I immediately took her hand and applied my hand cream on her palms. And then I went on a rant about how she should take care of herself or it would start to hurt. One afternoon when I went to the cafeteria, I saw her looking at my Instagram page. You're extremely talented, you know. Can you? All of a sudden I looked up and saw Natalie's face going pale. Natalie? Are you okay? She just pointed at her throat and I figured she was choking. I ran to her side and helped her immediately. Emma, oh my god, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Oh no, I did what I had to. Are you feeling better? I owe you one. My lifesaver. When Damien returned from his cousin's place a week later, he was pretty surprised to hear about the choking incident.
Wow, protecting my friend when I'm not around? Thanks a lot, Emma.
She's my friend too. Now, gotta go. I have to go to this comic book store, Nook, and then home.
No way. You go to Nook? We love that place. No, we adore that place. Don't we, Natalie?
It's just fine, Damien. Damien and I continued to visit Nook every day after school. Natalie would join us sometimes. It was fun. One evening, when it was just Damien and I could feel him looking at me. Is your comic book that boring that you're looking everywhere but the book?
No, it's just, I wanted to tell you something.
Tell me what?
I like you, Emma.
What?
I like you. Actually, I kinda liked you that time when you were hiding next to me at the movies. It was the first for me.
Really? You know what? I think I have liked you too, since that day. He smiled wide and pulled me in for a kiss. The next day, I told Natalie everything and she was so happy for me. That evening, while we were hanging out at Nook, Natalie announced she was selected to write and direct the play at school and that it was about something that meant a lot to her. OMG, I am so happy for you, Nat. I'm excited too, but also a little nervous. You'll promise to be there, right?
Of course. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I was pretty excited for the play, and I even posted about it on my Insta to get as many people to show up for her directorial debut. On the day of the play, the school auditorium was packed. Natalie came on stage and thanked everyone for showing up and said that the play was based on true events and means a lot to her.
The play showed the main character getting amazing grades, but it wasn't enough for her parents. The stress she went through, and how that caused her to have a problem where she scratched her palms to the point it would hurt her. As the play continued, I saw a scene all too familiar. The main character snaps one day and starts screaming and pulling on her hair in a fit of rage. As she cries, I froze and felt goosebumps all over my body. That was me, the fight with Becca. I started shaking like a leaf in my seat and felt my cheeks get wet. Great, I was crying too. I tried to calm my nerves, but nothing was helping.
Emma, are you all right?
I couldn't talk. I just shook out of fear. I was having a full-blown panic attack. I stood up abruptly, and all of a sudden, everything went into slow motion as I tripped and fell while trying to get out of the hall. I felt so embarrassed and knew everyone was looking at me. I couldn't help it and ended up vomiting. OMG, what is happening? I needed to get away from the place and ran out of the auditorium while Damien followed. He made sure I reached home safely and then kept visiting me every day since I just couldn't show the world my face after that auditorium incident. But Damien kept insisting I go to school again. Damien, it's easier said than done. You have no idea what happened to me at my previous school.
Then tell me. I want to know what's bothering you.
And I did. I poured my heart to Damien as he hugged me and told me that everything was going to be all right. Still, I had just one question on my mind. What if Natalie knew about that incident? She couldn't. Could she? So I gathered all my courage and went to school. I needed to know who the play was about. But just as Natalie saw me, she came running to me and hugged me. I am so sorry. I didn't know you had anxiety. How are you feeling now? I think I should be the one apologizing. I ruined your play. I myself didn't think what happened in the play would trigger my anxiety. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner? I was embarrassed about it. It makes me look weak, and I don't want to be seen that way. Do you know that the play was actually about me and my life?
What?
Yeah, and you want to know how it ends? It ends with me getting better and finally stopping the violent scratching on my arms. And you know how that was possible? Because of you. What do you mean, because of me? You remember when you applied the hand cream and took care of my bruised palm? From that day on, I noticed how being around you and Damien helped me out so much. You always encouraged everything I did and were rays of sunshine, literally. You have no idea how much your kindness and care towards me helped me, and I will always be grateful to you for it. I was shocked and had tears in my eyes. That night, I played Natalie's words on loop in my head, and I knew what I had to do. I sat down and started a live video on Instagram. Hi everyone, how are you doing? This video is gonna be a little different. This time, I will be removing my makeup instead of putting it on. And I'm doing this to thank someone who hurt me. Not physically though, but in doing so, you made me all the more stronger. I talked about my insecurities and my panic attacks. I told the world how I was not embarrassed about it and how I wanted to learn to better myself. In the end, I just want to say, remember, you are amazing no matter what. Bye. Little did I know that my video would go viral. People began sharing their stories as well and tagged me in their videos. I was proud of myself that I didn't let my weakness convince me that I didn't have strength. I walked into school the next day, hand in hand with Damien and Natalie next to me, with my head held high. I hadn't realized it until then that I had amazing friends and parents, and I didn't need to be embarrassed about my attacks or anxiety. They were parts of me, and I am who I am because of them. Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France.
What's this?
Not now, Mom.
I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this.
I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams?
I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner.
Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore.
What? You're breaking up with me?
Yep, you're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore.
I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress!
You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner.
The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet. So before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend / manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I'd said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you.
Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college?
No way! I'm gonna turn this around.
You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance.
That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time.
We meet again.
He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess.
Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view.
I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything.
Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the 2 siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when… Ugh, forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year, so why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers, and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah. So what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him. Is he your new boyfriend? He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good, and you.
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time. till Mom interrupted. "The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice." "Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation." Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. "Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?"
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here. After my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. "You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom."
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. "You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel." "What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer." Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. "Martin, there's something I need to—" "Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute." I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. "Go away, Harriet. What's your name?" "Sharton, no. Farton, oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet." "Shut up, moron."
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you, I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard, and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course. I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait.
Hi, my name is Tina, or at least that's what my adopted parents named me. And that's pretty much the only nice thing they've ever given me. When I was a baby, my parents adopted me from an orphanage in New York City. I don't remember anything from back then, but they told me the place was horrible. It was filthy! You better be grateful we rescued you from there. I never really believed her. How could it be any filthier than their own house? It was practically a pigsty. The carpet always had a horrible damp smell, and the floorboards and walls were all stained. They already had one child, my younger brother Steven, but he was super dumb. They knew I was smart, so they probably thought I was a good investment. You can do our son's homework since he's busy all the time, the little darling. Look, Mom, Dad, I can snort marbles out of my nose. Well done, Steven. We're so proud of you. Tina, those math exercises aren't going to work themselves out. I rolled my eyes as I walked away. Did I have to get adopted by the dumbest family in New York? I ended up doing all of his homework all the time. But of course, he was never grateful. Instead, he chased me around with scissors and threatened to cut my hair. Come on, Tina. I just want to give you a haircut. I was smarter than all three of them put together, but they hated the thought. It would kill them to admit it. When I was 10, my dad owned a sports memorabilia store, and he was too cheap to hire a real accountant, so he made me work there as one. It's the least you can do after all we've done for you. Fine, but let me tell you, your dumb store is not making any money. You're probably doing it wrong. Aren't you supposed to be smart and good at this stuff? Go over the books again. Well, I wasn't surprised when he lost his shop 3 months later. Meanwhile, at home, my mom would make me stay upstairs whenever she had company over, which was all the time. She liked to make her friends think she was really smart, even though she was an idiot. Go to your room and don't you dare come down. God only knows what complicated and weird thing you'll end up talking about. They'll think I'm a freak like you. Don't embarrass me. I decided to have some fun one day while her friends were over. I set up a trivia board game I knew my mom would lose, and I told her friends I'd play on their team. We won by 25 points. It was epic. We didn't know Tina was so smart. My mom was so embarrassed. She flipped the table over and told everyone to leave. How dare you make me look stupid in front of my friends? Maybe if you ever read a book, you'd know a thing or two. Maybe if you weren't so ugly, you'd have friends other than books. I make myself laugh. Good, because no one else thinks you're funny. And I skipped out of the room before her flying shoe could catch me. One day, while Mom and Dad were at work, Steven decided to spray paint the living room wall. What are you doing? Mom and Dad are gonna kill you. No, Tina. They're gonna kill you. He hid the can of spray paint in my room where I couldn't find it. When my parents got home, they freaked out. Tina, what did you do? Clean this up right now! It wasn't me, it was Steven! But they wouldn't listen to a word I said. Just then, Steven walked into the room holding empty cans of spray paint. Look what I found in Tina's room! That was it. I was doomed! One more stunt like this and we're taking you right back to that orphanage. At least it looks better than it did before. This house is disgusting anyway. I spent the next 5 hours scrubbing paint off the wall. Even after that, I couldn't get it all off. I missed dinner, and my parents made me go to bed hungry. It wasn't much of a loss, really. My family just had gross canned junk for dinner anyway. They didn't have enough money to buy good food, apparently, but they could somehow afford a gigantic flat-screen TV for their filthy living room. My dad loved that TV and sat in front of it all day after work, watching baseball. Steven loved baseball too. So Dad signed him up for the Little League team. But equipment wasn't cheap. So Dad gave all of my measly allowance to Steven to buy a baseball bat. That's not fair. That's my money. No, it's my money that I gave to you, and I can take it back. My mother agreed with him. Maybe Steven will grow up to be a famous baseball player. At least he'll be doing something good for this family, unlike you, Tina. Steven's not even good at baseball. He strikes out whenever he gets up to bat. I'm better than he is, and I've only played once. It was true. Steven was horrible at sports, but my parents didn't care. Somehow, it was still my fault. Maybe if you were there to cheer him on, he hit the ball more often. I wish you had never adopted me. I wish I could go back. I stormed off to my room. I knew I had to get out of here, but I didn't have any money or anywhere to go. My friends at school all came from rich families in the city. I never told anyone I was adopted, because it would be so embarrassing. One day at lunch, the girls were just boasting away as usual. My parents are taking me to Paris this Saturday for breakfast. We just got back from Hong Kong last week. It was so exotic. I decided to chime in. My parents let me get extra pepperoni on my pizza last night. That was a lie. They actually said pepperoni was too expensive and I wasn't allowed to get it. Actually, we never ordered pizza either. The girls all looked at me like I had 3 heads. It's okay, Tina. We all know your family is dirt poor. Pepperoni is all they can afford. I was mortified. I ran out of the cafeteria in tears as the girls laughed at me. I stopped next to a bulletin board and noticed a help wanted sign. Angelo's Pizza was hiring delivery drivers. I was only 14 and I couldn't drive. But Angelo didn't need to know that. I lied in my application saying I was 17 years old and had a driver's license. He hired me and placed an Angelo's Pizza hat on my head. Guess it was time to teach myself how to drive. Driving wasn't easy. I knocked over so many trash cans and street cones at first. I didn't have anyone to teach me, and watching YouTube videos only helped so much. I couldn't tell my parents because they'd want the car for themselves. They only had one car, and Mom was only allowed to use it if she asked Dad's permission. Once I taught myself the basics, it was time to start delivering pizzas. It was actually pretty fun. I got to play my music and smell fresh pizza all day long. I told my parents I'd be studying at a friend's house after school. They didn't care where I was, as long as it was out of their faces. Do we have to feed you? Can't you just have lunch and dinner there? Sure, Mom. Her parents' dinner are even worse than yours, but I'll eat there. Nothing made me happier than missing meals at home and eating pizza instead. Angelo was always good about feeding his employees. I delivered pizza all over the city. Sometimes I'd even deliver to those mean girls from school. They'd laugh at me in my uniform. Little did they know, I had stolen a few bites of their pizzas, especially the ones with extra pepperoni. Sometimes I'd spit on them too. I saved up enough money and planned on buying myself a car. I was going to start my own delivery service. I hid the money under a loose floorboard in my room. I couldn't let my parents find it, or they'd probably spend it on another big TV. Then, disaster struck. I arrived at a house, got out of my car, and walked up to the door. I rang the bell and my dad answered the door. Tina, what are you doing here? He was at a friend's house watching the game, and they had ordered pizza. I should have recognized the address, but I was just so busy that I hadn't noticed. Since when do you have a job? You better not be hiding money from us. You know we need it. That night, my parents ripped my room to pieces. They knocked over every piece of furniture and tore open every drawer. I found it! Stephen pulled my box of money out from under the floorboard. Stop! Put that back! How dare you hide this from us, Tina? We adopted you from that horrible orphanage, and this is the thanks we get? That was the last straw. I stormed out of the room and grabbed Stephen's baseball bat, the one they bought with my money. I walked right up to the big TV in the living room, wound up, and smashed it to pieces. How's that for thanks? I dropped the bat and stormed out of the house. I went to the one place I knew I was safe, Angelo's Pizza. Angelo was closing up shop when I showed up in tears. I told him what had happened and how my parents stole all my money, and he felt really bad. Here, I know you've been saving up for a car. It's yours. And he just handed me the keys to my pizza delivery car. I gave him a big hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you! He invited me to stay with his family for the night. They had a small home, but it was really nice. His wife was an amazing cook, and their son was in school to become a hairstylist. Tina, would you like a real haircut? He worked some serious magic on my hair. I looked like a movie star, and I felt like one too. Angelo's family felt so bad for me that they offered to let me live with them. They became my second adopted family, my real family. Balancing work and school wasn't easy, but I managed. I learned as much as I could about starting a business and finally got my driver's license 2 years later. My parents didn't come to my high school graduation. They didn't even try to contact me after I smashed the TV. Instead of going to college, I started Tina Taxi, a full-service food delivery and rideshare company like Uber and DoorDash. Tina Taxi was different because I made each ride a party and worked a pure tip system. That meant my rides were free, and if people wanted to give me money, they could. My brother heard about my new job and called for a ride. He made me drive him all over the city pretending like he was lost. Sorry, I meant to go somewhere else. So sorry. Can you go in that direction now, please? He finally got out and didn't give me any money. Instead, he poked a hole in my tire and took a bus home. I lost a whole day of business because of him. While driving one day, I saw a bunch of signs all over town that were making fun of me. One in particular read, "Tina Taxi is a scam." I knew it was my idiot brother because he couldn't even spell taxi right. Take those signs down. You'll ruin everything. Buy me a new baseball bat and TV, and maybe I'll take them down. Why don't I give you a job and you can buy your own? Work for you? Why would anybody ever want to work for you? I tore the signs down myself and left them on my parents' lawn. I knew Tina Taxi was a good idea, and plenty of people already wanted to work for me. I got my own apartment and decided it was time to hire more drivers. By the next year, I had 20 drivers working for me, and Tina Taxi brought in over $1 million. Soon enough, I got a call from a multi-billion-dollar company that wanted to buy Tina Taxi. They offered me $2.5 billion for my company. I told them I'd only sell if they maintained my business model. Tina Taxi was always meant to help those in need. They agreed. After everything was said and done, I went back to the orphanage where my parents had adopted me all those years ago. The kids were so excited to see me.
That's Tina from Tina Taxi! I want to be just like her when I grow up!
You're already just like me. I used to live here when I was just a baby. They were thrilled to know I started out just like them. I donated millions of dollars to help remodel and build orphanages all over the world, but especially one in my home state of New York. I even adopted a little girl named Amira, and I promised to give her the childhood that I never had. Together, we live in a huge house outside of New York City. I never heard from my adopted parents ever again. I never heard of Steven either, so he probably never did become a famous baseball player.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I was the only kid of super rich parents who adored me. I grew up in a fancy house and was sent to the best schools. On my first day in middle school, a pretty girl walked up to me and immediately put her arm through mine.
My daddy says you can tell a lot about someone from their car. And wow, girl, you're richy rich. I'm Brenda, and we're friends now, okay?
Later that day at recess, I saw a girl from our class eating alone. Hey, why don't we ask that girl to join us?
Nuh-uh. I told everyone we're bringing smoked salmon bagels for lunch, and she brought gross egg sandwiches.
That's poor people food. No one in class is gonna talk to her now. That's the rule. I'm sorry, but that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I joined the girl at her table and swapped my lunch with hers while everyone gasped. I'd broken the rule. That day onwards, Brenda hated me with a vengeance. She tried to beat me at everything: grades, friends, clothes. One day in 8th grade, she came up to me and said proudly,
I got my period before you. Ha! I hit puberty first.
This girl was crazy. I could hardly stand her. But then one day in 9th grade, something terrible happened and everything changed. Dad fled to some other country with all our money and left us with tons of debt. Mom had to pay it by selling almost everything we owned, including the house. By the next day, the news had spread across the school and Brenda came running to me.
OMG, look at that. Super poor. Now that's one thing I can't beat you at. You're the clear winner here.
But her laughter soon turned into cries when we discovered that my mom married her dad, and she was my stepsis now.
What the freaking fish? You cannot be part of my family. Gosh, someone just pinch me. It's definitely a nightmare.
Well, I did what she asked for, and she went completely nuts.
Dad, I want you to get a divorce right now. This woman definitely married you for money. And her daughter is a loser. What am I going to tell my friends at school?
Oh, Brenda, what are you talking about? I'm so happy you're my sister. We'll get along so well.
Get away from me, you witch.
She stormed off angrily. I was going to have so much fun teasing her. But a few weeks later, I woke up one morning and noticed some light-colored patches on my hands. I thought it was just an allergy, so I covered it with a little makeup. But I was wrong. Within weeks, my entire body was covered with patches. I told Mom and she immediately took me to the doctor. I'm afraid she has a skin condition called vitiligo. No, it can't be. I cried all the way home and locked myself in the room. I couldn't believe I had to live with this condition my entire life. Honey, please open the door and let me in. You're still pretty, I promise. But no matter what Mom said, I knew things were just gonna be tough from now on, and I couldn't let anyone know, especially Brenda. So I started wearing tons of makeup and full-sleeved clothes to cover my skin. But Brenda even started picking on me for that.
Wearing such tacky clothes in the summer?
You must have gone crazy because of the heat. And saying that, she threw a glass full of juice over my clothes.
Here, beat the heat, jerk.
This was it. I jumped her and grabbed her hair, and soon the argument turned into a crazy fight. Obviously, we ended up in the principal's office, but I was the only one who got punished. Vivian, 1 week of detention for you. Any more of this nonsense and you'll be kicked out of the school for good. As I stormed off angrily, Brenda pushed me as she walked by.
I have a rich daddy. Too bad yours didn't like you enough to stay.
Later, in the detention room, while I was listening to music, someone pulled out my earplugs. Hey, what the... I looked up to see a really cute guy and my heart skipped a beat. Your eyes.
they're stunning. What? Really? These old things? I'm Tanner, by the way. So, how was someone as charming as you in detention? Oh, yeah, it was all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure, 'cause there's no way an angel like you could do something wrong. OMG, he was so cute. For the next week, I got to see him every day, and we kinda became friends. But I was afraid he might not like me if he discovered my secret. One night while I was changing into my nightwear, the lights were off and I saw a shadow sneak in from my bedroom window, and I screamed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my mouth and said, "Hey, relax, it's me. Don't shout." Tanner, what are you even doing here? I just came to tell you that. I think I love you, Viv. I'm going crazy for you. Saying that, he pulled me closer to kiss me. But just then, Brenda barged into my room, and to my horror, she switched on the lights. Ha! Caught you. Wait a sec. What's wrong with your freaking skin? OMG, gross. What's that on your face? And your body? Get away from me. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole as Tanner and Brenda stared at me. Is this what I think it is? OMG, you're a freak. I expected Brenda to act like a jerk, but Tanner, he just ran away from there like I was some monster, and that really hurt. The next day at school, I couldn't find him anywhere, but then I saw something that completely shocked me. Tanner and Brenda were sharing the longest kiss in the history of the planet behind the school. And then he said, OMG, babe, I think I love you, and I'm going crazy for you. Crazy for her? Hey, you literally just said that to me yesterday, jerk. Love you? I would never. Look at yourself. Only someone blind can love you. As I was just about to punch out his perfect teeth, Brenda stepped in and stopped me. Hey, stay away from my guy, or I'll tell everyone your little secret. Poor Viv. You know what? Take him. He's a jerk like you, and you guys belong together. After that, I made sure to stay away from those loonies. I didn't want to give her a reason to tell my secret to everyone. Soon after we started 10th grade, our teacher introduced a new student, Jacob, to the class. And I could see all the girls drooling over him. In the chemistry lab, everyone wanted to be his partner, but to my surprise, he walked over to my corner and said, Hey, you don't mind me joining you, do you? Of course I didn't. But while we were performing the experiment, I accidentally opened the wrong chemical flask and almost fainted from its smell. Just then, Jacob caught me in his arms and carried me to the nurse's room. He even stayed there till I felt better. Hey, what are you doing here? I just wanted to make sure you were okay. OMG, he was so strong and such an angel. After that, we spent a lot of time studying and hanging out together. My life was close to getting perfect, but then Brenda happened again. I could see she was into Jacob and she'd follow him everywhere. Once when Jacob and I were walking down the corridor, she started walking unsteadily and crying out, Oh, I feel so dizzy. I'm gonna pass out. Someone, please hold me. I knew what she was up to, so I held back Jacob's hand and she fell to the ground. What do you think you're doing, witch? Saving you trouble. She then got up and whispered in my ear, Don't you dare lay your hands on what Brenda wants, or your little secret will be out, princess. Psycho, don't you already have a boyfriend? What's your point? He's hotter, and what Brenda likes, Brenda takes. I knew once Brenda had her eyes on something, she was either gonna take it or ruin it, and that scared me. So later that day, when Jacob asked me on a movie date, I had to refuse because of Brenda. Good job, scaredy cat. You got what you wanted, right? Now leave me alone. Oh, not just yet, honey. I want you to cut all ties with Jacob and leave him alone. You're crazy, and you're a freak, and I know your secret. Remember that. I loved Jacob, but I had no choice but to listen to Brenda. The very next day, I broke up with him. I'm sorry, Jacob. It's just not working out between us. But Vivian, listen to me. He kept calling and texting, but I couldn't. I felt terrible. For the next few days, Brenda kept dancing around him and teased me about it. She was so evil. Then a few days later, while I was walking down the corridor, Jacob pulled my hand into an empty classroom. Hey, wait, what are you? Before I could even finish my sentence, he just pulled me close and kissed me.
I wasn't expecting that. But whoa, it felt like heaven.
I know everything about what Brenda did to you, and I want to tell you, I love you for who you are.
But how did you know?
After you broke up with me, she kept pestering me all day long, but I told her I only love you. Then she got mad at me and told me about your condition. I instantly knew why you broke up with me.
Oh, Jacob, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I love you so much.
I know, Viv. I love you too, sweetie.
Of course, we started dating again because I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. The guy I loved me back for who I was, and I was the happiest. Of course, Brenda looked livid. Before the junior prom, Jacob prepared a big surprise for me in the cafeteria and asked me to the prom in front of everyone. OMG! It was all so romantic, and of course I was gonna say yes. But just then, Brenda threw a jug full of water over me and all my makeup washed away. And everyone was looking at me. This trash? You wanna go out with her instead of me? I'm practically perfect, and not some weirdo like Miss Patches here.
Brenda, you're a complete nut job. What's wrong?
I held him back and stepped up in front of Brenda. Brenda, since the day I met you, you've only cared about stupid things like money and looks. But those things aren't going to get you friends or love. You'll be all alone one day because you don't care about anyone except yourself. And that makes you ugly. And soon everyone around her started shouting at her. Yes, Brenda. Vivian is beautiful inside and out. And you're awful.
You're trash, Brenda.
You're a cheater, too. Brenda ran from there and I turned to kiss Jacob. Everyone cheered for us and congratulated us. Later that day, I went home and told Mom and Dad about everything Brenda did to me, and they decided to send her away to a boarding school for spoiled brats. Jacob and I continued to date until the last year of school, and then we got into college together.
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my 2nd time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math
25 years ago, when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class.
Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid.
And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground.
That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one.
I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart.
Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're, like, super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said,
Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything.
Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys.
Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying. But you will never experience that, dummy.
I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain. He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom. And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said,
"That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away."
That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
My sister Tito and I were playing in the playground when a boy called my name. "Hey, Dami, you act so tough. Let's see if you can climb this tree before me. Bet you can't." "Oh yeah? I am Dami, the Nigerian nightmare. Watch me." "Yeah, come on, Dami, show him what you got. But if she climbs before you, you owe $5. Got it? Deal." I got to the top within a minute, but right then, Mom appeared out of nowhere, and she had seen my stunt, and she looked furious. "Oh my God, what are you doing, Dami? Are you out of your mind? Get down at once." Well, I tried to come down, but got stuck on a branch and ended up falling on Mom. Tito had a good laugh and collected the bet money from the boy. But the moment Mom turned to her, she made that innocent face of hers and then winked at me to stay quiet. Oh, I wish you could be like Tito. She is so perfect. Yep, perfect she was. In fooling Mom, Tito was obsessed with making money. She'd make bets, date rich guys, and one time even sold Mom's earrings without telling her just because she needed to buy the latest iPhone. But I never ratted my sister out because we were inseparable. She was my confidant and I was hers. Hi, my name is Dami, and I am from Nigeria. Please like and subscribe. Ever since my sister Tito and I were kids, people always said how different we were from each other. While she looked like a Barbie, I may have looked like G.I. Joe. Her hair was so shiny that people on the streets begged to touch it. Mine looked like a bird's nest, and at times I could barely comb it. However, the most important difference, according to Mom, was that Tito was perfect and I wasn't. My Tito would be the perfect bride. Any man to marry her would be so lucky. A rich one. Mom, I want a rich one, please. Let's see if we can find a rich one for you. But Dami, I don't know how I'll get you out of the house. With all your hobbies like a boy, Dami, no girl climbs trees, fights, and definitely doesn't have short hair. You need to behave like a proper lady so some guy will fall in love with you and marry you. Yuck. Marry boys? Mom would always be talking about these things, but thank God Dad was different. He loved Tito and I equally and gave us the freedom to be ourselves.
Don't worry about Dami. No boy will be choosing her. She will be the one to choose a boy for herself.
One time when I was 12 and Tito was 15, we were walking home from school together. On our way, a really cute guy bumped into Tito, and the two started talking as if they had known each other forever. It was so boring, standing on the side being Tito's sidekick while the guy asked for her number and complimented on how pretty she was. Just then, I saw a crowd excitedly watching something on a TV at a storefront. When I joined them, I saw they were cheering for two girls in a boxing match. Who knew girls could box? Fascinating. When we reached home, Mom kept asking why we were so late, but all I could think about was the boxing match. That night, I watched tons of videos about women's boxing, and in a few days, I was practicing around the house. And it really drove Mom mad. She hated the idea of women being boxers and forbade me to even think about it. No daughter of mine is going to be a boxer. Got it? Fine. She could stop me from pursuing boxing as a profession, but she couldn't stop me from practicing at home. But one time, when I broke a vase that had my great-grandma's ashes, Mom gave up. Oh my God, just take her to some boxing academy. Please don't practice at home. Ever again. Yippee! Dad and I were ecstatic. Dad got me into a boxing academy, but since I was the only girl in that place, boys weren't keen on letting me practice in peace. As if it would scare me off. One time as I entered the gym room, I saw some boys practicing boxing on the punching bag. When I asked for a turn, they just laughed at me. Oh, little girl, your fragile fingers will hurt. Leave this to the boys. Why? Are you scared I'm gonna do better than you? I guess if I were you, I'd be scared too, little boy. The boy looked pissed, but moved aside to let me practice on the punching bag. It was my chance to show them what I had. I totally destroyed the punching bag. After that day, no one ever called me a little girl. I had been in the academy for just over 6 months when my dad got an amazing job in the city. Now my academy was just a 2-minute walk away from my new home. We were all so happy about living in the big city. We had heard so much about it, and I was excited to live in it. Tito was excited for a different reason. I love the city. Did you notice how rich the guys are here? I am sure I'll find a rich guy, make him fall in love with me, marry him, and live my best life. God, Tito, can you think of anything other than boys and getting married? Why not focus on studies? With the grades you are getting, how will you finish high school? I don't need to finish high school when I have a rich husband, duh. We had only been in the city for 6 months when I got some surprising news. Tito was getting married. Tito's boyfriend, Econ, was the son of one of the richest men in town. He and Tito looked totally in love. Well, Tito a little more than him. I wasn't a fan of Econ because he was going to take my sister away from me, but seeing Tito over the moon made me happy. Soon my house was swarmed with wedding activities. Just a day before Tito's wedding, I was so fed up and went to a local restaurant to get some air. When I walked in, I saw Tito's boyfriend and I decided to say hello. As I got closer, a girl passed me by and hugged Econ. And then they both kissed. What the heck? This dude was cheating on my sister. I so wanted to punch him, but the moment he saw me, he smirked. The audacity. Gonna tell your sister I'm cheating on her? Yes, and she is so gonna dump your sorry butt, you cheater. Oh, please. Your sister is so in love with me, she won't believe you. Get used to it. We are going to be in-laws, at least temporarily. I just need to marry a girl of my dad's choice to access my trust fund, and then I'll be free. You know, I can pay you for keeping your mouth shut for a while. I saw red hearing his words and gave him a much-deserved punch before leaving. At home, I tried to tell Tito the truth, but she didn't believe me and told me to keep my mouth shut. One word and I swear I'm gonna stop you from becoming a stupid boxer. Got it? You know how much she adores me. She'll listen to me. But Tito, zip it, Dami, and let me get my beauty sleep. Ugh! I went to my room and I was so mad Tito was acting like a fool. The next day, Tito was dressed in all white, and as she started to say her vows, I just couldn't keep my calm and stood up. This marriage is a scam. He has a girlfriend and he is marrying my sister just to access his trust funds. Tito, this worm is cheating on you. Dami, stop it. Shut up, you have no proof. Yeah, I have. That black eye I gave you yesterday, but I think you need another one too. Before I could get a hold of Econ, he turned and ended up falling into the huge wedding cake. The wedding was a mess. Tito crying, Mom screaming, Dad angry, and all the guests running out of the hall. But at least my sister dodged the bullet that was her cheating groom-to-be. I knew Tito was upset, and I needed to talk to her, but just as I went to her room, she pushed me out. You ruined everything. You ruined my big day. I hate you, Dami. I'll hate you forever. At home, I thought Mom would blow up, but to my surprise, for the first time in forever, she hugged me and thanked me for saving Tito from that cheating jerk. But Tito is so angry at me, Mom. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Give her some time. Days passed, but Tito wasn't ready to forgive me. Every time she'd see my face, she'd walk in the opposite direction. It was like she hated me with every fiber of her being. I had to ignore her, so I focused hard on my dream, and one day, I saw a poster for a boxing tryout. The winner had the opportunity to represent the country in an annual global competition. I submitted the form and got a positive reply. I was ecstatic. But on the day of the tryouts, something unbelievable happened. I woke up to the sound of my mom crying like a banshee, and then she fainted. I had no idea what had happened, but when I saw a picture of Tito on her phone with that cheating jerk Econ, I knew what had happened. Tito had run away and married that butthead. By the time Mom was conscious, I knew the bus for the tryouts had already left. My chance had been blown. I was sad for days. For both missing the tryouts and the fact that Tito got married to that cheat. Wow, life was a topsy-turvy ride, but I pulled myself together and applied again the next year. Like before, I got selected and represented my country on a huge platform, and in the end, returned home with a gold medal. You have made us so proud. I always thought Tito will. Mom, come on, cheer up. She is happy wherever she is. There was no stopping me. I won many championships and even started coaching young girls in the academy. But one time when I returned home, nothing in the world could prepare me for what I was about to witness. Tito had returned with a baby. So he left you, didn't he? Huh? Of course he didn't. I'm here to visit Mom and Dad. Just shut up and mind your own business. Well, Mom and Dad patched up with Tito, but her visit was just extending. It had been 2 weeks and she hadn't left. I knew that good-for-nothing husband of hers had dumped her. One night, as I woke up to get some water, I heard the baby crying in Tito's room. I peeked inside, and Tito wasn't there. So I picked up the baby and took her to my room. Gosh, my niece was a miracle from above. I had never seen a baby as beautiful as her. We instantly bonded, and in no time she was asleep in my arms. When I went to put her back, I was shocked to see Tito counting money. But the moment she noticed me, she hid her hands behind her back. What do you think you are doing? How dare you touch my baby? She was crying. And that money, where did you get it from? Huh? It's mine. I'm married to a super rich guy, remember? Give me my baby and stay away from my child. I don't want her turning into a Hulk like you. Look at yourself. There's nothing girly about you anymore. Tito, tell me, are you in some kind of trouble? I can help you. Shut up. I don't need your help. I'll never need your help. Get out of my room now. Something was sure fishy with Tito. I knew my sister too well, even when she was being a jerk to me. So the next day when she left the house with her baby, I followed her. She kept walking and finally stopped near the seaside. What was she up to? As I was lost in my thoughts, I saw her husband. The moment Tito saw him, she threw money in his face. But instead of being angry, the jerk smirked. Here's the money you asked for. I can't believe I had to steal from my mom and dad because of you. Just leave me alone now. Don't ask for my daughter's custody. We are done with you. Just as I thought, that cheat was blackmailing Tito. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now that my trust fund is empty, I am glad I got you to bring in some cash. That sister of yours is making quite the money. On second thought, I'll hold on to my baby girl. Having her with me guarantees my supply of money. All of a sudden, he started to run, and that's when Tito let out a scream. Instantly, I lunged and grabbed him by the collar, and Tito came in time to take the baby safely away. I always knew you were trash. This was long overdue. Saying that, I gave the jerk a much-deserved black eye. Once Econ was taken away by the cops for blackmailing Tito for money, my sister came running to me with my beautiful niece in her arms. Dami, how did you know? I followed you. You looked worried. I had to find out. I'm so sorry, Dami. So sorry for being a jerk, for not listening to you, for not admitting that I made the most foolish mistake ever by trusting Econ, for... Can you forgive me, Dami, please? Tito, shh. The baby is asleep. Look, I might not be able to forgive you right away, but I promise I'll always have your back and will always, always love my niece. Dami, and I promise I will wait for you to completely forgive me. Strong people like you will always find it in their hearts to forgive others, but they don't forget, so they won't be hurt again.
Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious. Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense? That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest. It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me? Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling, and I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking. What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha. And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying. This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring. I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom. What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years? No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's going to marry you? Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend. He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes.
Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years.
The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out. He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it? Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this? Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here? How could you? It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened. Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose. But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute. And she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me. When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs. What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why? Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him. So Mom didn't give me the drugs? No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister. Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom. And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened. Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say, Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
My darling, she said, are you sure you don't mind being a mouse for the rest of your life? I don't mind at all, I said. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, as long as somebody loves you. The end.
That was awesome! Please read me another one, Mommy.
Tomorrow, sweetheart. And with that, Mom kissed me goodnight and left. A few minutes later, I switched on the lamp and picked up another book. I stayed up the whole night and finished the entire Roald Dahl set. I was only 5 years and 2 months old, and much like my favorite character, Matilda, I just never stopped reading after that. My parents bought me as many books as I wanted, and I sometimes read 10 books a day. But I had to slow down when I started getting the worst headaches ever. When the doctor came to see me, he glared sternly at my parents. You have to set a reading time limit, and she needs fresh air and exercise. But she just wants to read. She's a kid. You're being terrible parents by letting her do whatever she wants. Wait, what? I had the world's best parents. Turns out, though, The doctor may have been onto something. You see, my parents really loved me. But as I grew up, I started to realize that I didn't have a very normal life. I was homeschooled because my parents thought school was too dangerous for me. Mom and Dad would take me to the playground once a week, and they just kept hovering over me like helicopters the whole time. If I so much as scraped a knee, the two would throw a fit and rush me off to the hospital. Hi, I'm Clara, and this is the story of how my parents almost ruined my life by loving me too much. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I turned 12, I started insisting that I had to go to school like every other kid, and the two reluctantly agreed. On the first day of school, I happily skipped out of the car, and I'd only walked a few steps when suddenly I felt myself being dragged back. It was Mom, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. I don't think you're ready. How about next year? You can go next year. Mom, I'm ready. You're embarrassing me. Let me go. I was really enjoying my lessons and having a great first day. At lunch, a few kids from class asked me to join them, and I was so happy to be making friends. Just then, I suddenly felt someone pull away my food tray. It was Mom, and she was throwing my lunch in the trash. I stared at her in horror as she started spraying the table with Lysol next. What are you doing, Mom? God knows how many icky germs this table has, and the food looks awful. And with that, she just sat down at our table, whipped out a sandwich, and started cutting it up into tiny little pieces. There you go, sweetie. I just wanted to vanish into thin air. I took Mom by the arm and pulled her out of the cafeteria. Mom, listen, I know you're worried, but trust me, I'm fine. You can go now, please. She didn't come to lunch again, but that definitely wasn't the end of it. They were the parents of every teacher's nightmare. If I didn't get the lead in the play, or an A in every subject, or I wasn't on top of the cheerleading pyramid, they'd be at the school the next day to terrorize the teachers and the principal. One day in 9th grade, I was horrified when the teacher handed me back my history report and told me to come see her after class. I'm very disappointed, Clara. Why would a bright child like you copy-paste stuff from Wikipedia? You could be suspended for plagiarism. Wait, what? I opened up the report and saw that it wasn't even close to what I'd written. Arrgh! There was only one person who'd use this ugly font. Dad! I screamed as I burst into his study. I can't believe you wrote my history report. What, sweetie? I was only trying to help. You would never have gotten an A on the stuff you wrote. Thankfully, since the principal knew what my parents were like, she believed me, and I was allowed to submit my original work. Just when I thought they couldn't embarrass me more, boy, did they prove me wrong. In 10th grade, I was selected from thousands of contestants to represent my city in the National Spelling Bee. The host announced, and the tiebreaker is a bibliophobia. That was one of my favorite words, a fear of running out of reading material. I spelt it out correctly, and as the crowd clapped, one of the contestants' moms got up angrily. I saw her parents mouthing the spelling to her. There's foul play going on here. She demanded that the organizers pull out camera footage, and sure enough, there were Mom and Dad spelling out a bibliophobia. But I wasn't even looking at them. One of the judges stepped up to the mic and said, "We have no choice but to give the award to the runner-up." I couldn't believe that everyone thought I was a cheater because of my parents. But to make things even worse, Mom and Dad stepped onto the stage and tried to snatch the trophy away from the other kid. This belongs to our daughter. We demand justice. The whole drama was broadcast on national television, and the video went viral. It made me really popular in school.
but not in a good way. I was the girl with the psycho parents, which is why I was really surprised when Jake, the guy I'd been crushing on since forever, came up to me one day and asked me out. I was thrilled. I wanted to keep him a secret from my parents, but I knew that wasn't possible. To my surprise, they acted really cool when I introduced Jake to them. They didn't even sit him down for an interview. Jake and I started dating, and we had an amazing year together. I was totally in love, and when prom came around, I couldn't be happier that I'd be going with him. On prom night, as I ran downstairs to meet Jake, I suddenly stopped short when I heard my parents and him talking.
Come on, Jake. We've paid you more than enough. Extra for prom, dude. Otherwise, I tell her everything.
Tell me what?
All three of them turned around to look at me. Mom and Dad looked horrified. Oh well, guess the act's up. Your parents read in your diary that you had a crush on me, and they paid me to ask you out.
What? It felt like my world had just come crashing down around me. How could you do that?
Sweetheart, anything we do for you is out of love.
I just snapped. This isn't love. You guys are toxic and crazy, and I've just had it. And with that, I stormed out of the house.
In the fall, I moved away to the farthest college I could find on a scholarship. I even refused to take my parents' money. I felt betrayed and heartbroken and didn't want anything to do with them. I was enjoying my freedom, but I soon discovered I really needed a job. One day at college, I saw a job poster for a nanny on the bulletin board, and I made the call. The next day, I was driving up to a huge mansion. Mrs. Richard, a wealthy businesswoman and single mom, asked me a few questions and told me I was hired. I come home late from work most days, so all you have to do is give Dana some company. She's a very easy child. You won't have much trouble. And with that, she rushed out of the room and was gone. As I walked out in the hallway, I found a cute little 8-year-old standing with her arms crossed over.
Oh, hi! You must be Dana. I'm Clara, your new nanny.
She looked clearly unimpressed.
What kind of a grown-up wears a Hello Kitty shirt? And I don't need a nanny. I can take care of myself.
And with that, she ran off to her room and slammed the door shut. I could see that this was going to be anything but easy. Dana was a really smart kid, but she was so bossy. I wasn't allowed to sit on her bed. I could only put my bag on the floor. She didn't want me to touch her toys. She wanted Chinese every day at 6 p.m. sharp. The kid was a little dictator. One day I told her that we were going cycling in the park, and she turned up her little nose at me.
Nuh-uh, not happening.
I was beginning to lose my cool. Dana, you're supposed to listen to me, and I say we're going cycling.
No, you're supposed to listen to me because you work for me.
For your information, I don't work for you. I work for your mother. Suddenly, Dana turned to me angrily.
Oh, do you see my mother anywhere? Here's some news for you. You're not gonna. Unless you make an appointment with her secretary 2 days before. Guess you're stuck with just me.
And with that, she stormed off to her room. For the first time, I felt really sorry for her. I realized that no one paid much attention to the poor kid. When I quietly crept into her room, I found her snuggled up on her beanbag, reading a book. What you reading?
Oliver Twist. Charles Dickens writes really sad stories, but I still love them.
And from that day onwards, we bonded over books and became really good friends. We'd spend hours reading in the public library or having picnics in the park and discussing books. And we both went to an amusement park together for the first time in our lives. We had the most amazing day, taking all the rides and stuffing our faces with ice cream. Dana was the lead in her school play, and I spent hours practicing with her. A day before the play, as I tucked her into bed, she looked at me sadly.
I wish Mom had the time to come see me.
It just broke my heart. I decided I was somehow going to make this happen. I snuck into Mrs. Richards' study and left a note marked urgent on the table. The next day, when I went to pick up Dana for the play, I couldn't see the note anywhere. I kept calling Mrs. Richards' secretary, but her number was constantly busy.
There were still 2 hours to go. I had to go down to Mrs. Richards' office myself and talk to her. As I barged into her room, I stopped short when I realized she was having a meeting.
What's the matter? Is something wrong with Dana?
No. I was wondering if you read my note about her play?
I did, and as you can see, I don't have the time. Can you leave now, please?
Suddenly, I felt really angry. You have to make the time for your daughter. She's amazing and you're just missing out on everything. She looked livid and had her secretary make me leave the office. I was pretty sure I was fired. Feeling bummed out, I slipped into the auditorium just in time for the play to start. Some 10 minutes into the performance, someone came and sat on the empty seat next to me. To my shock, it was Mrs. Richard. As Dana stepped onto the stage and started delivering her lines, I glanced at Mrs. Richard, and she was in tears. At the end of the play, she was the first one to jump from her seat and clap. Dana stood in complete shock as her mom ran to hug her backstage.
Darling, you were so good!
Mom, I can't believe you came! You saw all of it?
Yes, all of it!
As the two hugged each other tight, I realized something. I really missed my own parents. And even though they could sometimes really cross a line, I never grown up feeling neglected. They'd always been there to cheer me on and love me. In their own crazy way. I went back home that weekend, and my parents and I made up. They apologized for everything they'd done and promised to respect my boundaries. I'm still away at college, but we visit each other every weekend, and we have a really good time together. Of course, I've introduced them to my favorite little bookworm and best friend, Dana.
Hi, I'm Tuli from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
Can you turn that stupid music down? It's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Tuli, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Tuli. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship, and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Tuli, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up.
I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly. I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal. Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown. And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh? Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league. Watch your mouth, Thule. But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team.
I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was. But I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me.
Not again, Dad, I said desperately as he barged into my room with yet another fancy new dress. This could only mean one thing: another date. My mom followed him inside and said, "We're off to a party now. Put those horrible books away and get to a salon. You clearly need a makeover." I rolled my eyes at them and said I wasn't going. Suddenly, their faces darkened, and my dad said, "It wasn't a request. You have one job, Angela. Get married." I was starting to get pissed off and said I didn't see why they were so obsessed with me getting married. Mom glared at me and said I had to go on this date. She said the guy was the son of one of my dad's biggest business partners. "If you don't go, you can kiss your freedom goodbye for a month," Dad threatened. I had a huge party planned with my friends, and no way was I going to be stuck at home. I reluctantly prepared myself for the evening that awaited me. The guy picked me up at 7 p.m. He was about 4 inches shorter than me, and he had his oily hair pulled back. "Hey there, babe. Couldn't you find something better to wear?" I rolled my eyes and looked at his neon yellow shirt. While drinking soup at the restaurant, Mike, my date, burnt his tongue and screamed so hard that 2 of his front teeth fell out. I couldn't compose myself anymore. I grabbed a cab and rushed home. A few days later, my parents barged into my room and yelled at me for deliberately sabotaging their deal. What deal? Apparently, the guy's dad was going to sign a deal with Dad if I started dating him. I gagged. They were furious and wouldn't listen to me when I tried to tell them what had happened. Dad yelled, "Shut up, you ugly moron." Then they slammed the door shut. I was locked inside. Thankfully, that evening, my Uncle Tom came home. He got me out of the room and told my parents to act like normal people. Dad glared at him, but Mom jumped to her feet and said, "I don't need any advice from you. No one here needs a gay man's advice." Uncle Tom looked horrified. I felt so sorry for him. He looked at my parents and said, "Just behave or I'll take her away." With that, he was gone. The next day at school, a boy came up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Peter." I looked at him suspiciously. He looked familiar. Just then, behind him, the most gorgeous girl I had ever seen appeared. My jaw dropped, and Peter introduced her as his sister, Penny. They were twins. The twins and I quickly became friends, and I would often invite them over. Apparently, their parents were uber rich, so Mom and Dad didn't mind. But one day, Mom came up to me and told me I had another date that evening. When I got to the restaurant, I was shocked to see that the person they had tried to set me up with was none other than Peter. I was furious, and I ran right back out. How could he think this was okay? I'd never even flirted with him. Peter caught up with me and asked me what was wrong. I told him I didn't have any plans to date him, and he said he was sorry. Then he said my parents had forced him and his twin sister to be my friends. I was furious. I rushed home and confronted my parents. They started to yell at me. "Do you know just how much we paid their parents?" I was stunned. Why would you pay them at all? They said it was because I was so dumb and good for nothing that I couldn't even make friends. I decided that this was all too much, and I told them I was leaving. I called Uncle Tom and asked him to come and get me. I thought life would be easy now that I was no longer living with my psycho parents. But boy, was I wrong. At school the next day, Peter approached me, and I told him that I didn't want to be friends with him anymore. He looked disappointed, but smiled and said, "It's okay, Angela. I understand completely." Without responding, I turned to leave. I had wanted to make a gracious exit, but to my horror, not 5 steps later, my foot got caught in something and I fell on my face. My nose started to bleed, and I quickly gathered my stuff and rushed away while everyone stared at me. I ran into the girls' bathroom to clean my face. Just as I was done, a notification popped up on my phone. It read, "Hello, Angela. I hate to break it to you, but if you don't do everything I say, I'm going to tell everyone your biggest secret. I have your diary." I laughed at such an old-fashioned prank, but the text messages were pictures from pages of my diary where I had written my deepest, darkest secrets. No one could find out about them, or I would be over. I had no choice but to do as they said. I replied, "What do you want from me? I know who you really are," the message simply read. I asked them what they meant, but there was no reply. In fact, a new message didn't arrive until days later. I didn't know how long the silence would last, so I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to find out who it was. I had a plan to find out who could have stolen it. The next day, I snuck to the back of the school. I hid my face from the security cameras and then pulled the fire alarm. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the school. I checked to make sure that nobody was in the security room and then quickly searched for the older videos. I transferred all of the data onto my flash drive. Just as I was about to leave, one of the security guards came in. As soon as he saw me, he yelled, "Hey you, stop right there." I ran for dear life. I managed to outrun him and escape the school. Once I was safe, I checked my bag, and to my despair, I realized I'd dropped the flash drive somewhere. I'd missed my chance. But before I could investigate further, I got this message. "Ha ha ha. I know what you did, and I know why you did it. So you like being a spy, huh? Well, do I have a mission for you?" I read the next message in shock. This was going to be horrible. If anything bad happened, my parents would kill me. The next day, as instructed, I called my mom. At first, she was angry that I'd called her, but when she heard what I had to say, she was thrilled. My blackmailer had told me to ask my parents to set me up on a date. That evening, I found myself face to face with one of the most boring people I could imagine. The minute I reached out to shake his hand, he pulled me in for a kiss. Ew! The boy wouldn't take no for an answer. And 5 minutes into the date, I dumped a glass of water onto his head. He screamed, jumped back, and threatened to destroy my parents. He said he was my dad's boss's son. I couldn't believe my ears. The very next day, Dad lost his job. Mom called and yelled at me for deliberately ruining their lives. I tried to explain, but obviously she didn't listen. "You are the worst possible child. If only I'd never had a second child," I gasped. This was the first time my mother had mentioned my brother in a very, very long time. "Mom, listen to me." I tried to explain things to her, but she hung up. My phone screen lit up. Ha ha ha, that was a fun show. I was furious. Whoever this person was, he or she was ruining my life. And I had a feeling that this was just the beginning. I was right. The next message asked me to do something even worse. Something I hadn't been prepared for. "Forget it," I messaged. "Are you sure? Are you truly ready for your secret to come out?" The truth was, I wasn't, but I also didn't think I could do this. So I didn't reply. Maybe I should have. The next day, when I went to school, Penny marched up to me. "You are disgusting, Angela. I hate you. Stop spreading rumors about me." I tried to ask her what was wrong, but she slapped me in the face in front of everyone. Then she left. My phone pinged. I took it out and saw another message. "Enjoy." Oh no. Sure enough, I then received a link to a TikTok video. I played it. It said, "I'm gay, so I go on dates just to break men's hearts." It was followed by a video of me dumping water on my last date's head, the one who got my dad fired. To make matters worse, the video ended with a picture from my diary with mine and Penny's names written in hearts. My phone suddenly blew up with thousands of messages from Mom and Dad. All my friends were calling me too. Everyone wanted to know if this was true. I rushed home to Uncle Tom and barged into his room. Mom and Dad were already sitting there. They looked at me and then at Tom, waiting for him to say something. He got to his feet very slowly and said, "I'm sorry, Angela, but you can't live with me anymore." I was horrified. I asked him why, and he said that my parents were disowning me and wouldn't give me a single penny now that I'd come out. They had also threatened to sue him if he tried to help me. I asked my parents if it was true, and they acted as if I weren't even there. I was certainly homeless. There was nowhere to go. There was no reason to stay in this town since everyone either hated me or thought I was a joke. Besides, I didn't want to play into the blackmailer's hands anymore. With whatever money I had, I moved to another town. In this new place, I got a job at McDonald's and even managed to enroll in college. Except for the occasional threatening message from my parents, it seemed like my life was almost headed towards normalcy. Or so I thought. On the very first day of college, I bumped into Peter. I had almost completely forgotten about him. He asked me what I studied, and I was thrilled to find out that we were doing the same major. I wasn't really thrilled, but at least I finally had a friend here. He was always with me. We hung out together, and he even got a job at McDonald's too. One day, he asked me out on a date. "I never truly got over you," he said, looking like a lovesick puppy. After all of my parents' messages, I knew that they would never accept a girl as my partner, so I gave in and agreed to date Peter. The very next day, I got a message from my parents telling me that they were so happy I was dating a guy. How the hell did they know? Was there no escaping these two? But the worst was yet to come. A few days after Peter and I started dating, he invited me to his house. While he was making dinner, I began to roam around the hallway. When I came across a door he usually kept locked, he told me it was his storeroom. I went inside and almost passed out. This was no storeroom. The room was full of pictures of me, some of them as old as high school. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me, and I began to explore more. Where is it? Where is it? And then I saw it. In the middle of a pile of paper, my diary. I almost threw up. Peter! It had been Peter all along. But that's when he saw me leave the room. His jaw dropped. "Angela, I can explain, but there was nothing he could say about this." I ran to my place and locked the doors. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. I was almost certain Peter had followed me home. I looked through the peephole and almost jumped back in shock. It was the last person I had expected. Penny. I slowly opened the door to let her in, and almost passed out when I saw who was standing behind her. It was my brother Zach. I hadn't seen him in years. I just stood there in shock with my mouth open. Penny explained that her crazy brother had told her he was dating me, and she had tried to warn me about the psycho that he was. Zach was with her because apparently the two had been dating. Just then, we heard Peter banging loudly on the door. "Angela, please let me explain. I love you and I want to marry you." "Let me handle this," Zach said. Zach had suddenly left many years ago when I was very young, and the very next day, I'd heard my parents fighting. That's when I discovered my biggest secret. I never told anyone. When he came back, he apologized to me. "Angie, I'm sorry I left you alone with our crazy parents." He said he hated that Mom and Dad had tried to force him into medical school. "Moving out was my only option," he said. I was really surprised. I thought he left because of me. We started hanging out a lot, and he was always trying to make up for what he called not being there for me. Then one day, he called me and said he had a surprise for me. I was psyched as I waited for him. When he finally came, I was stunned to see his surprise, Dad. I couldn't believe Dad had agreed to come and see me. Dad begged for my forgiveness and asked me to come home. He even said that he would set me up with a pretty girl. I told him to stay away from me and my private life, but Zach said I should forgive him and try to fix my relationship. So I moved back. To my surprise, Dad was very kind to me, even though Mom was her usual mean self. She kept insulting Dad. "I can't believe you let this horrible embarrassment move back," she said to him every time she saw me. One day, I got a call from Zach, and he told me to meet him at his place. He was panicky and crying, so I rushed over. Just as I got into my car, a hooded man grabbed my arm. "We have your brother," he whispered threateningly into my ear and dragged me with him. He took me to a dark place. There, he told me that he would only let Zach go if I signed a piece of paper for them. Terrified, I picked up a pen while Zach sat across the table from me, crying. Just as I was about to sign, the door flew open, and Penny rushed in. "Don't do it, Angela!" she yelled. Zach jumped up and tried to force me to sign, but I pulled back. What was happening? Someone from behind Penny jumped at her and tried to drag her away, but she ran and yelled, "Your dad and your brother are tricking you!" That was when a commotion outside caught my attention. We all rushed outside, and I saw that the police were there with my dad. Apparently, my dad was caught sneaking behind the building. He had known where to come. This could only mean, yes, I know you aren't my child. I hate you and I will ruin you. He screamed out my biggest secret for everyone to hear. But Dad, it wasn't my fault, I tried to say. I don't care, he yelled. He said he loved my mom too much to do anything to her, but he had found a letter from my real dad, and he had given me all his money. I kept you for all these years, and my son left because of you. The least you could do to pay me back for everything I've done is to give me the money, Dad screamed as he was dragged away by the police. Penny stood by me, her hand on my shoulder. She said she was really sorry for how she had treated me in high school, and she couldn't let Peter or my family hurt me. We were best friends once. We hugged. Finally, my biggest secret was exposed, but so were my dad and brother.
Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem, my grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG! Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please? It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim, but I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But you know, it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Bug off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here? She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from—
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron. Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough? Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else. You also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that the tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time. I come here every day to see her.
Oh my God, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light, and when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control.
control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back through thick and thin. We never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant. But your lies won't fool me, they won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm, your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky, while you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark. With no true friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, yeah, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money. We both won. You get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies. Hi cuties, my name is Amy, and get ready to dive into the drama that is my life. A real-life soap opera that even Shakespeare would have loved to write. But first, hit the like and subscribe button. Now we can start. You know those apparently perfect families where the father is a smiling, rich businessman, and the mom is a lovely housewife who does everything for her 2 blonde, pink-cheeked, perfect-teeth children? Yeah, me neither. Ever since I can remember, in my life, it was only me and my mom, Margot. My mom loved me, but when it came to my dad, she made every effort to delete any trace of him. And she did a darn good job. Mom, I was wondering if my dad...
What dad? Here, have a bag of candies.
It was always like that with Mom. Have a bag of that. Or keep this sock of chocolates. Or look, that marshmallow looks like Grandma Teresa. So, instead of finding out anything about him, I just gained a lot of weight. Eventually, I stopped asking. Even my mom understood that something was off with me when instead of playing with our neighbor's kids outdoors, I spent all my time locked in my room reading books alone. At some point, she must have thought that I needed a father figure, which was true, and decided to get one for me. Unfortunately, her dating life was so disastrous that it probably made Cupid consider early retirement. For real, it was the same thing over and over again. It went like this.
Amy, please let me introduce you to, insert name, my new boyfriend. We love each other so much.
Of course, 2 weeks later, there we were, indulging in a second bowl of ice cream and watching Titanic, with her sobbing uncontrollably on my shoulder. Jack, take me with you.
We were supposed to stay together forever.
Mom, you met him like a
month ago.
The best month of my life!
But honestly, my mom had a PhD in ruining her relationships. All of her boyfriends had a lifespan shorter than a goldfish's memory. She would get bored of them and then do something to sabotage the relationship. And then, magically, it was always their fault. Antonio the chef seemed like a perfect candidate because who wouldn't want a dad who can whip up 5-star meals? But then,
can you believe it? He left me alone all night to go to a restaurant by himself, choosing puff pastry over me.
Huh. Mom, he works there. Then there was Marcin. I thought a cop would keep us safe, right? But
I was expecting a rose or diamond, but he
gifted me a police scanner. And Philip, I always dreamt of a dad who could always make us laugh, but
he couldn't stay serious for 10 minutes straight.
Well, today, he's the world's most famous comedian. I was already abandoning the idea of having a stepfather when my mom came back home one day with a new surprise. This time, though, I felt something was different, and I was right.
Here, love, this is Ben. Benjamin, this is my daughter, Amy.
What a lovely fairy I see. Am I welcome into your manor, my fair maiden?
That man was not like the others. Ben looked older, with such a fine white beard and mustache, and those small round spectacles that made him look like some woodsman from old stories. In my mind, a dad had always been similar to him in appearance. Surprisingly, Ben actually became a father to me, and he really knew how to show me his love. Like that time when I got an A+ in mathematics, and Ben recited a poem he had written for me.
Here is the smartest of my muses, the shiniest of my lights, a new Pythagoras in disguise.
Nobody had ever appreciated me so much. Or that time, December 16th, when I came back home after a full day at school, only to find the hall full of fat-bearded guys, and Ben in the middle of them shouting toward me.
Surprise! Happy birthday to our fairy!
Those were Ben's friends from the War Games Club. I didn't expect any birthday celebration because Mom had always forgotten it herself. But now she was there too, right in the middle of them. Could Ben have changed her so much? Ben, I have no words.
It's only my duty to make you smile, my fair maiden.
I hugged him the strongest I could and started crying like a baby. Sir Benjamin, I love you. I had finally found a father after 10 years of my life, and we were like a real happy family. It felt like a dream. And like in every dream, at a certain point, I had to wake up. A few years later, Mom started receiving strange phone calls in the middle of the night. She would pick up quietly like a thief and go to the bathroom to speak as any guilty teenager would. Once, I caught her coming out of the bathroom with a suspicious smile on her face. Who was it?
Oh, just some friend. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry? I make a living out of worrying. I knew something was wrong. The calls suddenly stopped, but the signs were still there. Why would Mom be sending herself those goofy bouquet cards decorated with plastic roses?
Can't I buy nice things for myself?
Not to mention the gold-sprayed aluminum ring I found she was wearing out of the blue. After a life of hating rings and necklaces.
It's just part of my midlife crisis.
Or the giant heart-shaped balloon we suddenly had in the main hall, glittery as a disco ball and red as love. Or hell.
Wrong address. Or maybe the wind brought it here.
Yeah, like I'm that dumb. Then one morning I was sick at home, searching in my mom's bedroom for her laptop, ready to consume my eyes in yet another Harry Potter marathon. Where is it? At the old laptop. What is this? There was a letter on my mom's nightstand. Strange. I haven't seen the postman in a while.
My love, I'm like a lost sock just looking for its match.
Ew, so cheesy. When Mom got back home that night, I confronted her. How could you do this, Mom?
Amy, I can explain.
Ben is the only dad I have ever had, and you're betraying him.
If you would only let me talk, please.
I don't want to listen to you anymore, Mom. I'm tired of you and your... MSA won't let me say the next word, but you can imagine what I mean. I wasn't gonna let her ruin our relationship with Ben. I had to act fast. So the next day, I went to confront that homewrecker, getting his address from the letter. I rang the doorbell nonstop. Open up!
What the?
The man was about to blow up, but when he saw me, surprise filled his eyes.
Ah, you, please, come in.
That mysterious man looked like a retired rock star, or an extra from Pirates of the Caribbean. He invited me inside his great villa, which was full of instruments. Look, whoever you are, my mom's with someone else. Just leave us alone. Don't mess up our lives. I've barely found my dad, and you?
What if I told you I'm your real dad?
His words hit me like a mute button.
I was eager to meet you again, but your mom thought you weren't ready.
Of course, he could have been lying, but somehow I knew he wasn't. My father disappeared when I was a child.
Amy, I'm really sorry. Things got messed up between your mom and me back then, but I'm here now, and I want to be part of your life.
I was left completely speechless. My mom soon joined us. Mom looked truly happy after all those years. She told me she hadn't connected with anyone else because she wasn't over Dad and only wished for him to stay with us. Of course, I was thrilled about having my real dad with me again. But then, a sudden doubt fell upon me like a spaceship out of fuel. But Ben, he already knows everything, and he still wants to be a part of your life. We can be a big family. So, just like that, I went from having no dad to having two. You would think it's like winning the lottery twice, but not quite. I felt overwhelmed and with a great weight on me. Before, I didn't have to worry about disappointing anyone, but now I had two dads who had high expectations of me, and let's say they weren't too fond of each other.
Luke, lower the volume. Amy's studying.
Oh, just jamming out, man. Rockstar practice, you know?
Oh, wow. But I thought rock and roll had been dead for a long time.
Good music never dies. Besides, aren't you obsessed with knights and things from hundreds of years ago?
Oh, absolutely. But unlike your music, knights never go out of style.
Come on, guys, if you really think about it, rock stars and knights have a lot in common. Like, both loved leather and dying young. But while some wore armor and swords, the others used guitars and a lot of hairspray. That made a lot more sense in my head. Soon, things went even further south. One day, they forgot to pick me up, and I had to walk home in the middle of a storm. When Ben saw me, he went mental.
Luke, you were supposed to pick her up. I asked you to do one thing as I had an urgent appointment.
Oops, I totally lost track of time making these cookies to surprise her. Come try one, honey.
As I reached for a cookie, Ben sprang into action like a movie hero, dove over the couch in slow motion, snagged it from my hand, and sent the whole tray flying.
These have peanuts! Amy's your own daughter and you don't even know she's allergic to peanuts, or you just don't care?
I don't even want to remember the fight that followed. Can you imagine two gunslingers in front of each other, ready to open fire at the slightest movement? Well, it was kind of like that. The constant fighting became a part of my life. I realized that this was affecting them as well. Ben looked more deteriorated and tired than ever, and my dad seemed constantly anxious, as if he was hiding a big secret. On my first Christmas with my new family, they dove into a full gift duel. The prize of it wasn't a juicy bounty, but my love.
Dear, I got you, Ozzy, your new puppy.
Are you serious? I got her Lady Godiva, the most majestic kitten in town.
Aw, thank you guys. I love them both so much. Of course, getting double presents was quite fun, but soon my new pets were casualties of the parents' war. Lady Godiva was given away to our neighbor's children by my dad after he definitely saw me sneezing with her nearby. It was mid-December, by the way. A few days later, someone shaved Ozzy completely, making him a pink bear with a black nose.
Oh, that's horrible.
Nobody ever found the mysterious culprit. Then it came, December 16th, my birthday again. My dad must have known what Ben did on my last birthday and decided it was a good idea to outdo him at his own game. So he called all of his musician friends to blast a birthday party rock serenade for me.
To my beloved daughter, you all, the people of the world, rock! This song is for you!
But then, right before the concert started, another group of people appeared. Vikings, Romans, Celts, who knows? They were an army of guys dressed for a historic recreation, waving toy spears.
What is all this, Ben? There is a time for peace and a time for war, Luke. Men, be ready!
Someone sounded a war horn, and my birthday soon became like the final battle of Avengers Endgame. But instead of aliens and superheroes fighting, I had cosplaying history nerds versus elderly musicians incapable of accepting the passage of time. A clash for the century! After watching the battle for a bit, I went home all set to blow out the candles and dive into the cake. But I found my so-called perfect family in the middle of a loud argument.
What are you even doing here, man? Amy's with her real parents. She doesn't need you anymore. This whole uncle situation is bizarre.
That's true. Explaining it to people is a real pickle.
Say what you want, but I've been her father longer than you.
Well, he has a point about that.
Her father? A history nerd with a Willy Wonka mustache? You must be joking.
I don't think Willy Wonka has a mustache. My mother's mediation skills are truly out of this world.
Why don't we let her decide then?
Oh no.
Yeah, she's old enough to decide who should be her dad.
No, I am not.
not! Mom, you are my last hope. Please stop this madness. Maybe that's for the best. Thanks for nothing, Mom. So, that's how it is. You're piling your responsibilities onto me? Why can't you guys understand? I want both of you in my life. But if you can't handle that, I'd rather have neither than choose between you two. I was ready to storm out, but then my dad said something really strange.
Are you happy, Ben? This was your master plan? First you found me, then you invited me to your cosplay parties and made me realize that I should get back with Margot. Why did you do all that if you didn't want me here?
Everybody's eyes went on Ben at those words. Mine too. What was all that about?
You're absolutely right, Luke. I shouldn't be here at all. I'm really sorry, Amy.
Then Ben darted away, leaving things abruptly. What the hell is going on? I ran after Ben, just in time to catch him while he was already at the park, gasping. He doesn't look too good. He fainted the very next moment. Ben, what is going on? Are you okay? Ben! We rushed him to the hospital, and a few hours later, he woke up.
I guess my plan didn't run as smoothly as it did in my mind.
Why did you do all this, Ben?
My heart is breaking, Amy. Literally. The only thing keeping it together is you. I would love to be with you forever, but the doctors made it clear it's impossible. When I found out, I immediately sought your dad and asked him to come back. I wanted someone to be there for you, after me. But then when I saw you and him together, I got so jealous. I thought you'd forget me for good.
I already had tears in my eyes. Again, I could barely force myself to speak. Ben, I will never forget you, and you are not leaving me at all. I had no idea you did all this. Luke didn't tell me anything.
Yes, because I asked him not to. It was a secret quest, eh? Like the ancient knights did. I did it for Amy, Margot. I had to. I'm sorry for lying, but...
Cough made it impossible for Ben to go on talking. I just hugged him so hard, as if trying to protect him. A few days later, Ben came back home with us, and it was as if he and Dad were two totally different persons. They put their jealousies and fights aside and became something like best friends. Dad even helped and cared for Ben throughout his illness. One night, when they thought Mom and I were sleeping, I overheard them talk.
I will never be able to thank you enough for bringing me back to my family. What you did is just... It's okay, Luke. You're a great man. I'm just happy you are in Amy's life. You both deserve each other.
They hugged before wishing each other goodnight. I went to sleep with the biggest smile I had ever worn in my entire life. Now, a lot of time has passed, and a lot of things have changed. I'm not a child anymore, and my groom is in front of me, waiting for my yes, I do. Mom and Dad are by my side, happily together and smiling at me. And even if I can't see you in the same way, Ben, I know you are here too, sitting silently between the seats of this splendid church and looking at me with your peaceful gray eyes. You are as real as the photo of you I have inside of the pearl-shaped necklace I always keep by my heart. As I have promised you, I never forgot you, Ben. All that you did for me, from your silly poems to the way you tied my shoes, you will always live with me. You'll always be my guardian angel, and I, Amy, your fair maiden.
Hi, I'm Laureen, and for as long as I can remember, I have wanted to be famous. But I didn't want to be famous for just anything. I always envisioned myself as a rock star, screaming into a microphone in front of millions of adoring fans, like my idol. No one in my family even liked music. In fact, everyone downright hated it. The only thing Dad ever watched was the boring news on TV, and my suck-up siblings always followed suit. So every time I turned on music, my dad would yell at me, "Go to your room and put earphones on. I can't believe any of my children could be such a bum." So I would do that and get so lost in the music that I would start to sing out loud. The only problem was every time I really let go and sang my heart out, someone in my family would come banging on my door. "Be quiet in there. You're so annoying." And every time that happened, I would sing louder. I found out this later, but one day, as I was singing in my room loudly as usual, my dad's friend came to visit, and he heard my voice.
"Oh my God, what a beautiful voice. Who was the singer?" "No one." "Oh, come on. Call her. You know I have some connections with someone who can make her a famous singer." "Oh yeah? So you're now that angel who was sent to change her life?
Just call her. She's the one with the angel's voice. All I knew was that I was minding my own business when Dad banged on my door screaming, "I said no singing!" My friend got so annoyed and he left. So shut it now. A while later, my whole family came in. My sister said, "It's like hearing nails on a chalkboard." My brother said, "It's like listening to an alley cat." My mom just burst into tears and said, "Music and singing is rotting your brain." I just couldn't take it anymore. And I yelled back, "No, it's not. You guys are. One day, I'm going to be a famous singer, and all of you are going to beg to come to my concerts." Dad looked shocked to hear me answer back and said, "Oh, so you'll answer back now? Looks like we're taking away your music." Before I could stop them, they took everything. My stereo, my iPod, my CDs, and my computer. And Dad smashed everything. That's it. You've messed with the wrong person. You can't keep me from what I love. If they thought throwing away my stuff would stop from listening to music, boy, were they wrong. The next day at school, I ran to my best friend and dumped all my savings in front of her. "We're going to a rock concert. Can you arrange the tickets?" "What? Are you crazy? Your parents will legit kill you." "I don't care. They don't own me." Seeing how determined I was, she said her brother could probably arrange them. "How will you get out so late, though?" I just laughed and winked at her. I have my ways. The night of the concert, I went to my sister. "You have to sleep in my bed." "Lol, you wish, pest. You go out and I'm telling Dad. It'll be fun." "Great. I guess that's a good time to tell him you invite your boyfriend to your room every night." "Oh my God. Are you blackmailing me? He'd never believe you." I grinned and waved my phone in her face. "He'll believe the picture I have." She gave in. Easy peasy. I almost felt bad about blackmailing her, but it wasn't my fault she was so dumb that she didn't even check my phone. I didn't really have any pictures. And before I knew it, I was walking into a crowd of hundreds of thousands of people. Excited as I was, I had no idea my life was about to change forever. All screaming and shouting with excitement for what we were about to see. Everywhere I looked, people were singing and dancing and laughing. And the music finally started. And that's when I caught my first real glimpse of the person I knew I was destined to become. A larger-than-life, guitar-wielding, stage-diving, hair-thrashing rock star. Suddenly, the stage burst into flames. The lights flashed everywhere, and the crowd went wild. Everyone screamed as the rock star came onto the stage, and she started singing one of my favorite songs. She was a goddess, and I sang it along with her as loud as I could. I knew every word. That's when my friend grabbed my hand and began pulling me closer to the stage. We pushed our way through to get as close as we could. And when the song ended, someone handed me a bouquet of flowers and told me to throw it on stage. I did, and the rock star picked it up, and she looked right at me, and, I kid you not, she winked. Then the music stopped, and she bowed her head, and she took a long moment before she grabbed her microphone and said the craziest thing I could ever imagine hearing. "Now, I want to invite a special someone on stage to come and sing my next song for me." The crowd was wild. I couldn't even hear myself think. I shouted louder than I ever had in my life, and I couldn't believe it when she looked right at me and said, "You, who threw the flowers, get up here." I didn't even have to climb up to the stage because I was literally hoisted up in the air by all the people around me and then thrown onto the stage. The rock star looked at her band, threw up her hand and said, "And a 1 and a 2." And she handed me the microphone, and the band started the next song. I was paralyzed with fear when I turned around and saw thousands of people screaming with excitement. And to this day, I have no idea how, but I opened my mouth and I began to sing. It's so crazy, my night's so hazy, I'm rocking this stage, I'm breaking in this light. My night's so hazy. I'm rocking the stage. I'm breaking the cage tonight. I'm free. The biggest surprise, though, was that people loved it. It was the opposite of what my family always said. I was a great singer, and suddenly I was a real-life rock star. When the song ended, I turned around and she pointed me to go backstage. Minutes later, the rock star and her band came right back to me and said, "Hey kid, I'm getting too old for this. Tonight was my last night performing, and now I'm passing the torch off to you." She handed me her microphone, she smiled, and then she walked away. Was this a joke? Her whole band was looking at me like they wanted me to say something. I said the only thing I could think of. Okay. And just like that, I was the new lead singer for one of the most famous rock bands in the world. When I returned home with a record deal, $1 million, and a personal assistant who was going to organize my new life as a rock star, my family took a complete round turn. Dad wasn't mad that I sneaked out. Instead, he threw his arms around me. "My daughter, my lovely, lovely daughter. You make your dad proud and rich." Before any of us could blink, I suddenly had agents and managers and a stylist. I was given a whole new wardrobe and a driver who took me everywhere I wanted to go at any time of the day. The band scheduled a worldwide tour for the summer when I was done with school, and we started performing everywhere. Everywhere I went, people screamed my name. I was suddenly doing exactly what I had dreamt of doing while dancing around my bedroom. I got fan mail from every corner of the earth, and I had a jewelry collection so big I had to buy an entire second home just to store it all in. Everywhere I went, people took pictures and asked for autographs. I was on the cover of magazines, and I played music with some of the most famous musicians of all time. I always stayed in the biggest penthouse suite a hotel offered. But things started to change. After months of living like this, I was starting to get really, really exhausted. Even though I was traveling everywhere and meeting the most famous celebrities and making millions and millions of dollars, it didn't feel like a vacation everyone thought it was. It felt like a chore. I was always working till late and had to be up early. I got on so many planes, I had no idea what part of the world I was in. One day, I finally tried to take a quick vacation, but I couldn't even leave the hotel because there was a mob outside waiting to take pictures with me. There wasn't even a single place I could go without someone harassing me for a picture or to give me a compliment. One fan told me my hair was so beautiful, and then they tried to rip out my hair so they could keep some. One time, my parents called and told me my fans had broken into our home to find things of mine. It was like I was a zoo animal. Worst of all, though, I didn't know who to trust or who to talk to anymore. My best friend who brought me to the concert only ever wanted to hang out with me when I was invited to parties. My already selfish siblings only ever called when they wanted something, which was a lot. "Hey, we've always been the nicest siblings. Why not introduce us to this celebrity?" "I'm sorry, I can't." Of course you can. You're famous." "Okay, then at least get us free tickets to their concerts." I said I can't do this. I'm sorry. "Stop lying! You're such a show-off and think you're important. You're just a stupid singer, nothing more." And they hung up. My parents were the worst. They were suddenly doing interviews on television, telling the whole world how they supported me when I told them I wanted to be a singer. They were taking credit for my good luck and hard work, and everywhere I looked, someone wanted something from me. No one even asked me how I was doing. I was trapped, and I realized I didn't even like to sing anymore. One day, as I was on stage, I realized I couldn't even hear myself sing because everyone was screaming so loud. And that's when I decided, if I couldn't even enjoy the one thing I truly loved, I didn't want it. And that meant I would do exactly what was done to me. And I needed to find someone to take my spot. I scanned the crowd in front of me until I saw a girl singing all the lyrics to my songs. At the end of the song, I took a long moment and turned to the crowd and I said, I want to invite a lucky person up onto the stage to sing one of my songs. And I called the girl on stage, and boy was she good! And she seemed super excited to be up on the stage. So as soon as the concert was over, I told her the band was hers. Then I grabbed a bouquet of flowers, and I walked out of the concert and no one followed me. Everyone was too excited to meet the new singer, and I sang my heart out all the way home. Hi, I'm Jane, and I'm from New York City. And this is my story of how being short, like really short, leads me to have a unique, crazy life. So, I had a really crazy mother who was mad about shopping. Shoes, clothes, makeup, perfumes. She stopped at nothing. One day, when I was 2 years old, she left me at the mall because her hands were full of bags.
Where's Jane?
What?
You took Jane with you while shopping, right? Where is she?
Oh, my hands were full of bags. I might have just left her at the mall. Plus, she's too tiny and short for her age, so it's easy to forget her. Short and ugly. I wonder who she looks like. My dad was furious.
I already knew your shopping was a problem, but this is the last straw!
So he took me and left Mom for good. For a while, Dad and I lived happily in a small apartment. But when I was 8, Dad discovered that he didn't have much time to live, so he decided to leave me with his first wife. He took me to her huge mansion, hugged me really tightly, and left, and I never saw Dad again. Dad's first wife didn't have any children of her own. She was always dressed in black and never smiled. She looked just like a creepy widow, so I started calling her the widow. But there was no denying that the widow was rich. Practically everything in her house was made of gold, even the spoons. On the first day of my new school, the widow sent me off to school in a limo. And at school, the widow had the butler distribute free ice cream for a month, so everyone would be nice to me. At first, it was crazy fun, but on my 10th birthday, even though I was surrounded by friends, I broke down into tears. I missed my parents so much. And then I noticed that no one brought any gifts for me. When I asked them why, some boy yelled, "Because we don't like you, you dwarf, and your breath smells bad." Suddenly, the widow showed up from behind him and put her hand on his mouth and dragged him away. What was going on? So, everyone in school liked me only because of the widow's money? One day, when my so-called best friend announced,
Hey girls, let's go get some ice cream. Jane's buying.
I lost my cool.
No, I'm not. You want it? Go get it yourself. I'm not your debit card. Look at this dwarf being so mean. It's not even your money, Jane. You're a charity case.
They all angrily marched away, and after that, I was a loner. Not only that, it was really annoying that I never got picked during gym class, and I really wanted to play basketball. So one day, in 6th grade, I ran straight onto the court, snatched the ball from another kid, and started dribbling it away. I was small, but fast. Just then, the substitute gym teacher came running onto the court, blowing his whistle furiously. And next thing I knew, he had picked me up and was carrying me away.
We have a kindergartner on the loose! Don't you know you could seriously get hurt, kid?
He just wouldn't listen and took me to the principal. He sure looked dumb when the principal told him I was in the 6th grade. But I was still banned from playing. It was too dangerous for me. One day, when I was in 9th grade, right before my exam was about to start, my teacher came up to me and put her hand on my forehead. "Jane, dear, your mom said you aren't feeling well today. You can go home and rest." "But I'm not sick." "Yes, you are, sweetie. You have a horrible fever." And the teacher just dragged me out of the room. After the exams, when I looked at my report card, I was shocked. I got an A+ on an exam I didn't even write, and all the rest as well. The widow then threw a fancy party where she literally distributed money. Worst of all, the party was full of my teachers. Ugh, talk about boring. The only person at the party my age was Andrew from school, the son of one of the teachers. I always had a crush on him, and now he was making his way to me. My heart began to beat like crazy. I do, Andrew, I do.
How does it feel to take something you don't deserve, just because you have money?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Everyone in class already guessed your mother bought those fake grades for you.
Aren't you ashamed? How could you have possibly topped when everyone knows I'm the smartest? I never asked her to do it. She's not even my mom. It's not my fault.
Yeah, your grades are better than your height. Dwarves can't be the smartest.
I stood there, shocked, and I decided it was time for me to tell the widow to change. But she said that she didn't mean any harm. She just wanted to help me get into some college, as it was my dad's last wish. I begged her to let me do it on my own. Eventually, she agreed. Sadly, that didn't pan out as I'd planned. I wasn't doing well in school at all. And without the widow's money, the teachers weren't so nice anymore. Why is your handwriting so big when you're so short? Are you so bad at math because it's hard to understand things with your teeny tiny brain? I flunked horribly and was held back a grade. My ex-best friend smirked and said, "Keep flunking and you'll finally reach a grade that suits your height. Can you just leave me alone?" Oh, I heard wearing a pink hat while studying helps your brain work because the brain likes the color pink. I tried it, but it didn't work. Guess I'm already a genius. Or that you don't have a brain. As I left for home that day, with angry tears in my eyes, I ran straight into someone. Andrew. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Listen, just back off. I have enough troubles without you." But Andrew did not back off. The next few days, he really started chasing me all over school. There was just no escaping him. Wherever I went, there he was. "What's wrong with you? I'm trying to study. Stop stalking me." "Hi, I'm just worried about you. Let me help you with your grades." "Why? I appreciate it, but you really don't have to feel sorry for me." "I don't feel sorry. I understand you want to rely on yourself, and I respect that. I'm just offering to help, and also trying to make up for being a jerk." Well, I knew he was a math whiz. If anyone could help me, it was him. From that day onwards, every night, he snuck in from my window to help me study. But he was so distractingly cute and funny. We were becoming super close. The night before the exam, the door flew open and the widow barged in. She started yelling at me. "Boys ruin everything. This is probably why you don't get good grades. You're so distracted all the time." Then she dragged him to the window and told him to leave the way he came. "He isn't my boyfriend. He's my private teacher. He's helping me with math." But she wasn't listening. So Andrew climbed down the tree outside the window and left. The next day, I passed the exam and was over the moon. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. I did it! I passed the math exam on my own! Then, before I knew what I was doing, I kissed him. And what an utterly stupid thing to do that was! Because the minute our lips touched, he froze. I was so embarrassed. I let him go and stepped back. I'm so sorry. "Jane, I had no idea that you felt this way about me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but I was just looking out for you. You know, like a little sister. You're just not my type." Wait, what? I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Without another word, I just turned around and fled. And that was my real first heartbreak. I refused to go down for dinner that evening and shut myself up in my room. A little later, the widow knocked and came in. "Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Jane?" I burst into tears and told her everything. "You were right. Boys ruin everything. From now on, I'm just going to focus on me. I'm going to get a university scholarship and leave this stupid place." And for the first time ever, the widow hugged me. It was really awkward, but also kind of nice. "I'll send you to any university you want. You just focus on studying really hard." And that's what I did. I really focused on my lessons. And at home, the widow started to help me out too. She also had her chef make me really healthy food and gave me multivitamins regularly. She helped me out with all my college applications, and for the first time since Dad, I felt like I did have a parent. As I was about to graduate high school, our student counselor called me one day to her office to give me some really amazing news. "You got into your dream university, Jane! Congratulations!" I squealed in excitement and hugged her. In my excitement, I knocked over my bag, and my bottle of vitamins fell out. Just then, the counselor picked up one of the pills, looking confused. "Jane, why are you eating these?" "Oh, they're just multivitamins." "No, they're not, Jane. These pills are given to kids with ADHD to improve focus. No one should be taking these unless a doctor prescribes them." I couldn't believe it. Why would the widow do this? I rushed home and barged straight into her room, throwing the pills on her bed. "Why have you been lying to me that these are vitamins? Why are you feeding me pills I don't need? Are you trying to poison me?" The widow looked stunned. Then she said, "Jane, just let me explain. I was only trying to help you get better." "Oh, so you thought I'm so dumb that I needed pills to make me smarter?" "I only want what's best for you, Jane. That's all I ever wanted." And then I said the words I would regret for the rest of my life. "Well, in case you forgot, let me remind you, you're not my mom. You're just a pathetic old widow, and you don't deserve to have kids." And with that, I stormed off to my room. I didn't speak a word to her for the next few weeks, and then I left for university. I felt bad for the things I'd said, but I was too angry to take them back. I was doing really well at university. I met a wonderful guy, Dave. He was the only person I'd ever met who didn't treat me like I was dumb, and he never made me feel little in any way. One day, while we were on a date, I got a terrible phone call. It was a doctor from some hospital saying the widow had been found unconscious in her home and was really unwell. Dave drove me straight to the hospital, and when I went to her, it broke my heart seeing her so pale and weak. I sat down by her and started to cry. Please be okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean those awful things I said. I love you. You're my mom. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. She gave me a weak smile. Jane, I'm so glad you're here, dear. I'm sorry, too. You were always so tiny. I became really overprotective. I see now that you didn't need that at all. I moved back with Mom to take care of her, and soon she fully recovered. I graduated with honors from university, and I was so happy she could be there. After university, Dave and I got married and had 2 beautiful kids together. We named our son after my dad, and our little girl after the widow, her godmother.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn, and I'm from Brooklyn. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear, I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand, and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent?
I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn.
Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper, and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was going to make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all.
What? No!
But since there was no other option, they gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word, and when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up. God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related? Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time. Oh God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice. How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off. Oh God, she's a baldy. Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. and thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked.
Did you forget your wig, sweetie?
Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch.
Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg.
Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever, I don't need your approval.
Huh? What was that about?
At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? Please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude. But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away, and I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy. Oh, honey, I have great news. Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model, and guess what? They selected her! For the first time in ages, I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face. And then Mom said, but now, Ashlyn will have to play the part. What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products, and since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever gonna grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me, and I'm so worried about how I'm gonna take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm gonna turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school. Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable, Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you. I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me. I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was going to leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome! I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20, and he had a huge fan following. But he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker. How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard. I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news. Babe, can you please calm down? But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good, and when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. All that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash.
I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course!
Alright, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5.
Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now!
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle. Excuse me? Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to 1st, or else.
Fine, but I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way, way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the 2nd time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes, thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you.
I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor, hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was gonna make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep. Come on, honey, let's go. Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car. Did you have fun at class? So much fun. Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer. What? Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong. Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years.
Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not gonna be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait, suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone, take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class. Today, I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree
with Anne. I liked the plot, I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered.
She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant.
When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling. We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? Competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope, I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy!
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him.
Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen.
Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself.
Yes, come in.
I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha! Lady, this is my dog.
As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him as our lips touched.
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right.
Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was gonna be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this.
Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world. I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it. There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin. Fixed by occluded revelation, but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school. Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great. I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.
Hi y'all, my name is Gabby Lee. I live in Philadelphia, and I wouldn't be what most people would call cool. I'm a straight A student, A+ if I can get them. I play in a band, the clarinet in my school's band that is, the only time I go to any sports games, and I don't go to parties. But my one great dream is to be a world-class chemist. I couldn't be happier, but would you believe for one night it all changed? I rebelled against my father, almost got my friends kidnapped, and had a run-in with the police. It was probably the best night of my life. It all started with Millie Cancun. My one vice, the biggest pop star sensation in the world. Sure, some other singers might sing about their relationship traumas or death or whatever moody stuff, but Millie was all about living young, wild, and free. My polar opposite. I'm not alone in my Millie mania. Lots of girls my age are, including my 3 besties, Sue, Evelyn, and Jamie. Wouldn't you know it, Millie was going on tour and having shows in New York. Typical. All the cool stuff happens there. Between the 4 of us and our various extracurricular activities, the only night all 4 of us could possibly go was Sunday night, to which my dad said,
"No, it's a school night. Plus, her music seems a little inappropriate for your age, does it not?"
What does he know? I can't get too mad at my dad, though. It's just me and him. Mom isn't in the picture anymore. I should have told him how much it would mean to me, but I backed down.
My friend's luck was no different, though their parents were a little less strict.
My parents said I could go, but they don't want to drive me there.
Same. We could take the bus.
That would take like 3 hours, and plus be sketchy as heck.
Something stirred in me. I don't know what came over me. We could take my dad's car.
Word?
He'd drive us there? I thought you said you couldn't go.
Well, what if he never finds out? I could drive us there. I've got my learner's permit.
Are you for real?
Was I for real? Already the gears in my head were turning as it spurred up this plan. I'd take his car, drive to the concert, buy our tickets, have the best night of our lives, drive home, and my dad would be none the wiser. In his eyes, I would still be the good rule-following daughter he asked for. Yeah, we can all meet at my house and I can go from there.
Whoa, when did you get so cool all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was cool. This was my chance. My plan was foolproof. I started laying the groundwork, making a subtle suggestion to my dad. I think we should have spaghetti night on Sunday.
Okay.
The seed had been planted, and on Sunday, fruit had come to bear. For you see, dear viewer, pasta will always knock my dad out. When he was done, he was fast asleep in his recliner. I finished the job by laying down a weighted blanket on top of him. Good thing, too, because he definitely would have been woken up by the sound of Jamie banging on the door.
Yo, Gabby, you in there?
Shh, I'm sneaking out, remember? I'll be right there. I just gotta grab but the keys to Dad's car weren't there. I checked in his room, not there. A tense realization hit me. They were still in his pocket. As discreetly and non-suspiciously as possible, I reached into his pocket to pull them out, lest he wake up and was wondering what I was doing. After much careful fidgeting, I got them. I wanted to get out of there, but I had one more thing I needed to do. The final pièce de résistance. In my room, I set up a fake version of me made from pillows and sat her by my desk. Should my dad check on me, he would believe to see his dutiful daughter studying for her math test, not realizing I had already studied in between band practice. Evil genius. I snuck out, we got in the car, and we were off. I wasn't exactly a car expert, but better me to do it than any of my friends. Didn't want to scratch up my dad's car. If you were to ask me at that moment, I'd have said it had gone perfectly. We were driving down the road, pre-gaming our jam session, singing along to Millie Cancun, but then we started slowing down. The car started making funny noises. And then...
What happened?
We stopped.
I can see that, but why?
We had broken down in the middle of the road. Luckily, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like we were causing a traffic jam or anything. On the other hand, we were in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't exactly walk there, and we couldn't get a tow truck. Time and money were limited. We only brought money to buy tickets, and phone service was limited. Some people passed by, but no one would stop. Please, help us.
You're standing in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Finally, one guy stopped. Now, I'm not an expert on cars, but he didn't seem to look at the engine for very long before going.
Yup, it's broken beyond repair.
Wow, are you sure?
Trust me, you young girls are lucky the car hasn't exploded. Say, why don't I give you girls a lift? I'm heading to Manhattan right now. It wouldn't be no trouble.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Girls, can we huddle for a second? We whispered amongst ourselves. This guy seems kinda suspicious.
Well, what choice do we have? We can't exactly stay here, can we?
Everyone was in reluctant agreement. We got into his car and headed for the city. How was I gonna get my dad's car home now? Speaking of my dad, I wasn't there for this next part of the story, and he might tell it differently. He managed to break free from his pasta nap and was able to pull away from the comfort vacuum of the weighted blanket. He went up to check on me, just as I thought, and probably said something like,
Gosh, Gabby, I'm sorry I didn't let you go to a concert and allow you to be your own woman. I promise I'll make it up to you.
What I didn't account for was him to see his daughter's head fall off.
Yeah?
He went into my room and found I was not there. Realizing what had happened in a way only a paranoid dad could, he scrambled around the house looking for his keys. Only when he tried checking the car did he figure out the extent of my betrayal. He asked our neighbor to drive out to the concert. He must have gotten there before we did because amongst the crowded lines outside of the concert halls, I wasn't there. Me and my friends had arrived in downtown Manhattan, making decent time. While we were happy to avoid the rain that was picking up, the ride was an awkward affair, as we attempted to avoid conversation with Echo, as he called himself.
What sort of trouble are you young girls up to tonight?
We're going to a concert.
Oh, a music concert. What concert?
Yeah, Millie Cancun.
Oh, nice. I love her song Ice Cream Summer.
That wasn't a Millie Cancun song. That was a ZZ Marina song.
Hey, you know what? I know a shortcut up here that'll get us away from all all the traffic. Wouldn't want you to be late.
No thanks. That's fine. You can just follow the GPS.
Rerouting.
What does she know? Trust me.
Where could he be taking us? Back to his apartment where he was going to murder us? Or worse, maybe he was going to call my dad. Please, just keep driving north. We're almost there.
Relax, it'll be fine.
In my panicked state of mind, I grabbed the wheel from him.
Whoa, go Gabby!
What the heck?
We fought for it before I knocked us into a pole. I swear, it was only a light touch, but it triggered Echo's airbags nonetheless, trapping him. Go! We hopped out and ran. We were grateful at first, but it didn't take long before we were missing the roof of that car. We didn't know where we were. Our phones were collectively dying, leaving our directional skills inhibited. The rain was making us wet and frustrated. By the time we found the concert hall, the ticket booths had just closed. Had we been a minute earlier, we could have made it. Hovering around were some shady-looking scalpers, but their tickets were a little out of our price range.
That'll be $10,000.
I could tell my friends were mad at me, and why wouldn't they be? This couldn't get any worse.
Gabby!
Oh no, my dad was here. I was frozen stiff as he came up to me and gave me a hug. You're not mad?
Oh, I'm mad, but I'm also relieved to see you're all safe. You girls look like you've had quite the night.
We were almost kidnapped.
Yes, Dad, I screwed up. Your car is broken down in the middle of the road on...
I saw it on the way here. Jeff helped me tow it away. We're going to go get it repaired. Why don't you four go enjoy a concert while I wait?
He had more tickets. We couldn't believe it. Do you mean it?
As long as you can pay me back.
We all gave him our money.
Oh, okay then. Well, all's fair then. I can use this for the car.
After drying up a bit, we went inside. So, was it all worth it? Of course it was. Millie was radiant as ever, and her collective screams drowned out our worries as we danced away. Like I said, best night of my life. Only problem with forgetting your worries is when they come back to bite you.
There they are, officers. Those girls were underage driving. I tried to help them, but they insisted on attacking me and leaving me for dead.
The creep from earlier. And he brought cops.
Any of you girls with your parents?
No. My dad is going to pick us up, I think.
You think? Where is he?
He's here. He's going to be here.
You sound like a liar, Gabby.
She was right. If my dad wasn't here, were we going to be taken in? And now my dad would have to bail me out again? And then I'd be a convicted felon, and it would go on my permanent record, and I'd never get into college, and I would never... I started crying. I'm sorry, officers. It's all my fault. Please don't arrest my friends. I was the one who took my dad's car. I was the one who crashed that guy's car. You can take me in. They shouldn't pay for my actions.
Well, we don't have to.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. We can pay your bail.
Yeah. Oh wait, we gave all your money to your dad.
We can still do something.
Really? Oh, thanks, you guys. You're the greatest.
Is there a problem here?
Are you any of these girls' father?
That's right.
Well then, everything seems to be in order.
Hold on. Your daughter damaged my car. I expect you're going to compensate me for my troubles?
Are you the one that tried kidnapping them?
No, that's quite a... You know what? It's fine, actually. I hope you have a good night.
That got the guy to leave. Though it looks like the cops decided to hang out with him for a bit longer.
How much more excitement can you girls get into tonight?
We got in my dad's car, and he drove us all home. Turns out it wasn't broken beyond repair. Who would have thought? One by one, my friends were all dropped off. It was just me and my dad now. We parked at home, and before getting out, we had a talk.
You are grounded, you know.
I know.
It just seems right. But maybe I can be a little strict. You're growing up. You're going to want to be your own person. I can't fault you for that.
But I should have been more honest with you. I guess I just don't ask for a lot of things. But I do want to be an A+ student. I do want to be valedictorian. I promise. I'm not going to make this too much of a habit.
It's all right. I got into some trouble when I was your age.
Yeah?
Of course. Maybe more.
Like what?
Well, we don't have to get into it just yet. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
Well, perhaps I haven't been forthcoming with you on this concert. Maybe I've got some personal biases in the way.
What do you mean?
You see, I used to date Millie Cancun's mom.
What?
It wasn't that big of a thing, but I've kept in touch with her a bit over the years.
Millie Cancun is my sister?
What? No. Where did you get that idea?
But that does mean you could get me to meet her?
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But what happened next, I should save for later. What? I said it was the best night of my life. That doesn't mean it was the best night of my life ever.